of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
falling away. Some tell me now the fortune of the real. Call on our savior to wipe out all the traitors. The earth trembled as we gathered ashore for the lands we swore to hold. For our kingdom glorious. Some tell me now the fortune of the realm. Call on our savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you see. take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Hear our madness. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant place. To think that we're standing in their way. Oh, face them up, for we are true to our name. Once, a stealing course. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, steal the throne. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike clouds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last
变革轰然来袭，峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。 棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。池歌试马少年们，这个夏天寸土必争。
Hello and welcome everybody to the LPL as we continue our Rumble stage, and we've got a big old day today. 2 different series of Group Ascent today and lots of deciding moments. We'll start with one of those in Group Nirvana Unmunchables. I'm joined by Nymera. Nymera, today feels like a big day in the LPL. Today feels like we're starting to get to decision time for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and you know, it's also the second day of Swarm's release, which is, of course, very...
Yeah,
okay, whatever, stuff like that. You have no idea how much we've been playing that, the 2 of us off screen. But yeah, it's getting to the point where we might start seeing teams not mathematically eliminated, but on death's door like that. Funnily enough, our first series might be closer to that than you consider given that they're 2 World Championship former teams there, but we've had a lot of drama already.
We certainly have. Let's take a look at the drama from yesterday before we jump into the matchups today. RNG managing to get a win on the board against all odds. I don't think that was ever expected, to be honest, in the current form. Ultra Prime managing to make it happen. Weibo then managing to get 2-0 of a win over AL. Another surprising result there. And then LNG upsetting BLG. Literally the whole day, just pure upsets.
I love the fact that Weibo and LNG look awful in groups, considering their form, considering their players. They scrape through into the Rumble stage, into the Ascension group, and suddenly they're in the picture. We know that these teams have very high upper ceilings, given the players that they have on them, and given their form, which they had even last year with a lot of the core of these rosters too. The fact that they are now in the picture with that room to grow should be terrifying teams like BLG, Top Esports, JDG, our top 3 from Spring, because whereas, we were saying this just before we went live, we had about 2 top teams and then a mess after that point. I don't even think we have 2 quote-unquote top teams now. I think we have got a bunch of like 5, 6 teams which are currently fighting for it.
Yeah, I think there's 6 teams in contention. We'll talk about that when we get to the standings. IG versus EDG will start us off today. That one is going to be crucial. Both teams on 3 losses. You've got to finish top 4 in your group if you want to try and make it to playoffs. LGD versus FPX, and then NIP versus JDG as well. 2 teams that really need to prove themselves up against pretty tough opponents. We can take a look at our groups as well, I believe, as we're definitely getting to the point where we've got a lot of contenders, right? Top Esports and BLG came in as contenders. Everyone expects them to be contenders. AL have been proving themselves. Then Weibo and LNG have woken up. JDG have proven themselves to be a top team once more. Suddenly, there are 6 contenders. We've gone from a 2-team region to a 6-team region pretty much overnight.
Only in the LPL, bunch. Only in the LPL. We knew that some teams were probably coasting a bit in that group stage. Oh, we'll get through to the Ascension. Doesn't matter if we're first or second. Let's just get through. Now that they are through and they have, again, that upwards motion for growth, they have that room there. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes. And also, I'm also interested to see whether these teams will start to, but because of this kind of change in form so quickly, whether that's going to change stuff like playoff seeding going into. What happens if we get LNG and Weibo getting that Guardian Angel into the playoffs bracket? That would be absolutely huge for them and a huge upset given what we've known of the fabric of the LPL for this year.
Yeah. Speaking of, let's talk about some of the teams that are going to try and make it towards that playoff stage, but they're sort of on the struggle bus a little bit. We'll start with IG because there are 4 teams currently in Group Nirvana that are 1 and 3 on the standings, IG being one of them. When you get to 4 losses, the best you can do is a 50% win rate. And that, I don't know if it's going to cut the mustard, to be quite honest. WiseCam, GLFS, Nani, Arn, and Vampire, a team that have shown some high highs, but generally speaking, struggling pretty badly.
This team, you know that we've seen these brief flashes of brilliance for them with their team fight flanks and the big wombo combos, because this team, and all IG teams across history have been team fighting teams. It's just the nature of the organization, but they haven't necessarily hit the mark in all the ways that they wanted to. They've had some awesome moves. I think particularly Arn is a one-man army. That guy is absolutely insane. I love what that guy has done for this roster. I think he's really given leadership that this team needs, particularly with so many rookies on the roster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Arn, you know, he's had a couple of rough games across the split where he's been caught out a little bit, but generally speaking, he is far and away the best player on that roster. He's up against EDG today, though, and this is no slouch of a team themselves, and I think, you know, JJ has been sort of the stalwart on this roster. I think Wink has come in and showed some good stuff. There have been some issues, especially in the laning phase for like Cryan when it comes to side laning for players like Solo Kill. There have been some glaring problems for EDG. They have still managed to somehow squeeze out a couple of game wins and managed to even get a series win. But it doesn't really feel like it's linking together, does it? And to be fair, both teams started with a win actually this split, but then they've been on a massive lose streak ever since.
EDG are a lot worse than I thought they would be coming off of that first series and then also their groups as well. They have had some moments of brilliance. They have been a bit few and far between, so we can draw a parallel between that from EDG to IG. I think that JJ has been the engine room for this team. That's no surprise, given that he's the last world champion on either of these rosters. I do think that in the recent series, though, Leave has been playing out the team fights better than he was. We have criticized him for that before. Question is, though, EDG as a team which has struggled with their team fights, especially when IG are a specialist in that area of the game, he will need to have a good game today to compete, particularly with Arn. I think that AD carry role is maybe the most important, given how important it is for IG and how much potential Leave does have in those team fights.
Yeah, I feel like Leave is one of those players. I mean, I've talked about it before, that his DPM is generally really high, but often will play a little too risky and end up getting caught out for that. I feel like Arn is a player that has high DPM, has big impact in these team fights, but he's just a little later in his career. He's had a bit more time to figure out quite where that knife's edge is, and it usually is on the right side of that, whereas Leave still sometimes does get caught out. And I feel like Arn is like the veteran of his team, so the rest, it's pretty easy for the rest of the team to want to rally around him. It's kind of the opposite story on EDG, where Leave, he's still one of the new guys, you know, he's not the veteran, so perhaps doesn't have as much sway within the comms to try and be that main character.
And you know who the veteran is in that lane besides Leave? It's, of course, the old support of Arn. It's Wink. These two players were on IG, and in spring, these two were a big part of how IG played. The fact that we've had this, the support swap between these two teams, Vampire going over to IG and then being replaced by Wink, who came over from them as well, it kind of gives us this kind of like old friends into rivals down there in that bot lane. I do think that Arn and Vampire, Arn and Vampire, they've had a stronger laning phase, I think, compared to the rest of the game. Particularly for Vampire, I think the laning phase is part of his strongest part of his game. He has struggled sometimes making the bigger engage, but I think that's been good. I want to see now if we're going to have Wink kind of show up and say, all right, okay, buddy, you made the wrong choice. I'm the one that won out in this bot lane trade.
That would be the big question. Also, Naney stepping into this matchup. You know, last time around, it was Cryan and Wink over on IG. It was Vampire on EDG, and Fisher was in the mid lane. This time, it's Vampire on IG. Naney will be in the mid lane up against Cryan, and then obviously Wink there for EDG as well. So big switcheroo since last time. It was EDG that managed to win last time around between these two teams. So we'll see if history will repeat itself, or whether the switcheroo switches the win as well.
And in such an important matchup, of course, it's going to mean all the more too, because both these teams are 1-3. We've highlighted that, and we've went through that group stage. Because there are 8 teams in Group Nirvana, we have all of these Battle of the Bands trying to make their way through onto the next biggest stage beyond that point. You only play 7 best of 3s. That's 8. We get 7. Count on my fingers. That's 7 best of 3s you play, because you play each of the 7 teams once. Now, what that means is that if you drop to 4 losses, you can only get 3 wins, which means you will be under 50% win rate if you lose lose today at best possible scenario, even if you won all of the other series beyond that point. We are in a situation where, as we said at the start of the day too, we have, what, 4 teams at 1 and 3. It does mean, though, that the heat has been turned on for those teams. Only the top 4 teams out of Atlanta get that last chance to qualify for playoffs. If you're under 50% win rate, that is a hard ask. I feel like fate is out of your hands at that point while you wait to see how the scrum evolves.
I have to be honest, in LPL, for the lower teams, fate is often out of their hands, and it comes down to the luckiest to have that shot at playoffs. But I have to, looking at Group Nirvana, it does feel a little cut and dry right now to me. Like OMG, TT, RA, and WE, they do feel head and shoulders above the rest down in Nirvana, and it's up to EDG, it's up to IG, or Ultra Prime or RNG to prove that that's not the case. I feel like EDG are the team that have the greatest shot of doing that. Is that a 2-0? Coming out as he steps out onto the stage. Okay. IG here to play, I guess.
I love that. Okay, so both these teams, important matchups, because the stakes are pretty high. As you said, this might not be the final blow, but you realistically need to win here. Yeah, because looking at the teams above them right now, RA at 3-1, CT at 3-1, OMG at 3-0, and then WE at 2-1, but looking good in that 2-1. There's room to climb there. I think that some teams, they didn't expect to be in this position. I think EDG coming out of groups, they wouldn't have expected this. I think that maybe Ultra Prime as well, especially after they lost to RNG just yesterday, will have not expected to be in this position too. Both of these teams need to prove they can step up to the teams sat currently in those top 4 berths from Group Nirvana.
See if they can make it. Again, as you said at the start, a loss today really does push you out of the running pretty much. EDG, a team stepping out onto the stage now, that they have had their problems this split, but they have also shown some good series. I remember their first series in Group Nirvana, people were like, okay, maybe EDG are going to be a contender. Maybe this is a team that is going to show up. Unfortunately, that was a big old series against RNG. It was a bit of a mess, and then since that point, they've not really been able to button it together. They lost to OMG 2-1, they lost to RA 2-1. They have been going to 3 games in most of this series, so perhaps there's a chance. They still have to play IG, they still have to play Ultra Prime as well, but they've got TT on the docket. It's going to be a tough rest of the split if they want to try and go even. A little bit more banter going back and forth between the players here today.
I love this, man. I feel like, compared to last year, the stage intros haven't been as interesting. We haven't had, 369 rolling a dice on the stage and coming out like that. We BLG, they had the piggyback ride, that was pretty fun, but I want more of this. I want these players to show that they're there with a certain degree of confidence off the Rift as well as on it,
They're certainly confident walking out today. We'll see if, as you say, that makes it to the Rift. I certainly hope so. Because I feel like both of these teams, they've got confident players. When you think about these 2 rosters, like, these are not players that aren't willing to go in. Like, nobody at any point has said, Vampire isn't willing to engage, Like, yes. This guy likes to go in. Same can be said for Wing. I feel like there's plenty of space for that. And, like, Solo Kill, YSKM, both of them kind of at this point famous for trying to make that big play. And for YSKM, when he first joined the league, that was working a lot of the time. I feel like people expect it a little bit more, and it hasn't been quite as successful recently. Solo Kill as well often will go for a very aggressive trade. Whether or not he wins that trade, it often ends up losing to jungle pathing, right? Doesn't necessarily expect what's happening elsewhere on the map.
Oh yeah, blame the jungle pathing. Sure, go on, let's see what you've got.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying. But yeah, I feel like both these teams, they've got some names that want to become big names. It's just a question of if they can button it together today.
Absolutely, I will definitely call both these teams bold.
Yeah.
I will say, I think on the whole, IG has very much indexed into their team fighting. When you have YSKM, I feel like you could play through side lanes. I think you could play through individual top lane win conditions. They haven't consistently managed to do that. In fact, one of their losses, I believe, to TT was when they had Gwen on a huge advantage and they couldn't close that out. It might not have been versus TT, but I definitely remember the pick of that Gwen for YSKM. Not necessarily working out the way that IG wanted to. And one of the reasons for that is because I think IG are just so locked in on looking for a big team fight. That's what they do. They always team fight. And when they're not team fighting, they're setting up for the next team fight. They don't necessarily want to play a slow and structured game. They don't necessarily want to play for all of this, you know, like intricate stuff. Let's just get 5 people on the screen and just get a big engage. Weirdly, I also think, so folks, in case you didn't know, Vampire plays on locked camera. I feel like this weirdly helps the mentality of like, I need all 10 players on my screen at once. I'm looking for the big engage.
Well, we'll see if they can find it. I will say IG, second in the league for bloodiness, which is essentially a stat of like how many kills happen per minute, etc. Second in the league, only behind AL, which, to be honest, I never would have expected AL to be #1 on that stat. I would have expected maybe BLG or a team like that, but either way, it's IG in second place. We'll see if they can push that forward. Similarly, though, on a different blood-related stat, EDG are third for first blood percentage. So expect an early punch from EDG, but for IG to not let that go unpunished.
I think that's a great way to characterize these two teams. IG constantly looking to fight, constantly looking to scrap, and setting up for the next big play. I think EDG on the other side, they are the team which play through that early game. They play through JJ in that early game as well. If you can get the ball rolling, it is a good thing for EDG. We're into draft now to see who gets that first blow.
Only time will tell. IG on the blue side as EDG start off on our red side. And there's been a few picks. Honestly, first pick in the tournament right now, very, very open, depending on the teams that you're talking about. And I mean, Lilia comes through for GLFS. Again, not a first pick you would necessarily expect, but it feels so open on what you want to prioritize right now.
It's a good takeaway from JJ, and it's one of GLFS's better picks as well. You still have the Ashe available, you still have the Lucian available, you have Renekton, which has been very powerful as well. I mean, I think of the top lane matchups in Nirvana, I think in Ascension it's different, particularly in Nirvana. I think the one player that could potentially punish you for going that Renekton is YSKM, who locks in a duelist, which can potentially get the better of you. EDG immediately snap locking in those very powerful early lanes.
Both players with a single game on either of these picks. Neither of them wins, unfortunately. We'll see if those fortunes can change and if we can get some good flanks from Solica later on this Renekton. If you can find an advantage up top. I will say Gnar is open for YSKM. We've also seen some Jax lanes beating Renektons, which is not how it's meant to go, but it has happened. Cassante comes through, though, for YSKM in the end. And you'd anticipate a mid pick here to go up into this Lucian.
Yeah, I think that could be a decent lock-in. I mean, you could just go towards the Corki, even though it's a losing early match.
I reckon Yone, if it's Nani, you know, he just loves Yone.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I was wrong.
Sadly, Corki's just a thing. Corki exists. Corki's easy. On the other side, I was wondering whether they'd lock in something like that Kai'Sa or the Brand. I think JJ, one of his very best junglers, has been that Brand. He's had some troubles getting his teamfight positioning right recently, though, so that will have to be a step up from him. Immediately now banning away the Kai'Sa from Arn, and I think Arn's champion pool getting targeted is very important. Talk about this in the lead up to this game. Arn is realistically the best player on IG, and if he has agency on stuff like the on the Kai'Sa, his Ziggs as well are very, very powerful, then I think IG will always prioritize that because he's so good at carrying his team.
Gives him that much needed AP as well, the Ziggs and the Kai'Sa. Could easily be the two bans coming up through. Ezreal taken away from Leave. Just trying to get rid of the champions with high carry potential, I suppose. The Draven actually removed from Arn here. You could get rid of something like a Zeri as well if you really want to get rid of the big carries that have been starting to take control of the meta recently.
I wonder whether we're going to see Kalista even coming out of Arn at this point. Is Leave likely blocking something like the Zeri with the Misfortune gone? You could maybe go for a Varus as well, but I feel like it's maybe asking for it versus a Lilia and a Cassante. So I feel like maybe the Zeri being considered by Leave, haven't targeted that support pool. I feel like you don't necessarily want to lock in your support right now because there are more of them available, but they go towards that Rel anyway. It's a takeaway from Vampire, one of his more favored picks.
The Rel. I mean, I do like Rel alongside a Brand. I have to say that is a combo that I thoroughly enjoy. But it does mean Ziggs has been left wide open for Arn, so wouldn't be too surprised to see that slammed. We've seen more and more Senna coming through recently, but I do prefer the Ziggs here. I think it's not only is it a really good pick for Arn specifically, I think it's just a very strong kind of underutilized pick in the LPL. It will be logged in for Arn. We've seen the Nautilus hovered on the other side. Would not be surprised at all to see that.
don't you dare hover that. Don't you dare hover that, Yumi. I don't want to see that back in pro play. They'll get themselves something like that Nautilus. They could potentially go for Rakan as well if they want to be a little stronger in lane. Rakan just tends to be with his sustain, but the Nautilus very likely to lock in there, which leaves us now with last pick AD carry for Leave. Now, he had a game on Smolder recently, so that is a genuine hover. He also ended up getting caught out in the late game on that Smolder, so we'll see whether that has now dissuaded him from going towards that pick again. We did question whether that Zeri would come in as well. I think that EDG, they'd have a huge AoE team fight combo if they did have the Zeri, the Brand, and the Ral all going in at the same time, and is going to get locked in. IG potentially have range advantage with Swirl Seeds, with bombs, and then also the Corki Rockets. On the other side, EDG, I do think that they have a very strong top side of the map early, and of course that AoE team fight, if they can catch IG when they're stacked, will be very, very powerful.
Certainly potential to pop off, isn't there, for EDG? With a Zeri, the Renekton potential flank, the Rel Brand combo, you can definitely see how those fights can occur. The problem is, if you are grouping up like that for a fight, Lilia sort of comes into her own. However, if you stay at arm's length, it could be difficult for GLFS to get into these fights. A lot of this for IG going to be down to Vampire. If you can find those hooks, if you can find those engages, and also if they can find vision control to play around YSK, and we've seen them trying to get some flanks across this split, often getting some very, very, very deep flanks, which isn't always the way. And we'll see if that's going to be the case here. Both top laners on the flankers usually leads to some interesting shenanigans leading into the team fights. And to be honest, my word of the day today is going to be shenanigans, because IG versus EDG, there's just no two ways about it. This is going to be pure shenaniganery from the word go.
So we have two previous World Championship organizations falling on hard times here for our first matchup of the day down here in Group Nirvana. They're both sat at 1 and 3. We talked about the implications of that. If you drop to a series loss here, you go to 1 and 4, and you can't even get above 50% win rate, even at best case scenario beyond this series. So very important for both these teams to keep fate in their own hands.
They want to keep control of their own destinies. But there's not even a twisted fate in the game. Only time will tell who can take this off. IG versus EDG, it's game number 1. Let's kick this off.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
So, starting off with abhorrent puns, as I intend to go on. We'll see how these two teams intend to go on, though. Interesting compositions as Wink flashing up his 2018 IG emotes, as he should. Remember, for anyone that missed us in the intro, Wink and Cryan were on IG last time these two teams faced. Vampire was on EDG. We had a big old switcheroo in between the spring and summer split, and Nani has stepped into the mid lane to replace Cryan.
Also want to just say as well, Cryan just flashed one of the faker emotes, the broccoli one. I'm just going to say, Knight lost his Ahri win streak by using the faker skin yesterday. I just want to see if this is going to be a curse, particularly in the LPL. I've got my eyes on you, Cryan. You know, he's picked up that Lucian. It's a good early lane matchup into the Corki. There has been a lot of discussion about mid lane Lucian, about is it good? Is it just another AD carry you can play in mid lane? Specifically into Corki, I really like that Lucian. As soon as you get that E, you can hop out of that boss bomb. At level 1 as well, it's much easier for you to hit that piercing light through the minions, which gives you the wave push, but then also damage onto the enemy champion. Boss bomb, sometimes you have to choose between the wave and the enemy champion, which can kind of lead to you losing the push or losing trades in the early few levels. You need to see Cryan make the most of it, but I think here in the LPL, we're starting to zero in on this pick.
Certainly are. Just still made me laugh that Lucian's passive was turned into something where you get benefits from being supported on. Needs to be supported down at this bottom side. Flashes galore come across as Wink gets an auto in. Leave low, but Vampire now set back in as well. This is a very nice start to the lane from EDG. Both IG's bot lane is less than 200 HP.
Now, sometimes you can really or underestimate the damage coming through from Azeri early because of that full stack passive. Goes on to Arn. He's going to have to teleport back to lane before 3 minutes in. He gets himself, does he even get himself a potion? He actually didn't get his full HP back, so he pops a potion, gets himself, or I think he might have even sold it because it's not even ticking, gets himself a refill pot. Now EDG will be getting themselves their own resets at this point. It's a couple of summoners down on either side. I don't really know because Leave ends up... oh no, I was about to wonder whether they kind of won out from that trade. By getting the Cull, yes, they have won out on that trade.
He'll be very happy with that early recall. Will Leave, and he gets to slide halfway to lane. You can see managed to make it from the inhibitor just past the tier 2. So nice bit of stuff there from Leave. He'll be able to return to lane. Shouldn't lose too much. Should be pushing back towards him as well with the fact that the wave crashed. So positives for EDG straight off of the bat to start the 2v2.
Yeah, and top lane as well, likely to be winning because you have that Renekton. GLFS is down a bot, so this is not the play you wanted,
as he
folks.
arrives, it's a complete disaster. We've only just begun. Leave has cleansed, but I mean, there's no CC coming through. It's just pure damage on the side of IG. Wink surely will fall. Aftershock keeps him alive for a moment, but the red buff, no. The W dot from Vampire, I think, was enough to finish it. Maybe that was Ignite last second.
I think I look at that Ignite and call out, and I think that definitely helped in that one. So Vampire draws first blood, very typical of him, and very in keeping with the name of that one against EDG. Leave and Wig, guys, come on, play towards your jungler. He's not going to be everywhere at once. Now JDG is in bot side, and there is no flash on Arn, but this is, you know, EDG has set themselves up for success in that season 2. The fact that they end up going in as the jungler arrives, this is just like, look, your jungler is on top side taking top scuttle. Why are you doing this? You know that even if jungler's not necessarily, you know, in your lane, they're at least going to be on bot scuttle because they've just spawned. Why would you go in at that timestamp? That's just thinking. That's thinking just on your screen.
Do you want to know my favorite thing about that? Is there's a Warder Raptors. They knew GLFS was in the bottom quadrant if they'd looked at their minimap within the last 2 minutes. Like, they had full information there.
They don't know he's on bot side. Bottom crab has spawned. You have a ward on Raptor. Come on, guys. Come on.
The funniest thing is, Wink has often been the player that we talk about for EDG being one of the more stable players on the map. He's the one that goes in, tries to make the play alongside Leave. Did not work out. High risk, high reward, I guess, except the reward would have been a positive trade and the risk was both of you die bot lane. Luckily, both didn't die though, so Leave 10 CS up. You can see there's a big wave pushing towards Arn, so that'll just about even up on the bottom side. And all things considered, we're sort of just even. After all of that, the bot lane is pretty much just even because Arn should have a minor CS lead when this is all done and dusted. Although I say that, actually, maybe not. Maybe Leave is just slightly ahead with that cull as well.
Yeah, you know, there's a funny point about this too. This is probably, weirdly, one of the least amount of AD carries we've seen in a game for a while, and we still have 3 of them. One of them is a Ziggs, so it doesn't really count in terms of IG there, but you still have that Corki. We had a series earlier in the week, which had average of 5 AD carries per game, because we had at least 1 in top lane as well. What's happened to the game I love, Joe? What's happened to this? The fact that we've suddenly got 80 carries everywhere, it's got a little bit too much at this point. I don't quite understand why. I mean, we could even have more than that. So you can have them in jungle with Graves and Kindred. You can have them multiple in mid lane. Of course, you got the bot lane. You can see them being played top lane now.
I don't think he really falls into the marksman category.
Bring back, what is it? The old Mafia Graves. That one. That's the old
Here we go. Stun, CC chain, big burn damage, but that is a Cassante. He's pretty tanky at this point in the game and will walk away with his life. Big move up to that top side from EDG as they took the 3 groups for themselves. And IG got that first strike, but JJ wants to grab a blue buff on top, but GLFS looking to answer on the opposite side.
Is West Ham does have that ultimate, which is very, very helpful for surviving dives, and then you've got your W as well. At least be careful here, the wave will get stacked up. This is the bonus of having your Renekton. It just gives you this early wave control when you need it. JJ could potentially flash forwards.
Oh, he is. And that's the W down, so Wise Game will burn to a Cinder. And that will be EDG grabbing their first kill of the game. Leave, that is a dangerous place to be, my friend, as he's taking a good chunk here. All available for GLFS, so is Cleanse though, but it doesn't matter, because Vampire just flashes to finish the job.
I mean, I guess he just says, let's make like a tree and get out of here. Leave, dies with his flash, being able to E over a wall if he wanted to. What is he doing there? You're on weak side. See, really quite questionable plays here from the bot lane of EDG in the early game. You know you're on that weak side. I don't even mind looking for the blue buff steal, but that is just egregious. This is just not what the start which you want from EDG's AD carry, who's had some good games recently. I've liked some of his Kai'Sa performances. He's ended up having some late game, like hero plays. The early game here is really not working for him.
I mean, again, like, I've said this before about him, I still feel the exact same way. He's just a player that's always looking for the hero play. You don't always have to be a hero.
Yes. Sometimes you just got to turn up. You got to clock in. You got to do your day job. On the other side, you know, yeah, when you've got JDG on this early game kind of power, sure, I understand that. Leave was looking for the passive auto steal maybe onto the camp at that point, but dude, just get out of here.
Yeah, it's like, the initial contest on the camp is fine, but then just leave. You're level down, you're not going to win that 1v1. Like, even as the 1v1, he doesn't win that. But then Vampire moves over as well. It's like, I don't know what you expected.
While all this is happening as well, On gets a turret play or two on bot lane. Yeah, he gets 3 in fact. 3 bot lane turret plays because there are Ziggs on strong side. I think Ziggs has often been viewed as a champion that should just be left on weak side to wave clip. No, this guy destroys turrets if you ever let him close to them. The fact that he gets that amount of gold puts him now ahead of Leave. I think the composition from EDG doesn't deal well with the Ziggs either. There's no hyper tank there to stop the skill shots going into your backline. The first person picked off by a Nautilus, and the Nautilus has 2 kills by the way. Vampire is doing a lot of bloody work down there. It's going to be a really difficult game now for EDG if this Ziggs gets off the ground, and it feels like they're getting that way as it stands. But a lot of that is through EDG just bluntly making mistakes in this bot side rather than him, as he more typically does, earning them himself. Arn has been a great player of this Ziggs. He's had an easy game of it though this time.
I was going to say, he's not had any chance to earn an advantage himself because EDG have just been handing it over like freely. He's never even had to make an effort at this point. Unfortunate start for EDG, but it's certainly not over just yet. They are actually up in gold ever so slightly. Advantages to be found with this Renekton pushing up in the top side. You're always going to be able to get that CS advantage, especially when JDG and Wink consistently enter your lane and kill your lane opponent. Pentakill will be very happy with how that one started. So will JDG getting that kill on the brand. So there are positives still going for EDG. It just feels like when Arn is set up, IG look at their best. And it does feel like, especially with that Lilia Ziggs combo, Arn is really set up.
He is absolutely chilling right now. Gets himself that Ludens as well in, which is a very good burst item. Vampire doesn't have flash. Now, this is the negative. You killed off Leave with that flash. Awesome, cool, great moment. Flashy, that'll be in the montage reel. You don't have it to now contest around the grubs, so now you're going to have 6 grubs. It is Grubageddon. We've got Swarm mode. We brought it in. We've got Swarm mode here, right in the LPL. You heard it here first. First professional game of that one. And they're going to use that very quickly to go towards top tower, but not before the satchel probably kills bot tower.
Yeah, can they beat the Ziggs? Absolutely not. Nobody can beat the Ziggs is the answer to that question. So YSKM will be able to clear the way. Try to get Leave underneath the tower there. Doesn't quite get him in range. But I'm not sure YSKM will be able to defend this tower for too much longer. That said, I don't know whether Leave, he's been left on his own. Whether he can actually pressure that tower by himself, probably not. So all things considered, EDG, they got the grubs, but they don't really get anything else off the back of it. And they're losing 2 waves to the tower in bottom lane.
Yeah, the fact that they, again, threw a boatload of gold over to Arn and Vampire, that's a problem now. They've gotten way more gold out of that bot lane than they should have done. Zeri is very good at just sitting there and wave clearing a lot of the time. Now they rotate Leave up towards the top side to use those grubs, hopefully get some gold back by taking their top lane out of turret. That will help, but the fact is you are already... I don't like saying outscaled a lot in the current meta because I think there's so much in execution. I think scaling is a strange conversation anyway. I think in this game, EDG probably are just bluntly outscaled though by the side of IG. Giving gold to that scaling component doesn't help. They might try and dive YSKM again, or at least take the turn.
Alright, can YSKM do some Cassante things? A bomb comes through to clear the wave. He doesn't even need to do Cassante things when the minion wave just evaporates. Leave sticking around as Vampire. Going to try and protect his top laner. YSKM here to try and clear those minions once more. Leave can't really step too close because Cassante, he will kidnap you and he will have his way with you. That's not what Leave wants to happen on that top side. So he has to back away. Great play, Arn's ult, and a Vampire roam.
I also like what YSCAP was doing there. Of course, Zeri can't directly attack the auto attack. It's just whatever the first thing in front of it is. If you stand between Zeri and the turret, she auto attacks you and she takes minion aggro, she takes tower aggro. So just delayed it a little bit. It's not going to be the most important thing. I just like it. I like calling up a small understanding of mechanics. I think YSCAP, he's not necessarily known for his Cassante in the way that his duelists are. I think even though he's 1k down, I'm looking forward to seeing his teamfight impact. Last time he was on this pick, I remember him having some huge team fights on the champion, and given that IOG really need him to have a team fight impact now, to be that bulwark in front of EDG as they try and use this Renekton brand early game kind of damage, that's going to be very important.
I will say, early in the game, with a Thornmail versus Zeri, I think just standing still in front of her might be your highest DPS option anyway. Just getting the damage.
Big brain.
He's just utilizing that item pickup. I will say, looking across the gold leads right now, it is EDG slightly ahead, but I'm pretty sure I'm alongside many players when I say I think I'd rather have the 800 gold lead on a Ziggs than a 1000 gold lead on a Renekton. But we'll have to see. Only time will tell. EDG certainly not out of the running, and with a gold lead with 6 grubs, there's still plenty of opportunity to find advantages. I'm looking towards Crying there as well in the side lane. He's got that Lucian, which he so often can find side lane pressure. He's got 6 grubs to work with. It's definitely a composition that can quite happily pressure in the side lanes with the Renekton and with the Lucian.
It's going to teleport back towards mid lane. 6 grubs means that, what, about a third to a half of this turret is already going to be gone. Yeah, just around about that third of that HP. 6 grubs really is a win condition. Giving that over is very powerful. Now, IG, they do not want to give this Herald over.
Topside objective battle, EDG managed to get it. That's a huge depth charge and a bomb on top of it as YSKF dives into the action for more. Now the flank from Solo Kill, his opportunity to shine for the side of EDG. He's 1v3 right now, and he'll take down Vampire. That's a shutdown on the Nautilus, but Solo Kill dies for it too.
So what does that end up being? 2 for 1 overall. Herald does go down. I'm trying to see if it's in the inventory of anyone.
EDG took it, but nobody grabbed the eye, I think.
Right, I was sat there like, okay, I don't see it on the minimap. I don't see it on any of those trinkets, so that is exactly what happened. It goes down, but I think IG, in a lot of ways, that's mission accomplished. They do lose an extra kill, but the fact that that Herald doesn't end up going to the side of EDG means that despite the fact that they have 6 grub, breaking that mid lane out of turret is going to be very hard. If they had that Herald, they'd be able to pressure that. Even with just an extra auto attack or 2 more, could have been enough. JDG caught out. Dude, he's just caught recalling.
I mean, that's just unfortunate. As the stalwart veteran, the guy that's leading the charge that we always talk about, can't really be caught out making mistakes like that. That is rough for EDG now, because as you were talking about, they just sort of won the fight. They technically got the Herald and the gold from it at very least without grabbing the eye, but now losing all tempo off the back of that pick. You see, they smited start off the deck charge from Vampire is fantastic.
Yeah. I felt like the fight should have been over at that point. The fact that the Zigzag didn't really quite catch the targets they wanted to makes this a lot more even than it could have been. Exceedingly right. Santa does in the back of this, trying some slick ice skating there on the Lucians, almost went out that fight, but they don't end up getting that Herald, as we just called out. It means that EDG don't get themselves the easy way to break open that mid lane turret. It means that IG can breathe a sigh of relief. Arn is going to be wave clearing for forever and a day now, from that mid lane to keep that turret.
So, we have a moment of respite, but in 90 seconds, Ocean Drake's going to come back onto the map. Recall from YSKN. Sticks around. I don't know if he should have. He's made a terrible mistake. 1v1 with Cryan potentially. Teammates are on their way. Cryan flashes from the stun. And suddenly YSKN alone should have finished the recall, my friend.
Oh dear. So EDG, they do send 3 towards the bot side with the Shiv on Zeri now. Thing is, we talked about the Ziggs being very good at wave clearing through mid lane. Of course, that's one of the highlights of League of Legends history. It kind of ruined Season 4 for an entire year, folks, if you ended up missing that one way back in the day. But when you have the Shiv on Zeri, you're completely fine to keep doing that wave clear yourself. The Zigzag down towards bot lane, tried to save that turret, because again, this is the way that you try and stop that 6 grubs getting huge value. EDG need this gold, and they need it as soon as possible. They're an earlier game composition with the Lucian and the Renekton really wanting to use that power spike and staying ahead of the game. I think that the Lucian is better, still good into the late game, but he is much better when he gets to be ahead of the game. The fact that now you have a broken mid lane turret, because you didn't pick up that Herald. You don't get that bot lane turret as well because you've got the Zigzalt wave clearing his side lanes too, not just his own lane. It's going to slow down EDG's roll. They need to really get on the board as soon as possible to make sure that IG don't get ahead, or at least stay within touching distance up until the point where they have their items, and it's not really a fight at all in the late game.
Mid prime for EDG, Prime TPing in as well to join the Death Ball, who are looking towards the strength. It looks like IG perhaps just going to forego this one. GLFS on that top side going for a Scuttle Crab. Enemy Croaks would be up, but I don't know if he wants to venture quite that far. But EDG not going to start the Drake on spawn, and it means IG can contest this wave. They can get priority for themselves, and now they're the ones moving into River instead.
Yeah, Vampire does have the depth charge, does have that hook. Maybe trying to get a chunk out of Leaf. He does manage to get a bit. Try to see how big that Ziggs ultimate is, how big that Lilia is as well. With the flash Lilia Q available, that can be so powerful.
Solokill's trying to get a flank, but his team's already in the fight. That's a huge kill onto Wink. Leave dives forward to try and start more. Solokill moving forward. GLFS forced to flash away. Gets a double sleep. Bomb available for Arn. Just goes for the front line. Solokill chunked. Leave now caught. Has to flash back away from YSKM. EDG trying their damnedest, but falling short.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the one kill onto EDG, but the fact that they lose so much health bar is a big problem. Teleport back in from IG. They're very happy to continue this dance themselves. Leave tried to find that kind of thread the needle and get that Zeri team fight. Just doesn't have the items just yet, and IG, this is a really good side. They are a team comp, which I think does better in the late game, but they're already contesting and winning fights here at the 19-minute mark. So that's going to be very powerful for them if they do get themselves that dragon as well, which is very likely to. They're also going to have soul point, which means they have more late game macro options. They can either give up dragons or they can try and look for that soul themselves. Starts off with, again, the kind of the trade of aftershocks between the supports. JDG does get a decent pyroclasm across the team, but it's just not quite enough to get the kills at this point. I think Leave chooses the right opportunity to go in as well, because you need to go in before that Nautilus hook is back up. Swirl Seed ends up really making a difference here, though, at the same time. Lilia does use the flash, but still, going even in these fights would have been good. The fact that they get that extra kill and the dragon, very much a win for IG.
I mean, putting themselves on soul point is phenomenal news for the team. Like, not only is that a win condition, it's also denying a potential win condition for EDG for 20 minutes, basically. Fantastic stuff inside of IG to be able to get that fight. Recall just about comes through in time. As Wink arrived in that brush, had his knockback primed, but GLFS got out of dodge. So 6-4, 3 Drakes. Gold just about even as EDG get an opportunity to take a tower, but it will be traded in the top side, so gold will remain even. Does feel IG favored right now, and I just want to quickly mention, I think we should celebrate it while we can. IG quietly having a really nice game on this Nautilus. Vampire, sorry, not IG.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's been playing out the team quite well. The laning phase in the early game was very good too. Swassy's going to land onto JDG. I don't think that's going to lead to anything. I was wondering if we just pull that ultimate if Arn was in range, not to be the case. Solokill pops his ult to wave clear through here. Leave was rotated down towards that bot side to get themselves some more of that gold, but it does mean that he's not here to wave clear through mid lane, which means Arn is going to take this mid lane turret. You know, IG, they're not a team which I've particularly praised the macro of before. They're a team which typically look towards the big fights, but they really are getting themselves good tower gameplay. I think that particularly Arn, with his wave clear, delaying EDG from using those 6 grubs and just holding the bot lane turret for so long, holding the mid lane turret for even longer, it's still there, has slowed down EDG so much to the point where now IG are trading up in towers now versus EDG across the board too. They're still only behind, they are still behind a little bit of gold, but again, this team comp doesn't mind being behind a little bit, but they're still getting themselves towards their items, and EDG, they're going to get towards the end of the power spike of that Renekton fairly soon, and that's going to be a big problem for EDG.
Randuin's just finished off for YSKM as well. That guy in the top lane, he is a problem now. That is a high-value Randuin. That is a high-value Thornmail. YSKM is going to be really tough to bring down. JJ basically the only one that's going to be really able to shred YSKM, but do you want your brand's full combo going onto the K'Sante? Probably not. So we'll see how EDG deal with that later on. I remember IG won this matchup last time around. EDG were having a truly terrible split for themselves. They switched around. They took Crane and Wink, and IG took Vampire, and it feels like Vampire knows how important this matchup is for him personally. He was on the losing side last time around, wants to be winning
So, JDG, they need to break this mid lane out of turret. That is mission number 1. Pentakill has ult, has flash. It is so hard to go into this tower team. It's hard to do it without the tower involved. If the tower's also there, it's not exactly going to get any easier. Dragon's up in 2 minutes. That's a sole point for IG. EDG, I'm not going to... They have like one more big fight in them, I think, but then I think their team composition is going to run into some real big roadblocks beyond that point. If they do get a big win, potentially it's Dragon and it's Baron and it's mid lane turret, there's a whole host of objectives up on the map, depending on how many people survive the next big fight. IG just needs to be aware that they can probably slow down if they want. That doesn't mean they don't have to look for fights. I think that they have themselves the Seekers on Lilia. That's very powerful because Lily with Zhonya's is a completely different champion to Lilia without that. Of course, have 2.5 items on. You have triple teleports. You have so many options to approach the next few minutes that I think IG should be absolutely chilling right now. The onus is on EDG to find a good fight. IG don't even need to be angling for that at all. Even though it's IG, and IG do love to look for those big fights, they're not forced to at all.
They're not forced to. I will say, I do feel that they are capable of fighting at this point in the game. You know, 2.5 fights on the Ziggs, like you say, Lilia very close to finishing that Zhonya's, but has the Seekers, so functionally has that gameplay pattern for the next fight. Any 2.5 items, you're tanking once again. Getting strong as well. Perhaps War Mogs would be nice for Vampire before you're really looking for the big extended engages, but Drake coming up in 20 seconds, and it looks to me like IG want to fight for it.
So look for the skill shots like those bombs and the swirl seeds. They can actually lead to a big fight in themselves if they hit the right targets. Those swirl seeds have been very, very good from GLFS so far. He's going to go on a bit of a vision removal plan there. Doesn't manage to do any of that on the 2 different wards around the flank. Solo kill. He needs to have himself a huge team fight as well. Big combo up on the table. Here comes Wink.
Wink goes in but finds nothing, and Vampire flips it around. Horsey down. Solo kill into 4. Good damage on GLFS, but that's all he'll get. Bomb on his head, and he's exploded into a million pieces. And YSKM says, this is a flank. JJ barely gets out with his life as Leave is sent packing. Health bars are low for IG. Maybe a miracle can come on through. Leave trying to carry the fight here. The bombs, the swirl seeds flying in his direction. He survives, but IG low. Can they actually take the Drake? They are going to commit. No ult on JJ. This should be solved.
And Leave almost gets himself again that big team fight. I really would like to praise him, but it just doesn't feel like he can get the damage down to win these fights. He's almost threading the needle to get the big AoE, but it's IG that are getting it first. Wink misses his big engage, and it feels like that was the moment where JDG kind of fell apart. We get ourselves a pause after that point, and this is what I like to call the camera of shame. Whoever it goes to first is the person that called the pause, so it's likely IG that caused that.
Maybe. I reckon it's Leave. I reckon Leave chucked the pause. It was like, hang on, I've seen Ruler in that situation. There's a quadra kill appears on the screen. Where's my quadra kill? That didn't quite... It didn't... I'm on Zeri. I thought that was automatic. What do you mean they nerfed it?
Yeah, we saw too many Pentakills on that champion. We saw way too many Pentakills. I mean, I thought it was bad enough when... Remember, we had like a release of Phelios and release Samira. That was Samira was around that time where Collector was really, really strong when it first got introduced in the game in 2020 as well. So Collector would execute so many things on like below 10% HP, I think it was at that point. It was effectively just a walking Pentakill machine. And yet even then, Zeri had even more. I cannot believe that happened with this champion. There is a good reason we kept this champion down for a long time.
I still maintain that the most obnoxious version of Zeri wasn't even just the outright broken release version. It was the lawnmower version, where you go Titanic Hydra plus the Hurricane, and you just, not only do you shred team fights, you're also totally invincible. Like, that's just not acceptable.
Funnily enough, on Zeri's release, I did a segment which was the Zeri release spotlight. It was one of the very first times I'd done like a studio broadcast. It was great, really good fun memories of that. One line, I think, even with all the changes from Zeri from that was, which I think has aged well, is that Zeri is a champion which doesn't always do the most damage, especially when you compare it to like an Aphelios or Jinx or whatever. The problem with Zeri is that you can't stop her from doing that damage, especially when we've had like the big bruisery builds when she just gets a million HP, and when we had the stacking movement speed as well. Even with all those changes, she still has somewhat retained that identity where if you don't kill the Zeri, you're still afraid of the Zeri. IG kind of get away with it in the last couple of fights because the entire rest of the team is dead and you do have that Nautilus, but that has forever been one of the big issues about that champion.
Still is, to some extent at least. We'll see if she ends up being a problem today. It doesn't feel like Leaf is getting much of a chance to be a problem today. And I think that's one of the things that this Ziggs brings to a composition, honestly, is that you can play these fights at range. You don't have to fully commit in the same way. Obviously, you can still go for big sort of wombo combos alongside that Ziggs, but you can also play a much more distanced game. And with the Swirl Seeds coming on through, with Corki Rockets coming on through, and these Ziggs bombs, it does feel like IG's team fights haven't really been full commit team fights in the way that you think, in the way that you typically think of team fights. And up against things like a brand, things like a Zeri, that's fantastic to not be full committing, to not be grouping up.
Yeah. I have to say, I've largely liked what Leaf's been doing in regards to, you know, the hook being used and then Zeri trying to look for an engage. This one's kind of sad, because the hook ends up hitting as Wink goes through, so Wink flashes over the hook and, one of his teammates gets hit as well. See how hard it is for the Renekton to play out these team fights too. If he doesn't get a great angle and immediately one-shot someone, it just feels like you get left alone like a 1v4. Renekton really, at max, was 1v3 with one of those players being a lower damage support or something like that. And you know, I do feel like on the whole, the team fights have been, you know, like largely IG favored, but you can see some of these gaps where EDG's AD carries can slot themselves in the cracks as the CC's been used. However, now the Ocean Soul's gone over. You are now behind in gold for the first time. And this is where I feel like EDG's composition and the weakness of it now starts to get exposed. You didn't get the early game advantages that you need. We very rarely give out that Renekton pass, which is you get this early game lead. Okay, now win team fights with it, please. We've given you these resources. It gets that much harder now. A 1,000 gold lead for a Renekton is not the same as a 1,000 gold lead for this Corki, for this 6.
And I will say, I think this is one of Vampire's best games from recent memory. Really good performance on this Nautilus up against his old team. I feel like Vampire today is incensed. He wants this win so incredibly badly. This one's not really about the LPL. This one's personal. This one is about him versus EDG. Win. The replacement wants to make it happen, but Vampire dives into the backline, gets on to Leave, but in the meantime, Solo Kill on the flank trades 1-for-1. Leave goes down as the top laners both just trade their lives for a kill on the AD carry.
It's a 2-for-2, all things said and done, and EDG, that felt like it should have been the big moment. Arn gets caught out, he still has that flash. He's going forward, Cryer not going down, and it still remains that 2-for-2. EDG throw an awful lot out, it's still an even fight. They have yet to have a clean win.
So we're just quickly bringing to attention the fact that IG did finish off that Ocean Soul. It was just after the pause that they finished it, so we didn't really mention it down. Oh my god, what is that? That is half a Crier's health in a big one. That is ridiculous.
Big one of the Muramana. Right, we'll get a replay of that one too. As Wink has himself the Hex Slash. And then you get the brand damage over to, if you have a flash from JJ, that the team fight, and maybe the game turns with it, but you don't quite get the brand damage at the right kind of moment. Leave gets caught out by YSKM. That's really important. If Leave is alive after that point, things change a massive amount. Baron's going to get started. EDG, can they get here in time? I think so, yes, just about, but Wink isn't there to be the engage.
I thought IG would just peel off, but they are sticking around for this one. Solo Kill already chunked as YSKM moves over. Remember, Ocean Soul means they can keep this up all day long. The sustain is there, and IG take Baron. EDG try and contest, but never really commit.
And you can still see that EDG... that's a
He
great
must have died during the
question.
replay, right?
I said, yeah, I saw that he was dead and I just assumed, oh, it's post-team fight. But then, yeah, Leave was back up anyway, so that one's a little strange. And EDG, they do what I'd like to call some Safari League of Legends. They look at the wildlife going down. They don't really do anything about that Baron. They don't really find themselves anything else. Wink ended up face-checking. He goes down from that one. EDG, they got a bit of a Safari to the Baron pit, and they don't take mid lane turret. They could have at least taken that while the Baron was going down. You didn't have the flash on JJ. And now EDG, they find themselves at a point where, again, they are down in gold. They are now against that Baron, against the Soul, and they still haven't taken the mid lane turret. They still haven't taken that one at 30 minutes almost into the game.
That's after, oh, hang on, engage comes through onto Cryer and flashes to safety, but the bomb on top of the burn! What a combo from IG! Not even a flash and a dash can save you now. And with Ocean Salt, they can keep this up. They don't even have to recall from the chunks. Naney gets a tower in the bottom side as well. Leave trying to do something to answer. He's looking for a tier 2. At least that'll be some gold onto the Zeri, but it'll be in trade for potentially 2 inhib towers here.
Getting hit by, I believe that was an unassisted swell seed as well. GLFS, great accuracy, but also you have E, you have Flash, you're a mobile AD carry, you have that summoner spell. At this moment, you can't afford to go down like that. So that's going to be an inhib down. It's likely going to be with the rest of the Baron buff to another inhib taken in the mid lane. Wouldn't surprise me to see IG stack up and take that one. They can get themselves a recall. They can go towards an Elder in a minute if they want as well. EDG, I guess it's a blessing that the Elder is up. They might be able to get themselves an Elder flip because it feels like they're not winning any other way this game.
You know, it always makes me really nervous when Elder Dragon is spawning on the map. We've got 60 seconds, and IG, they've slowly but surely pushed this lead for themselves. It has felt IG control for the vast majority of this game. Brian, I mean, you just can't be getting hit by those, can you? You just can't.
No. It's an unassisted swell seed when you're a mobile AD carry. So I'm going to try to criticize some other AD carries here in the LPL as well. And now you just have to see those bowling balls going right the way down the map.
Cleanse was not quite off cooldown just then, so... Oh, okay, GLFS didn't actually have his ult. If that ult had been up and Cleanse wasn't, you just get this sleep into the bomb. Leave probably dies.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, just with the slow and the damage coming off of that, you're already gonna be in a lot of trouble. The Rift Maker's now come through for GLFS, so that's gonna add the extra kind of stacking damage over time.
Oh, this just feels so hard for EDG. Like, how are you gonna face check this? Even with everyone up on the map and nobody having been picked before the Elder spawns, how on earth are you face checking into this team? It's going to have to be Wink to do it. Solo Kill's going to try and push out bot side and potentially look for a flank, but the Elder's already started. They're just going to two-man this on an EDG. Going to have to desperately try and force their way in 3K on Elder. It's going to be smited, and now IG, they've lured EDG in towards them, and now with Elder should be golden. YSKM's in trouble, but Wink and Cryin are in even more. YSKM is going to go down on the top side, but it just does not matter. Lee nearly flashed into a bomb there, dives into the backside against Elder. The burn is plenty for Hunt to finish the job, and my goodness, IG, they've made a mockery of EDG.
This has not been close. EDG makes some mistakes in the early game. They give too much gold over towards that Ziggs, and the Ziggs demolishes the game alongside the rest of Invictus Gaming. They have turned up to play in what feels like a bit of a personal matchup for a lot of these teams.
Bit of a grudge match here. Solo Kill trying his best in these fights to get the backside, but ultimately, it's all IG to start us off today. Fantastic composition, fantastically played out. EDG, like you say, a few mistakes in the early game, but IG doing a phenomenal job to not only punish those mistakes, but then snowball towards a victory.
Yeah, no, that was, as far as it goes between these two teams particularly, that was a clean game from IG. We don't often see the clean games from them. The fact that they walked away with what was a pretty good early game, the gold onto the Ziggs, even if it was thrown to them by EDG's bot lane, you take those. Part of the skill of League of Legends is taking mistakes and making something bigger out of them. They absolutely did. I love the Lilia, I love that of Nautilus as well, the Ziggs following up with the combos. This was good games, a good game from IG.
Yep, great little start from IG. We're going to jump into a break and see if they can keep that going. EDG, though, this is a grudge match. I'm sure they're not going to go down without a fight. We'll have to find out after.
taken away, and numbers too great to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts, or stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covet our world. Gather our people, bring them to the ruins. You shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, rearm and take our aim. Rain down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think we would stand in their way. Oh, face 'em up, face 'em up. For we are true to our name. Once, a stealing course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on well. 'Cause we must live up to our name.
What's going on, gamers? Welcome back to the LPL. I'm still young and hip and also munchables, and I'm joined by old and boring Chimera. How's it going, mate?
Whatever. What?
I think I'm older than you,
younger
actually,
than
to
you.
be honest.
I am younger than you,
But in
significantly.
spirit, I'm still the young and cool one, and that's what's important.
I mean, I like some good 80s rock. I could be an older guy, I guess.
Yeah, you act like
Where are
it.
we going
You
with
act like it. IG versus EDG. IG winning game number 1. Let's take a look at what on earth happened during all of those shenanigans. JDG getting some good damage down, but aside from that, not a lot really going for EDG.
Yeah. Particularly, you know that huge amount of gold they threw up towards topside into their Renekton? What did that get them, Joe? That's 8, almost 9,000 damage in 32 minutes! Like, that's not what you want at all. EDG, they throw a load of resources towards the top side, they don't get anything from it, and it's really, Arn and GLFS, which really took over a lot of the damage. Nani also had some good damage too, of course, but, you know, IG, they were completely comfortable that game. YSCAM was fine to be on the weak side. He did a huge amount of work despite not having that gold on him, and, you know, we were wondering who was going to get the MVP. It is Vampire's first MVP. It probably is the best game he's played in the LPL so far. He walks away with a deserved MVP. His hooks were great. He played out the team fights well. He was constantly threatening the carries and had a good early game too by catching out a few others. And Vampire, this is a much needed step up from him. I think he has had a difficult summer. This was a good game.
Fantastic stuff to see. Vampire grabbing himself an MVP against his old team. Man, that's got to feel good for Vampire. The catharsism? Is that a word? It's
Catharsis.
cathartic. Ah, catharsis.
Yeah.
I knew it was close to a word.
Yeah.
You know, I talk for a living. I don't need to know words.
Yeah, you're young and hip. You don't need to know these words anymore.
Exactly.
I don't know what the heck's going on with these first picks, though. I mean, for one, we've not really picked up the Ashe in either of these two games either, which is a bit of a surprise to me. It's a very powerful pick. Renekton first pick for solo kill, who didn't manage to do anything with that last game, is really not what I would like to see from that. On the other side, you know, Nani's going to get himself that Lucian. And GLFS gets himself that Lily. He was a really important part of that last game. EDG already falling behind in the draft, it feels.
Nani also just getting the very comfortable pick for that mid lane as well. It's so nice to be able to blind that Lucian because it doesn't feel that great to play Yone, it doesn't feel that great to play the Corki. Tristana's gone. And so Cryan goes for the Azir instead. So a bit of a change in tack from EDG. And I wonder if they'll still go for an AP jungler alongside an Azir or maybe change things up.
Yeah.
A Vi would certainly help in terms of just pick a target, go on that target.
Yeah, that's really going to help EDG play out the early game a lot more aggressively too. Vi can very much force plays better than Lilia earlier into the game. Of course, your first clear is not as good, and you will be lacking some damage from that jungle. JJ had a monstrous amount of damage because he was that brand in that last game. Very different tack from EDG. It's still going towards that Renekton. They're still going to have an early game bias towards that as well. But you've also given Arn over his Kai'Sa. He's been very, very impactful on that. This is a very different draft from what we've seen in the entirety of the LPL. We don't really see that much Azir, and the Vi is becoming a bit more of a rarity as well. We did see a game from BLG, but this is already a very different draft from EDG.
I feel like EDG have looked at what like top esports and BLG were doing in their series and kind of going back to this previous style of AD junglers and AP mid laners. And maybe thinking, well, if it works at the top, maybe it can work for us too. It's certainly a style that the players will be more comfortable with based on what we've seen from them in the modern meta. However, IG very much sticking to what's been working, and I've got to say, I feel like a Rel would work wonders in this composition, but a Nautilus alongside a Kai'Sa in lane, with Vampire just getting an MVP on the Nautilus, maybe just, you know, what's not broken, don't fix. Oh! A Gwen instead!
Okay.
YSCAM takes Gwen into Renekton.
You still have YSCAM on your roster. You can just pick one of his champions. Last pick, the Vampire, means that he can kind of counterpick the support matchup as well if he particularly wants to. The Gwen is something that the IG have picked out for YSCAM just the once, I believe, so far this summer. He got a huge individual lead. Couldn't close it out, though, importantly. So we'll have to see if we can do one better than that. The Gwen does very much deal with the Renekton, though. Once you get towards 2-3 items, it can be a very dangerous matchup. So solo kill, we already had a difficult game one. We'll need to step up again to make sure that EDG don't just have this black hole of pressure coming out of side lanes in that top lane matchup.
So what support do you want to go, EDG? I feel like the Nautilus certainly works well with a Vi, right? Sets up to potentially, for Vi to follow up, or you can follow up on the Vi. Either way around works out. The Maokai would be an interesting pick. It is going to be locked in here. gives you that long-range engage for the Vice follow-up on.
Maokai is not the best laning pick though, which is a bit of a worry. In fact, IG discovered that themselves. They locked in a Maokai support. We don't see it that often, and they ended up getting blasted through that laning phase, which was really not that great. They pick in that Rel, so the Rel Kai'Sa should be definitely able to punish this bot lane again. So Leave and Wink, they will not like to be giving over that same kind of bot lane advantage they did in that first game. Very different style of composition from EDG. This time it's much easier for them to force fights. They have the better amount of play from range as well. They have Ezreal Qs, and they have themselves a lot of team fighting wombo combo potential as well. Maokai, Vile, there is Zir Shuffle as well. IG will need to be careful not to get picked off around the fringes, particularly with how quickly EDG's composition can bounce.
Snap Engage is fantastic. Also, I think the Maokai, really, really nice for just having someone that can cheat vision a little bit, so you don't just have to face check every time. The Saplings will buy you so much space, because Vi not the greatest when you have to face check. Renekton, he's kind of tanky, but he's not a true tank, you know? I feel like Maokai shores that weakness up a little bit.
You know, I used to call Maokai the anti-RNG or anti-Xiaohu pick, because before Maokai was really meta, we used to see them play the Smoke and Mirrors gameplay coming out of Fog of War. How do you come out of Fog of War when there's a sapling in every brush? So, IG, who typically go for those teamfight flanks themselves, YSK would like to be getting himself a dive onto the backline in some points in this game, I'm sure. He'll need to be careful of those saplings, and that maybe changes the way that these teams approach their angles to these teamfights.
It's going to be game number 2 here between IG and EDG. Last time around, 3 of these players were on opposite teams in this matchup. It was IG that won the matchup last time. Let's see if EDG can continue to exact their revenge as we get into game 2.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Ooh, I've just noticed something interesting there. We have an Electrocute Lucian in the mid lane. That's not going to be the press the attack. I don't think I've seen that one in pro play so far, so Nani going towards that one. I remember when, do you remember back when the Runes Reforged first came out, and we had, I think it was Thunderlord's Decree back then rather than the Electrocute. We used to see some of that from, we used to see double Thunderlord's bot lane with like Lucian, Thrash, stuff like that. You get so much burst in the early game. Electrocute was changed recently too. It is a better early game rune. It comes off a cooldown slightly more often. It doesn't scale up as well as it used to, but I want to see how Nani makes the use of that. Maybe that changes the way that you play into the Azir. Cry and use this as a counter pick into the Lucian. Typically the Lucian very good into the Corki. I don't love when the Lucian is blind picked at all times though, because it potentially does mean that you get yourself some worse trades. Immediately using that Electrocute though, and some good burst comes down.
Yeah, Electrocute getting buffed. I will say Dark Harvest was also buffed for laning. Yet to really see that come through. I'd be down to see it. Whether or not any players are willing to risk games on it is a different question. Yeah. But as a pure spectator, I'd be down to see how well that works out. We've seen a little bit of Dark Harvest this split.
Yes, you may take Dark Harvest and into with it, and that is a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Exactly. As a ARAM Dark Harvest enjoyer, I don't know about anyone else at home, but me and my friends when we play ARAM, it's Dark Harvest or nothing. It doesn't matter what you're playing Dark Harvest, and we are racing. It doesn't even matter if we win or lose. Whoever gets the most Dark Harvest stacks, they win.
It's my favorite style of ARAM gameplay. It's this Dark Harvest presence of mind, so you can just continually fight with the infinite mana because there are so many kills in that game load. And particularly when you have stuff like Kindred or Kayn or stuff like that, you just throw yourselves at the enemy to get whatever minigame it is your champion has to get the most out of that too. I feel like that is peak League of Legends. That's where I enjoy myself the most. It's none of this Summoner's Rift nonsense. No, none of that. You play for the minigames. That's what they're there for.
Speaking of minigames, Swarm, that's real League of Legends right there. I've been thoroughly enjoying spamming out the Vampire Survivor. I mean, Swarm that's come out recently. Fantastic little game. Well worth a grind. I mean, I've pretty much played almost exclusively Swarm yesterday. It was a good time.
It's like the one time I've ever played Briar as well, because she's really good at that mode. So I was like, okay, I get to learn. No, you don't really learn anything about those champions. They're completely different from the. When I feel like I'm learning bits and pieces about that.
Yeah, they sort of vaguely resemble the champions, as opposed to really.
It's like this has not been.
insane.
It's like resemblance to League of Legends champions is pure like or other fictional characters is purely like what was the warning they have on those shows of trying to say like, oh, if it's related to anything in real life, it's a complete chance or whatever that is. I feel like they need to have that for League of Legends champions in Swarm because they're just not the same. Early jungle path. Look, we haven't talked about the early jungle path thing. GLFS gets that level 4 and forces solo kill off tower. This is a bit of a problem because you do have that Renekton who's meant to be lane dominant. Already YSKM gets a wave onto the turret, already out trading early. That's a problem. That Renekton needs to be doing stuff early, otherwise this matchup will fall.
Certainly will, as Vampire, dodging a couple of skill shots, immediately throws that flare up. That's got to be satisfying for him, especially when he's playing against a player that he was on the same roster as. He's played bot lanes alongside Leave last year. It's very comfortable for him on the rails so far. Very quiet game to start us off, but typically when you see a Vi in the game, level 6 will be the moment where things really start to kick off. Still a couple of levels away from that as JJ maybe wants to call me a liar. Moves up towards this top side. I mean, solo kill not going to be level 6. It doesn't feel like a dive angle to me.
I think that feels like a bit of a scouting play where you just get yourself a ward over onto one of the camps, make sure that solo kill's happy to crash that wave. And of course, Vi can force plays at level 3 because you can kind of flash dance like that. Brian, just to flash dance his way out of this one, maybe. Or just shuffle away.
I've got to say, this electrocute illusion feels pretty good to me. The trades early on in this lane start to really hurt for Cryan. Nani won't be able to find too much in the way of a CS lead here as TP available for Cryan, but Nani smartly just going to leave the wave as it is. It's still pushing towards him as he goes for a TP, grabs a call.
Right. This is a this is a different Lucian build than one I'm familiar with. Maybe it's been played elsewhere, but this is going to be the tip coming in from Nani. So it's B Muramana, which of course is again very bursty because it applies in each of your abilities. It's going to be lower crit because you're not going to get that into first item. Interested to see now what what that first item is going to be beyond that Muramana. So you see Vampire once again just throw up that flare. Does he? A couple of Qs from Leave, so get some love taps over there. At least this time, the early game hasn't been kind of just decided by EDG, kind of just throwing a couple of mistakes towards this bot.
To assume that was Clearlove's advice after the previous game was just don't fight early. You know that Peaky Blinders clip where he's going around there, no fighting, no fighting. We've got us in, we've got Israel, no fighting. Just wait until later, wait until we got some items. And so far, so good. They get themselves the first Drake of the game. IG will trade that for the grub, so opposite way around to the previous game.
One of my favorite things about Peaky Blinders, and also Game of Thrones to extent to Elden Ring is probably in this list, where I feel like a lot of people, in terms of like from different cultures, they get experience through British accents very, very differently than the way that we do. Obviously, those two being Brits ourselves, we get the full array of accents our entire life. I feel like shows like Peaky Blinders and Game of Thrones and Elden Ring, it's one of the first games I've heard like proper Welsh accents in. I feel like a lot of people get a new experience of how Brits can sound at times.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, we don't all sound like they do down in London. And to be honest, even in London, they don't all sound like RP, you know? They're not all Cockneys and they're not all RP. There are very, very many accents across
Apparently
the UK.
Cockney has had like irreversible damage to it by the way that it's been presented in Hollywood, because Cockney rhyming slang is in itself a very like specific dialect, because rhyming, you know, apples and pears, stairs and stuff like that. Because of the way that it's been misappropriated in media, it apparently is really, really hard to recover it now from the way that it's been presented worldwide.
I've got to say, I don't think it's something that's really used anymore, like, in earnest. However, I don't know anyone in the UK that doesn't have any Cockney rhyming slang within their dialect, right? Like, apples and pears,
even if it's one
dog and
line,
bone.
yeah.
Well, my favourite one is Hank Marvin, which means starving.
Starving,
Like, every single time I'm hungry, I have Hank Marvin. I don't even know who Hank Marvin is.
Me neither. May they live on in infamy or fame, regardless, whatever your opinion is of that one. So, back to this early game. We haven't had huge amounts of action early on. We do have that level 6 for JDG now. You can see that GLFS is starting to take off in terms of the jungle farm though, as you do with that Lilia. As soon as you get that phase dash, you can clear so quickly. Also, checking on that Lucian build is going towards the Dirk first. So it wouldn't surprise me to see even a collect the first item to kind of get that crit. I believe the ultimate from Lucian, it was changed a lot to make sure it favors crit builds as opposed to lethality wars, because there was the build ages ago where you used to go the lethality eclipse and then also Muramana, and then you go into Cyrilda's. That was a period of all time where he would one-shot you with WR. Not my favorite, but it feels like Nady has found himself his own secret tech to maybe get a really bursty Lucian build out.
It's been working in the lane phase. We'll see if it continues to work for him later on. I am excited to see where this build goes and what he's able to get done. Nanie's been a player.
Oh, I'm kind of scared to see where this build goes. Because if it works, other people are going to take inspiration from this.
I mean, look, if it works, I'm okay with people taking inspiration from it. If not, let's not see it again, okay, lads? Let's all just make a gentleman's agreement here that we'll only see it once if it doesn't work. Nanie, though, he's been a player of ups and downs this split, where I do feel he's had a couple of really exceptional games, like especially when he first came into the roster, especially when Ari was a little bit more meta. I felt like, okay, Nanie is a player. Hang on, Culling. Ow. I thought he was going to step up there and show us that he's still that guy. You know, when Ari was in the meta, I feel like Nanie had some really fantastic games. He's had a couple of really good Yone games as well, but does feel a little limited as Leave engaged upon Arn trying to get that plasma down, flashes forwards, one more auto will do the trick. The minions might finish Leave off, but he gets into the brush, and now Arn is caught. Here comes JJ to save the day, and first blood is taken for EDG.
And Vampire tries to make the big play, but it doesn't quite manage to kill Leave, who escapes on what must have been double-digit HP throughout that trade. The first ult of the game from JJ gets good value. He gets himself a first kill, and that's really important because the IG don't get themselves that easy snowball through that bot lane as they did in that first game. Very close to working out. IG showcasing how lethal they can be in this bot lane laning phase. Leaf does have his E. He gets stunned though before that E manages to go through. He doesn't manage to quite get himself away from that cube. Very quick. Gets the R flash out of there. Wink just about saving his life. 10 HP! 10 HP just at the very last double digit there. Almost into the single digits as JJ then saves the day.
A slightly better flash from Arn, and that is first blood for IG, I think. Really unfortunate from him as the player that we often talk about for IG. But EDG will be very happy with JJ getting first blood, a positive first play. And again, that's we talked about the kind of early laning mistakes from EDG in the previous game. It was almost the same again. It's YSKM now in a 1v2 and nearly finishes solo kill. The needle work. Can he find the snipe? Flash from solo kill as JJ goes in. YSKM no ultimate now, but the snip does big damage. That's a flash forced, but enough CC. JJ all over the board.
He gets himself a kill on both sides of the map. YSKM has that ignite. He is very scary. Leave gets tagged. He doesn't have a cleanse. This could be an ult, and indeed it is.
CC chains coming on through onto Leave. Back-to-back plays here. This time it works out. Leave, even on that Ezreal, not playing safe enough.
He was on the weak side, and for the second game in a row, Leave on the weak side of the map gets found out by enemy jungler, and a combo comes in shortly after that point. EDG, even the last game, JJ was trying to snowball as best he could in the early game. EDG as a team, so much about how JJ gets them rolling in the early game, and then it's trying to hand over towards Leave in the later game team fights. It feels like it might have to be that kind of situation again. GLFS gets a kill bot side, and he's going to snap up 2 camps very quickly at that point. JJ does have the gold lead through those 2 kills, but that farm is really not going to be something you can contest as a Vi versus that Lilia.
No, definitely not. The fact that he's only 100 gold up off of first blood and the second kill as well kind of tells you everything about this matchup. We'll be down in XP almost a full, in fact, slightly over a full level. Oh no, not anymore. They just finished the camp. Yeah, fantastic farming from GLFS, and at least he got an assist on that play on the bottom side. So, Nanie, let's just have a little recap on this build. There's going to be that opportunity finished off first. You can see he's on his way to a Mana Moon as well. See how this Lucian build continues to develop and how much burst damage he's going to be able to do. Like, I will say, if he catches someone alone in a side lane, he is going to wreck them.
He is going to one-shot the Munch. This is a very bursty build. I believe Opportunity was also nerfed for ranged champions recently too, because too many AD carries were building it effectively. We had the Kalista and we had the Varus all go towards this.
Real monster.
Caitlyn was also a problem. Yes, this is a non-exhausting list. There are many people who ended up abusing this one. Jace as well with the shock blast. So this is not even the full-powered item in regards to that. So worth noting was also as well that Cryan goes for the Leandries first, doesn't go towards the Nash's Tooth, maybe just wanting that extra HP component to make sure he has a little bit more brawn to survive through some of those burst trades. It's not the full tank Zero, it's no Grasp, which we saw from Scout the other day, as they took down BLG. That was a great series, go back and watch that if you have the time, folks. Even if you don't have the time, watch it anyway. It was really good. But Cryan's still going to get himself a bit more HP. Herald is up. This could be our first big fight of the game. Level 11 hit by Cryan, so second tier of that ultimate, and solo kill as well, having that means that maybe ID just want to stay away from those solo lanes.
IG decide that they want to forego the Herald and forego their bot lane simultaneously there, as they won't contest either objective. It will be solo kill forced away as Vampire toyed the idea that they could play if solo kill continued to push. JJ moving up to this top side and immediately just slams that Herald down, trying to inject some gold into this Azir on the top side. I mean, Cryan already off to a 400 gold lead with the CS lead he's built for himself. The tower going down as well. This Azir is starting to get a little bit accelerated.
Yeah, and you know, you've gone towards that Leandries first. You don't necessarily have all of your core items just yet. I don't know whether he wanted that one. Yeah, I think that's a misclick. I think he wanted to walk forwards and okay, well, I don't think it had enough HP to make it towards that turret anyway. Realistically, GLFS also had Smite, but still, maybe we consider bringing back the driving test again for these Heralds. We've had a couple of great ones. That's not one of them.
Yeah, not ideal for Cryan, but hey, they got their tower. They got the tower they were looking for. That true shot barrage, was that just blind? Is there even a wall?
I was quite impressed by it. I was going to let you finish. I was also very impressed with that. So leave that.
Yeah, it's just a random punt in the river and hits the shot. I mean, that's pretty good going. I don't know if he was spotted on a ward before that I just missed or something, but if not, that is...
Reminds me of... Did you ever play the Mass Effect games?
Not really, though, to be honest.
So, okay, alright. So there is a point...
Memes, I don't know if that counts.
Okay, well, so one of the better voice lines in that game is basically some military blokes talking to each other. The sergeant's like, you know, like shouting at his troops saying that this is, when you fire something in space, it keeps going for forever. This is why we don't eyeball the target, because even if you miss that target, someone behind there at some point in time is going to have a very, very bad day as this thing plummets through space.
Yeah.
I feel like that's exactly the same kind of thing that can happen with a good Ezreal. What happens when they leave the rift?
I feel like that there's a similar modern issue with TikTok, where people just shoot into the air and like yeet things into crowds and whatnot for the views.
That a thing?
Oh yeah, big time.
Wow.
What goes up typically does come down. That is sort of how it all works. Newton famously was of that opinion.
Oh, that's a deep dive.
Oh my goodness, just so far in for this play, but he's managed to survive and flash back out. That's a three-man sleep for IG, and On dives in to make it work. Solo Kill tries to flash on him, but it doesn't work, and here comes the Gwen. It's a good little shuffle from Cryan, and it's an absolute mess of a fight, but IG prove that they've got the hands. Cryan will fall. Forget the hands, it's all about the scissors this time.
IG went out through the first big fight of the game. EDG, I thought they'd managed to catch off Nady. I thought they'd managed to take down Vampire as he tried to delay the rest of the team, but somehow GLFS gets himself a godlike ultimate and manages to completely ruin this team fight for EDG. We'll watch it back again. Nady, he shows the problem with Vi. If you have the ability and you have a flash, you tear him apart. This Swell Seed is absolutely godlike. Gets a three-man ultimate off of an unassisted Swell Seed onto two people there. On knows he can thread the needle. It's one of the things that we praised for him. And GLFS on this Liliat showing once again how much value you can have on this pick. Cryan is a decent shuffle, but it doesn't really get him what he wants after that point. I'm going to imagine his passive was on cooldown, otherwise he should have put that tower up earlier. And sadly for EDG, they find themselves losing again another big group-up team fight, which IG have just had the better of them.
That feels like quite an important fight this game as well. When you're playing a bi-renekton composition, you are inevitably sort of on a clock to some extent. By one of those champions at the engage is always good towards the late game still, but you don't always survive those engages. Renekton similarly, the flanks are very powerful, but it's whether or not you can survive long enough to make it work for your team. IG winning that fight though turns things a little bit pear-shaped for EDG. They were snowballing, they were building a lead for themselves, but now IG have 2 Drakes, they've closed that gold gap. In fact, they're slightly ahead in gold. It's all suddenly feeling quite nice for IG, and I just want to quickly mention, GLFS has a 7-stack Dark Seal. That is a scary prospect.
Ooh. You know what, Joe? I'm glad you've joined the cult of Dark Seal stacking.
Joined?
It's something which I feel like
I've been talking about Dark Seal stacking since before you were in the LPL.
Well, okay, I'm just saying, Dark Seal is like my favorite item in the game. It's one of my favorite minigames stacking these things. I'm glad I am joining you then in this one in regards to this. I'm sure, whatever way you had it, we're both
in the long
there now.
term is a big enjoyer of Dark Seal. Like, there's no 2 ways about it.
Okay, I'm glad we're both here now, regardless of order of joining this club. Because, yeah, that's going to be really, really important. GLFS, if he didn't have that swell seed in any other team fight, I feel you just have to think that IG would have lost that team fight. The fact that he has now, on this Lilia, shown he has a real comfort champion, that's a big thing for IG. I don't think he has been consistently comfortable in all of these series. That Lilia, though, if this continues to be a comfort pick, that is huge news for IG. This is something that they can genuinely rely on to add into their team fights. And once again, just showing how game-changing you can be on that pick. So one more fight like that, you have yourself that Seekers, you have yourself those extra stats coming through from Dark Seal. IG very, very happy with their state in the game after that fight.
So, Baron spawned onto the map and immediately both teams get some wards down there. We've seen more than our fair share of 20-minute Barons across this year. It's been these AP junglers, something that's no longer a fringe option. It's now pretty much meta to just brute force that if the enemy isn't in the right position. But IG looking good in this one. IG feeling pretty good, I think, with how this series has been going, and especially Vampire must be feeling fantastic with how this one's going. Not only in Game 1 did he get his first MVP of LPL, but against his old team, against the roster that, you know, when he was on it, it really was just a terrible split for EDG. Back in spring, he changed teams. Things are starting to click a little bit for him. Got his first MVP this game, 0-0-6 as well. Fantastic little series for him against his old team. You just know it feels good.
Absolutely, you know. Vampire had a rocky start to LPL. Even in this summer, he's had some great flashy moments, some very poor flashy moments too. That's the nature of being a player in the LPL. You have to try and you know, zero in on your big plays. Leave is another player which has had similar situation where he's had the Kaiser dive into death. He's also had himself a huge team fight as well in moments past on the same kind of topic. I will say, compared to that first game, EDG are not on as hard of a timer as they were before. You know, in the last game, felt like eventually the Ziggs combo would just become too hard to deal with. In this one, at least you have an Azir. In this one, at least you have the Ezreal and his 2-item spike as well. And Ezreal has really risen to priority, and it's very hard to lock him out of a lot of good team fights if you are proficient on the champion. They will have to show us that one. Still think that IG, particularly with that Lilia, they're going to be feeling pretty happy with that. 25 seconds until Dragon Note. You have the 2-item spike on leave with the Muramana completed. Nani will also have his 2-item spike though with the Muramana coming online just before this fight. And if he wants to teleport in, he'll be a huge damage source. EDG have vision control for this fight, and that can be very, very important, particularly when you have those saplings and you have JJ with Flash and Ultimate ready to start a fight.
Oh, IG. Instead of trying to get in the bot side river and contest for the Drake, they've already got 2 Drakes on themselves. Nani's pushing a tier 1 at the top side. And they're clearing vision around this Baron. If there's too much of a commitment from EDG on the bot side, it could be something that's started, and in fact it will be. And that's a TP to the top side for YSKF. They're just pulling the trigger. We talked about 20-minute Barons. I wasn't serious. I didn't expect it to happen. 6k on the purple worm as here comes solo kill. But JJ's nowhere to be seen. IG grab a Baron in trade for 1 Drake. Vampire trying to escape now. The slow's coming on through. The culling onto Wing. Can IG get away with it? Nani may be sacrificed, but that's 4 Baron buffs for 1 single Drake.
Huge mistake from EDG. Just leave your Azir to kill the dragon at that point. At least he can teleport up and he has good objective damage. The fact that JJ is stuck alone on that bot side means that he can't come in and influence the play. It's another good Baron play for Invictus Gaming. They're playing out their objectives very effectively in this series. They will lose that mid lane turret. They did lose Nani as well, but this is a bit of a blunder here from EDG. Their objective play, their thoughts about how to move across the map have been shown up today. They have not really been on the board and quick enough to these objectives, and now it's left them in a very difficult position where they're going to have to show how much wave clear they've got. I don't know if they can really save all these towers.
Yeah, this tier 1's definitely going down. Crying needs to be a little cautious with his position there, but knows that he's got Wink on the way. YSKM gets a chance on the bot side as well. Nobody will be here in time, so that will be all 3 tier 1s now conquered for IG. Similar for EDG on the other side, though. We're kind of even in terms of map state, but with that Baron still for another minute and a half, you'd expect IG to want at least a bit more.
Yeah, so, EDG.
Oh, solo kill.
Yeah, solo kill. Yeah, they're just falling apart in terms of their map movement. Solo kill's got ult in 5 seconds. That is probably too long.
Solo kill is going to go down here. Managed to get the slice and dice while asleep. I don't know how he managed to pull that one off, to be honest, but still goes down either way. And I've got to be honest, that is one of the biggest criticisms I've had for EDG. Pretty much the whole split is so often Crime and Solo Kill get caught out on these side lanes. It feels like when it comes to the mid game and the late game, this team just really struggles with just keeping the lanes in order, you know, clearing these waves without getting caught, not over pushing. It just feels like it's a constant issue for them.
And it's a culmination of these smaller criticisms, which can be very significant, but all of these criticisms which have led to EDG being in a position where they look good in group stage, but they haven't managed to grow past their flaws. And now here in the Nirvana group, they are currently at 1-3. If they lose this next game, they're at 1-4. At that point, you're very likely going out of contention at the very earliest opportunity. We'll be waiting until 2025. You won't participate in the playoffs. We thought this was meant to be a better split than the spring, the Doom squad of ADG, but it really hasn't, sadly, grown beyond what they've shown in group side.
And I have to say, when I saw IG trade away Cryan and Wing and pick up the Vampire and lock in previously a top laner from their team that had been training for 1 year as a mid laner in LDL, I did not think, now this is a recipe for success. And granted, they are 1-3, so I'm sure we can say recipe for success right now. But in terms of them going up against the team they traded those players with, so far this series is a monumental success for the team.
Yeah, no, we will need to see beyond this series, beyond this point too, because the IG, they looked, they have definitely struggled in this group as well. We can't necessarily just say this has solved everything this series, and I wonder whether this series is more of a statement on EDG or more of a statement on IG. I've liked map movements from IG. I've really liked how they've approached objectives. I think that is a good step for them. But I need to now see them beyond this series. Of course, if they can close out this game with a Baron buff like that, it'll definitely help them with that. I need to see them do it against another team after this point there. Trying to check what their next matchup will be after this point. I believe they're facing against RNG, so that's definitely a team which
nice
feels beatable. Well, you say that, well, they won against Ultra Prime, so that's just a whole bunch of things. But then they have to play against WE after that point. I think on that WE series, that's when I really want to revisit IG again and say, okay, is this genuine growth or is this playing against struggling teams? It can be a bit of both, of course. It's not always all of one or the other. That's going to be really important, because if they want to make it out of Nirvana, they also need to show that they, in the last chance qualifier to get towards those playoffs first, that they will also be a contender there as well.
I will just quickly mention as well, IG also beat Ultra Prime, so I don't. I've stopped considering beating Ultra Prime to be anything worth merit at this stage. They look good during the shenanigans of the placement games, but unfortunately that doesn't really feel like it's converted. The fact that we've got 4 1-3 teams in Group Nirvana is something else. TP down to the bottom side. YSKM, one deep flank here has been spotted. I think I don't know if he actually got spotted or if that's just a wary danger ping there. But Drake starts now by IG as leave. True shot barrage, maybe just for some vision. Okay, over the wall here, perhaps a chance for a steal onto the Drake. They're just going to go for the 50-50. JJ gets into the pit and gets the dragon, but can EDG survive the fight as well? The needlework going across the team as Arn is sweeping up EDG. Sure, you got the Drake, but everybody dies.
EDG's carries just can't find their positioning. Kran goes defensive. He can't get the damage which EDG needed. IG around the objectives again to prove they are just better than EDG. Two World Championship organizations who have fallen on hard times meet together today to find which one can punch down on the other one a little bit harder and keep their hopes alive here in Group Nirvana.
The real question is, was there any pressure to fight right now with only 2 Drakes previously taken by IG? I'm not so sure, but IG will be happy with 2 early game fights ending in aces. IG, an even more confident win in the second game, truly diffing EDG today.
Yeah, I just felt like across the board, EDG just didn't stand up to IG. There were some moments in the early lane from both the first and second games where you thought, okay, well, it looks like Leave and Evans was getting himself that kind of like good ability to play out in that 2v2 alongside Wink. It felt like they could get some moments there, but they didn't build anything out of that. It really felt like IG were just winning on individual levels after a certain point, and that really came to bear in these big objective fights. Their understanding of the map was better than EDG. EDG now at 1-4. We had thought they were a step above Spring. I don't know whether that will be the case now. They are in real death's door territory.
1-4 is not the place you want to be, is it? That is, you know, destiny's out of their hands at this point. They've got to win every game they've got remaining, and then they've just got to hope the rest of the group pans out well. Whereas IG, very much keeping Destiny in their grasp here. 2-3 now, a much healthier scoreline, a much more possible scoreline, and honestly, a pretty good series from them as well. I feel like we're seeing, you know, the fact that they're locking in things like Gwen and getting wins on that, like, I feel like that's a level of confidence from IG that I've missed a bit. I feel like this is a team, this is an organization that is almost exclusively good when they're confident and doing some crazy stuff. I'm not sure I've ever seen a slow, steady IG that actually looks good at League of Legends. So honestly, bringing in stuff like the Gwen, bringing in some pocket picks, bringing in a little bit of spice, I think is always the solution for this organization. I don't know how that could be true when we don't necessarily always have the same players on the organization, but it just always has been true, and it still seems to be true. So, I don't know. IG, they managed to get the win. They managed to bring out some pocket picks. I'm here for it.
And on the other side for EDG, lots of questions to be answered. I think that their team fights were not great today. I think that Cryan, even in that last Dragon fight, it felt like he was playing defensively. He could get that damage down. He was jumped on by Nani and then just kind of couldn't impact that fight as the player who had the resources put into him. Solo kill, he had the resources put into him in that first game, and he did very, very little on that Renekton. I think that probably the biggest difference amongst individual players was that top lane matchup. Solo kill just couldn't get the work done. And EDG, I would say it's time to return to the drawing board. We are past that point now. We are now at the point where EDG are in a situation where, at minimum, they will need to win all of their remaining remaining series. If they drop just one more, I'm pretty sure they are mathematically eliminated from Group Nirvana at that point. They will not be able to qualify as top 4 beyond that point. And for EDG, a team that tried to make changes between spring and summer, that is rough.
Do you know what's just dawned on me? We've been talking about EDG. The best they can do is 4-4. That's not true. The best they can do is 3-4. There are 8 teams in the group.
Oh no,
they only play 7 series. Yeah. I can't count is the biggest problem that we've got there. But yeah, they will end negative. They will not be 50-50. Why? Again, massive damage in this game. And to be honest, you could see it during these fights. Like, the fact that he had 2 early game 5v5s as Gwen to just blast his needlework through, honestly, that's the dream for him.
Absolutely. He got himself ahead in the individual matchup. I think YSK probably just saying this again, I think he probably had the hardest diff individually and role across this entire series in an individual role. I think that even in the first game, when he was put behind, he was on weak side. I think that Cassante did a lot of work. Now when he was on the strong side and you got to get a load of resources, he did a ton of damage with it. So it makes a lot of difference having YSCam on your team. Tsuyan, who started out the summer split, I feel like he has well and truly been beaten for that starting spot, even if it was never in doubt in the first place. And I think that YSCam, another good series from him.
Certainly has been. I will say, Paul Zuian had to play in Cassante Skarner meta. I would like to see him outside of only those 2 picks. Only time will tell if he ever gets to play again in the LPL. YSCam definitely earning his spot today. Nearly won the 2v1, sorry, in that top side. But then it's these upcoming team fights that I really want to keep my eyes on YSCam specifically, see how this Gwen plays out.
Absolutely, because if you can play towards this strong side top with a unique champion pool, I've not seen much Gwen at all this summer. It feels like it's a champion which has been really locked out of the meta. If you can find a way to make it work, because it's something that YSCam is still very, very practiced on, then that is a different kind of AP damage source which can affect your drafts. You don't always have to go towards that in your jungle. You don't always have to go that elsewhere. I also think real shout out to GLFS. I think he had a fantastic series. I think that he was close to MVP in game 1, and I think these swell seeds were just incredibly fight-changing.
I think Arn as well looked fantastic. He looked great on his 6 earlier. Fantastic Kai'Sa game here as well. That play doesn't work without Arn going and making the pop-off play. Obviously, GLFS had to find the sleep for him to have that pop-off opportunity, but still happy to go in, happy to make it work. And this was another fight where, you know, IG, they don't actually get the fight for themselves, but just calling the bluff of EDG as they sent 2 to Drake. They go, okay, we'll take a Baron.
And EDG, I think their objective setup and their side laning was really shown up in this series. I think that we saw multiple times they were slow to the setup, and even when they were in River first, like plays like this, they just weren't in position to do the damage. Cryan, look at the positioning of the carries here from EDG. It's been a big thing which I've ended up criticizing. Leave, immediately punted out. Cryan, not there for the damage. Where are your carries? They've done 2, 3 auto attacks between the 2 of them in these big team fights. Whereas IG, you know, I've criticized a lot about them as a whole team, but I think that one thing is that they have typically looked for these big team fights, and I think that their carries have typically done a good job of doing damage in these team fights. Even if you have some like Nani who struggle to be ahead, he's had some good team fights even behind. And then you have Arn as well, who's of course a very proficient team fighter, and he was a huge difference maker today.
I'm not 100% sure on this factoid, but I think Vampire had a deathless day today. I think he finished that last game 0-0-12, and I'm pretty sure he didn't die in the first game as well. I think Vampire might have just finished a series totally deathless after having one of the
forgot
worst
to bring
debuts.
the holy water.
Yeah, like no steaks, no garlic. It was a, you know, the Vampire Hunter. Where's Van Helsing when you need him is the question. But like fantastic series coming out from Vampire, a player that's had one of the worst debuts I think I've ever seen in terms of a split, managing to really redeem himself against his old organization. Like what a beautiful series to really pop off in.
Oh yeah, that's gotta feel good. I saw a picture of the IG players and the EDG players like taking pictures together with their old rosters, their old teammates, and it felt like it was very friendly amongst those players there too. So there's definitely been some camaraderie turned into rivalry there as well.
Frenemies.
Now we need to see them take it beyond this series. Great series here from IG, but you know they are still only at that 2 and 3 standing as well.
Yep.
They need to make sure that they can continue this level of form. Otherwise, this will be a flash in the pan. That is the nature now of these 1 and 3 teams coming into this series today. We had 4 of them. They need to not just have one good series. They need to make sure they can keep up that that growth in the face of desperation.
They certainly do. Let's take a look at our MVP as we round this series out. And it is Vampire! Double MVP 0-0-12. 100% kill participation as well. I feel like this was a great draft to play the Rel, and the way these fights went as well was so nice for him. Like, really great ults, really great movement on the map. Just a great series from Vampire. I can't believe we finally get to say it. Great job today, Vampire.
Yeah, this is the best series that Vampire has played. I think that his laning phase was largely very good. His team fights were very impactful. That fight around that bot lane out of turret, a lot of the reason that worked out is because Vampire went in to delay the combo, the full contact team fighting where you break up the enemy combo as they look for an engage. This was a good day from Vampire. You know, I've had my reservations about it, but that's definitely something that you have to have about a player with this debut. But you also then have to celebrate his successes as well on the other side. There is fairness to that.
Yeah.
The fact that he ended up having a good comprehensive game today is really, really important. I would love to see him continue beyond this point and show that it's not just a flash in the pan. 2 MVPs, let's see some more.
Yeah, I would love to see more of this Vampire today. I feel like IG across the board looking good today. Really, really great punishers as well on the mistakes EDG were making.
And he did it all with a locked camera.
He did it all with a locked camera somehow. I don't know how, but he's made it work. Phenomenal. I guess when EDG all pile onto your screen, it's not even a detriment anymore. That is our first series already done and dusted. IG 2-0 in the end, which means it's time for us to move up to Group Ascend for the rest of the day. It's LGD versus FPX coming to your screens right after the break.
Some tell me never the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to own. For our kingdom echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you nothing gonna relive. But a final stand, so be it. Gonna meet them in the fire. Come meet us in the open, 'cause we sworn to redemption. So come bring what you can bring. It means nothing with violent precision. So very unforgiving. Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heartbeat
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Namira as we head to our second series already today. It's FPX versus LGD on the docket as IG made a swift execution over EDG to start us off today. A fantastic win there. And now we move into Group Ascend, and we move towards two teams that really need to start proving themselves in this group.
Oh, absolutely. These two teams are... They feel like they're now small fish in quite a big pond here in the Ascension group. I think we've seen a lot of teams, I'm not going to say overperform, but definitely improve from what they've shown and potentially step into some potential which we had expected of them before, but they hadn't shown. These two teams are not doing that just yet. I think LGD, they were the sore thumb in the Ascension group. It's like, how the heck did they get here over, I believe it was WE in their group. Of course, WE had a bit of a collapse in their own group stage, and now they're starting to rebuild. LGD, they're kind of lucky to be here in some sense, but now they need to show that they do belong here. FPX, they're another team which do need to show a little bit more than they have so far, because this is a team which has had a lot of drama and roster changes happening in the background.
Yeah.
They now have ZDZ playing in the top lane after some back and forths on top lane in the roster. They need to show us some more as well to show that they can once again be a top team in the LPL. They were verging towards that in spring.
They certainly were. I mean, back in spring, Milky Way's debut, like we saw this obscene split coming out from FPX. We saw them looking like a team that maybe could even make it to the World Championship. Now they're in the Ascend group. They've got everything that they could have wanted, but unfortunately, it's not quite working in the same way it was in spring. It's not quite gelling together in the same way. Do you know, we're in a jungle carry meta as well. It feels like the stars fully aligned for FPX. It almost doesn't make sense to me how it hasn't been working for them, in that this is the meta that you would expect to work for them. This is the way that everything should have panned out for them, but not quite able to mimic what they were doing during spring, not quite able to enter that argument to be a top team once more. Still, there's time. They started spring slow, and then Milky Way joined and things started to snowball. Maybe they're a late bloomer here in Group Ascend.
Well, that will have to be the case if they look to survive in this group. So as opposed to the Nirvana group, where it is a split 4-4, where you have the top 4 going through to that last chance qualifier and then the bottom 4 just being knocked out. In the Ascension group, the top 7 teams, I believe, go straight into playoffs, and then the bottom 2 teams then get their own chance in the last chance qualifier. But just having to fight in that stage is not where you want to be. However, both of these teams are potentially going towards that. Of course, we did see FPX take down NIP just in their last series. That is very important now, because NIP are also, well, we'll see them later, but they're also in real dire straits, and FPX get themselves something on the board there. That was not a convincing series, though. No. Realistically, they should have lost 0-2. Didn't work out that way, though. The Moonbase Alpha comp, the Yasuo Diana, did not work out for NIP there, and FPX managed to clutch things out. So FPX, by being kind of handed that series in some ways, and then rolling over that game 3 very easily, they need to start building on that to make sure that it isn't just a gift. It is something that they deserve, and that they do deserve to be going into playoffs through the Ascension.
LGD, another team that, I mean, so far it's been really rough in this other group. This is a team that in their group managed to make some magic happen, honestly. I think they far exceeded expectations in their placement group, managing to make it out over Team WE, a team that I think everyone was expecting to comfortably make it out, a team that in their first 2 games looked amazing and then went on a 4-loss streak, right? LGD, the opposite, lost their first 2 games and then won 4 games in a row in their group, got an upset against Billy, but now that we move past the placement games and we get into the summer season, they're in that Ascend group. This is their reward for finding those games. They've yet to get a single game win. They are 0-3, they are 0-6 in games. However, their schedule has been AL, JDG, BLG. It's not exactly been an easy start to the top group for LGD. So FPX, another team towards the bottom of the standings, I feel like this is LGD's real opportunity to get their foot on the ladder.
You know, LGD, they beat BLG in their group stage. They couldn't do that here in the Ascension group. I think BLG took that one a little bit personally. They ended up seeing them off fairly easily in regards to that one. And I think one of the reasons why LGD has struggled up here in the Ascension group has been about their early games. I feel like they've been stomped out very, very early into games. That might be a bit of an issue versus FPX. I do think that FPX have had a lot of flaws in their own gameplay. However, one thing which has been very effective from them is very, very active and aggressive early games, particularly from Milky Way. Now, I do think that FPX sometimes draft themselves into a hole where they need to do well in the early games, but at least they have that skill set. Feels like that matches up pretty well versus LGD here if they choose to index towards that a bit heavier today.
I think this will ultimately be a tough series for either team. And I'm hoping that we get a little bit of a banger because, as we've said, like, you know, the stakes are pretty high in this one when it comes to... Nobody wants to go into the best of fives for qualifying. Nobody wants to be in that stage of the tournament. That's dangerous at best. I feel
Can
like...
I just say, they have their own theme song. I just realized that in the background. Normally you have the standard music. FPX had a Phoenix theme song in the background. I'm sorry for interrupting. I was like, what? That's not the Phoenix that I know, but that's a different... They have another Phoenix song.
You've not heard that.
No, I haven't. Maybe I just haven't... Have I just missed this all this time?
I guess people maybe don't know about this. FPX, I think it was the year after they won Worlds, they just made that song. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Chrissy Constanza. I could be wrong there. But yeah, they were like, you know what, we've won Worlds, let's make our own anthem. And then, ever since, when they step out onto the stage, they get their anthem. It's fantastic.
How have we never known that? Okay, I think this is more a comment on me
kind of a
than
banger,
it is
actually.
on
It's kind of a banger. Go have a listen. It's on YouTube.
Anyway, I completely interrupted what you were saying about before that by me just not knowing they had another Phoenix theme song. All right,
Yeah.
where were we?
I mean, the proper one, the World song, wasn't really meant to be about them, I don't think. It just, you know, that was just destiny.
Happened to be
That was
topical.
just destiny. But yeah, no, they made their own. They made their own anthem. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. What I was saying before was just, you know, FPX, LGD, both teams that are desperate for a win, that are desperate to start climbing. I mean, FPX recently got a win. They won their most recent series against NIP, but like you say, it was scrappy at best. LGD yet to even win a game. I feel like today could get messy. I think this is going to be a series where, you know, neither team has been that clean. Neither team has been that good at, like, setting up and then executing plays. It's been quite reactionary, I would say, for both of them. So I think it either could go one of two ways. Because it's been reactionary, we could have just really long stalemates where not a lot happens because neither team is confident enough to make the first move. Or there's like one little action that happens and then a domino effect of just pure carnage throughout the map.
I think what is really going to be quite telling in regards to that too is this jungle matchup, because both of these players in Meteor and Milky Way have, I think they've been their own MVPs for their respective teams. I think that Milky Way, his start to summer wasn't awesome considering what we knew of him in spring, and I think that Meteor on the other side as well has had some poor splits before this one, but now both of them are playing towards a variety of different carries in the jungle. They're both being huge parts of how their teams play out in the early game as well. If Meteor can get into the enemy jungle, if Milky Way can get into the enemy jungle, it starts to unlock a lot of extra kind of aggressive play patterns for their teams. So for me, stuff like that Kindred might be on the table. Both these players, huge players at that. I think that Meteor plays a few more of the AD farming carries than Milky Way does, or at least has done in this split, but both of them have been playing towards big individual agency, big team fighters. The Lilia as well in there too. The Meteor's been playing a lot of that. Zyra's the first person to do that 20-minute Baron Rush. I do think that both these players are so key to this draft and to this series.
Does feel like them. I mean, we were talking about it feels like this should be the FPX meta. Hasn't been so far, but they've certainly lent into it. They've been playing the pigs. It's just not led to enough wins. Here we go, game one. LGD on the blue side. They're going to ban Pyke away from Life. Like, how many players in the entire league even play Pyke, and yet Life gets it banned away from him? That is respect from LGD.
What? I mean, so, FPX are a team which draft themselves compositions which need to explode early game because they're not very good at the late game if they don't have a huge lead. A lot of that has been through stuff like Braum and Pyke, which can sometimes do massive early game, but they can sometimes struggle to bring that teamfight engage a little later on. So a lot of respect thrown over to Life to make sure that LG's bot lane and Kepler and Jinja don't necessarily get blown out of that laning phase by a couple of good bones.
Do you know what I've just realised? The fact that Rumble is meta and really OP in top lane is a huge nerf to FPX. The fact that they can't lock that for support for life because everyone bans it for top lane is actually a massive issue for FPX, because that's just been such a big pocket pick for them historically. Like, that sucks. That sucks for FPX.
Yeah. That's true. I hadn't quite considered that because, yeah, and of course when they're on the red side as well, they have to deny it from the enemy team. It just sucks on that kind of level. So it's going to be Hai Chao, also lovingly known as Chaovi in the Chinese community, locking in that Tristana. Genuinely, apparently, he's called Chaovi on Chinese community forums and stuff. So FPX going to answer with that Ashe, Leona, very, very heavy CC, and also with the Brawl being banned, they don't have to worry about the Leona being answered like for like in support role.
Yeah.
Leona only really struggles into that Brawl.
I have to say as well, like, I love this rotation from FPX, because sure, you've allowed through the Ezreal and the Tristana, which are big power picks of their own. However, like, Leona Ashe, like, your engage is sorted. You've not got issues of vision with the hawk shots. You've got long range engage, you've got short range engage, you've got follow-up for your engage. Like, so many of the issues we see with LPL compositions are already ticked for FPX in just 2 picks. Care is hovering the Kiana. I don't expect that to go on through, but there is an angle for pocket picks, right? If you're up against the Tristana, you need to do something. Care has played his melee assassins in the past. Whether or not that's realistically going to come through, we'll have to say. Oh, come on, man. Come on. You can't do that to us.
Oh, like, I know he has played the Kiana.
He's evil.
Even in recent history, he has played that Kiana in the last, I seem to remember it either last year at some point during that, but man, I'm just so sick of Corki Tristana, even compared to like the Lucian lanes. I feel like at least Lucian lanes with that are slightly more interactive. I bang on about that every cast though, so sadly we're back to this thing again. Hai Chao over on the Tristana, Cap over on that Corki. I guess we're just kind of going like for like in regards to that. No jungle bans so far, importantly so, and it looks like we'll continue to have no jungle bans. Both sides need to lock in some magic damage somewhere, which means you're likely looking for that in the jungle, especially with the cannon being banned out. There aren't really other magic damage sources from that top lane. The rumble of the cannon are realistically what you're looking for there, which is going to mean it's going to fall down to the junglers now to bring up some magic damage.
Gone, and you just mentioned the junglers. The Zyra will be banned away. Brand's still available, Lilia still available. It would just be a Cassante ban though, trying to set Birdall up. I wonder if they'll be able to find an Aatrox matchup for him. We did see one little game of Aatrox earlier on in the split, and actually it was good. It was a good Aatrox game. I don't think it was Birdall. I can't remember who played that one, but it was miraculously quite a good Aatrox game. I think that was against the Kennen, if I remember right. Doctor,
yes, it was.
Gonna slam that Brand on behalf of Milky Way.
We have so many games in the LPL, it can be quite hard to pin down individual ones. You remember a couple of flashes in your mind from what happened there. And it's going to be the Meteor Lilia, which can help him with the engage, and then you get yourself that Chase. Lane bully in that top side. You can play towards it with the Lilia fairly effectively with the AD/AP, quite long-range poke duo because they can both throw out their skill shots quite well. ZDZ, so you're just going to go towards a tank into that Chase. Typically, if you're going to go carry versus carry up there, you'd prefer to have something like that cannon. You would like to have yourself some extra front line. It's going to be Ornn into the Chase. So that's going to be some good backline access. I think it's quite... Look, put it this way, folks. FPX very obviously have the engage. That's the obvious thing. They got the Ashe Leona, they have the Ornn. Engage is something they can do very, very well. I need to see if they can make it through an early game where, you know, Jace, Tristana are probably going to get their easy push in and unlocking Meteor to play aggressively. LGD typically have not had the best early games. They did have some decent early games, even versus BLG in that lost series. FPX, I think maybe they're the ones which want to chill, get an item, look for the first big fights once you have those ultimates, which means that they aren't indexing into those early games themselves and maybe just looking to play a little bit later into the game with their big ultimates.
I think the funniest thing about... Oh, no! Oh, the handshake fumble. One went for a handshake, then the other one didn't. Oh, God. It gets away
Renata
from
Glask
you.
is crying in the club right now. No one can handshake.
Disaster. One thing I will say, Ornn locked in for the top lane. It's weird. It doesn't feel like a top laner anymore. It's a long while since I've seen Ornn regularly played up in that top side. ZDZ going to bring it to the table here. Like you say, Fun plus Phoenix, plenty of team fighting to work with here. LGD, though, this is a composition that either wins really hard or loses really hard. If you lose control of the map, how are you ever going to face check anything? It's going to be impossible. But we'll have to see, because lane advantages galore should be on the docket for LGD. We'll see if they can leverage them, if they can find those advantages and snowball, looking towards Meteor to be the driving force here. He's got Bryo in so many lanes. He's got a Lilia to work with. We'll see if he can find his advantage over arguably the rookie of the year in Milky Way. It's time for game number 1 between FBX and LGD for redemption in Group Ascent.
兵还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Got a little confused there, but there's enthusiasm. That's what we want.
I think there were multiple people trying to lead. Have we got like a civil war between the crowd chant leaders? I feel like I heard multiple people calling out for that. That's scenes, drama. You don't get this anywhere else. Like, it's only here.
Cheerleaders is a totally different phrase in China. They are literally the people leading the cheer. No pom-poms involved whatsoever. Yeah, a little bit of contention there in the early game. Not even from the players. You don't expect to see that often.
Yeah. You know, it's only just struck me as well that within 2 series we have had all of the LPL World Championship winning organizations playing back-to-back. EDG and IG in the last one,
yeah.
FBX in this one. All 3 playing in back-to-back series.
I've got a fun fact about that, actually.
Yeah.
I've got many fun facts locked away in this noggin, but the new format, you know how each stage has a different name, and how we've got Group Ascend versus Group Nirvana, and then we've got the Knights series to decide who makes it to playoffs. Well, the 3 names, or at least, I don't know if this is outright the fact or whether or not it's a fan theory, but the names are based on the World Championship winners from the LPL. So you've got Group Ascend as IG were the first ones to ascend to the top in the name of the LPL. You've got Group Nirvana, which, you know, Nirvana typically, it means essentially hell in Buddhism, but in Mandarin, colloquially, it means redemption, to rise from the ashes. So hence Phoenix, FunPlus Phoenix were the second winners. And then the EDG are regularly referred to by the Chinese fans as the Knights of the LPL. And so third World Championship winners, they get that playoff play-in series that's called the Knights.
Yeah, they're like the Silver Knights or something, right? Where you can see that very obviously within EDG's skin line too for their World Championship. That's really cool. Of course, Nirvana is like the cycle of reincarnation, where you get a second go of it, see if you can get yourself back on the right track. Like very grossly oversimplifying a whole lot of like philosophy and theology and stuff like that. But yeah, I like that. That's kind of fun. I have to say, I was sat there thinking like, well, okay, these I don't mind flowery names within esports. Let's be honest. I think sometimes it's nice to have that grandiose kind of nomenclature and stuff like that, because it just makes it sound more fun, and I don't mind that. Look, we're in a fantasy video game. We get to have ourselves some fancy naming sense as well. Hi, Chow.
Casco Valkyrie just holds his nerve, doesn't move to the swirl seat, misses. Gets away with his life, but it means Hai Chao can trade more evenly back towards Care. Care doing really well in the early stage of this lane against the Tristana. Letting that Tristana go through, remember, and yet still managing to win out the matchup so far as Milky Way's moved into the bottom lane. This feels a little scary for LGD.
Really
Only 3 minions, but it's enough minions as life under the tower, though. Good damage from Kepler to return the kill.
Yeah, so it's a 1-for-1, and I was definitely wondering whether they could pull that off at all. It is a good kill onto Milky Way, and we know exactly how much Brand can do in pretty much any game. Brand is a disgusting champion, but giving an early kill back over to the side of LGD as well, not necessarily what you want. Also, you don't get to kill that AD carry, so you're not getting the extra XP advantage by denying their minions. Bertolt, good early trade to expect that into the Ornn. Meteor's up here towards topside. Milky Way will potentially be here in time, so it's not going to be a dive. Instead, it's just going to be a camp steal away.
It's going to be attempted. Milky Way's got his smite available. Can he steal it? No! Meteor grabs that one, but Milky Way will get the majority of those mini Krugs, and he's got 4 of them. I think in the grand scheme of things, though, that bot lane dive, I think, does still favor FBX. Hang on, Kepler narrowly avoids the Zenith blade, and a hook comes in from Jin Zhao instead as Kepler getting some more damage down onto life. Eats forwards, but misses the Q. But all things considered, the kill going onto Jin Zhao is the point I'm trying to make, means that with a kill to Milky Way, probably still good for FPX.
Also, another thing we haven't mentioned as well here is this Kepler starting instead of Xiaoya. Xiaoya's been playing the majority of games for LGD. That kind of sideswiped me a little bit, just loaded. It's like, oh yeah, Kepler. Yeah, he's a player for... Hang on a second, where's Xiaoya gone? I think Xiaoya... Yeah, Xiaoya has had some weaker games this summer. I feel like, particularly in late game, he was a player that got caught out a significant amount. The fact that Kepler's coming in, this reminds you of the fact that technically Xiaoya and Kepler are playing for the starting spot on this roster, so we'll put some extra attention towards his performance to see if we, off the rip, kind of view him and Xiaoya in any particular favor or not. Meteor now going towards bot side after visiting top side just a little earlier. It's going to be going in from left.
Swirl Seed lands, but life goes straight onto Jin Zhao. I'm not sure he'll make it back out of that one. The burn on Jin Zhao. Milky Way's got some damage, knocking him too, but he can't really chase anyone down. And it will just be another kill for LGD. These attempted plays in the bot side for FPX really not working out.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd go for a like an aggressive positioning there when you know that Meteor's clearing a ward about 10 meters north of you, so that's not the play. The fact that he manages to go down there, and this time the kill does go up to Kepler. All of that play which he made towards that bot lane dive really doesn't work out in your favor this time. Milky Way does manage to get himself towards that dragon. He'll be happy to stack that one up nice and early, but because he's down there and he's mid lane trading very hard, maybe that opens up an option for Meteor to go towards the grubs on spawn. Life and Milky Way though roaming, and Jin Zhao not quite there on the top side map just yet. He's here in the mid lane. Does mean that it could be contested.
Meteor starting it, Milky Way wants to get in. It reminds me of the Krugs all those seconds ago.
Oh, such a long time
ago. I know, yeah, memories, man. Like, good times. Jin Zhao goes forward. He's taking damage from 3, but Milky Way's overstepped his bounds here. The bomb explodes, and Haichao has a reset, jumps towards life. I wasn't sure if he'd go for care there, but holds his nerve, doesn't overcommit to things. And that is just literally a level 6 diff.
It is. Meteor gets to level 6 off of that first Krug. Not the Krug. The memories, they're too strong. The grubs. They give him the level 6 in that first one. Of course, it gives you the double XP for the first one taken. So Milky Way would have had his level 6 if he'd been the first one to get towards that. But that's what they gave up. Life is still on this top side, but he has no mid lane. Well, he has a mid laner now. Doesn't have top lane, kind of just over ZDC. With Ignite, with ult, this could still be a fight. But Bertle's keeping him out of the rhythm.
I love that Meteor didn't smite that at 600, but then did smite it at 50 health instead. Still manages to get the third grub, but controversial saving of the smite, and then finally does secure it in the end. So, attempted contestation from FPX, and we said, this is a game that could really explode, and it does feel like both teams are really keen to fight, really keen to exert pressure on this series.
I'm somewhat surprised. Hang on, that's an arrow. We'll see if that one goes through. If it hits the Jace,
good.
that is a big win.
It looks good. Oh, but Birdle dives in just as the arrow comes forward. Now a chance for CDZ, but a flash from Birdle. He dodges everything.
So he manages to get that phase rush, which allows him to disengage effectively. Does blow that flash. Jace without a flash is a very, very sad top laner if you focus onto him. So maybe a place to return, but not a place where they get themselves that first kill. So, is it going to be the Scuttle Crab and that? It's the Scuttle Crab which gives him the level 6. I thought it was the first grub, so he ends up getting that one too, and gets that level 6. Just dunks down with that first ult, allows Haichao to reset. So it was a camp which got him a level 6, but it was the fact that he managed to leash both the Scuttle Crab and the grubs at the same time.
Really nice from Meteor. Smart play coming out from him. And I honestly think maybe Haichao could have jumped onto Care there and looked for a second kill, but not wanting to overstep it. And to be honest, I think that is a wise decision from the side of LGD. Advantages are going well for you early. Meteor has gone over a ward as he makes his way towards this bottom side, but wave going to be cleared here by Dogdom, so no chance of a dive. I don't think there's much of a chance for Meteor to really get in the jungle either. Dodges away from the damage from Milky Way, and that's a Hex Flash from Jin Zhao, but doesn't commit. In the meantime, Care and Haichao just absolutely duking it out in the mid lane. Everything blown as Milky Way gets some damage onto Jin Zhao. And it's finally a pick as Kepler, now slowed by Dogdom. It's so hard to escape from the Ash. You can never escape from the Ash. Flash comes up through. Kepler still slowed. The cleanse isn't enough. And Dogdom just chases him across the map for a solo kill.
And just so many skill shots going wide from Kepler. His opponent duck, dodge, dip, dives, and duck dams his way through to a kill here on the bottom side of the map. 2-0-1. That approach velocity so disgusting on this Ash as FPX find themselves big play in this bot side. They've been really trying to funnel gold in towards this bot lane. And this kind of play in the bot side river really helps them. They end up getting a hook onto Milky Way, but, you know, life is there in time, commits the flash, and, you know, Meteor, he does have the ult, but at that point, he's effectively realized the fight's over. Kepler misses his Q, the E's out of range, so he can't get the damage back. So realistically, he's never trading damage back there. The slows, the continual slows in the approach velocity mean that if you don't manage to cleanly get away from the Ashe, she will chase you. Indeed she did.
Certainly did. I felt like we just witnessed the bone saw right there, because as soon as Kepler got hit by that first auto attack, he was going nowhere. And then tries to flash, tries to use his cleanse.
Is this a rare reference? I don't understand.
That was a reference to the first Spider-Man film with Tobey Maguire. It's in the wrestling ring, and we're in the wrestling ring on the top side. It's the true shot barrage from Kepler. Sniped out Milky Way. Double W as well from Meteor, as this is all going the way of LGD. Jin Zhao just about surviving as life is pulled back in and finished off. And now ZDZ realizes there's nowhere to run, no flash available. Bopped on down, and Haichao finishes the job.
With great power comes great possibilities for LGD. They smashed through the top side of the map. It has been a very active early game on both sides. We did talk about how these junglers tend to orchestrate the early game in a big way for both their teams. Meteor continually dancing in and out of these fights with the move speed from those blooming blows has been so problematic for FPX. They are going to get themselves a contest onto these grubs, potentially. They're moving up as a 4-man squad.
4 grubs regardless, though, for LGD. Honestly, even if they don't get another, quite happy with how that one's gone, especially with a hard commit to that top side from FPX. Mid-prio from that Ezreal. This could be a Drake opportunity for LGD, but let's go back to what happened on this top side. Milky Way steps up to Birdall to start it off. The arrow dodged once again from Birdall, and then Jin Zhao saves the day.
Absolutely. You know, the form change, movement speed gets so much for Birdall, gets the Eclipse Shield. It just means that he gets to survive through to a better point now. The ult coming through from Meteor was so easy to get because it took such a long time to kill that chase. Jin Zhao managed to get himself that last shield to survive through in that one. And, you know, LGD, credit to them. I've criticized their early games an awful lot through the Ascension group so far. This has been much, much better for them, and it feels like now they're in a good position to start getting towards big item break points and see if they can continue their skirmish, scrappy playstyle so far.
Fundamentally a 3v4 for most of that as well, with Haichao TPing in at the end, which zoned ZDZ away a little bit and secured those final 2 kills. All things considered, LGD, really, really good start. The 2,000 gold up as well as Drake on the map. LGD didn't get to just immediately blast the Drake off the back of the commitment to grubs from FPX. So it will be potentially contested as Haichao finishes off his cult as well. There's a little bit of timing there, but obviously won't be able to spend that gold until he resets. You don't really want to be resetting unless they are going to just concede this Drake.
Seems like Jin Zhao going towards this top side might signal the fact that they are, but with Milky Way also resetting, it's just not going to be a take on Spawn. That's a little less common because we have 2 AP farming junglers, much like the Baron. We've seen a lot of 20-minute Baron rushes, particularly from the Zyra, but any AP jungler can threaten that. Same with the Dragon. When you have these Leandries, max HP, burn junglers, you typically expect objectives to not really exist more than a minute. Sometimes you'll angle towards that fight, but it's so easy to take them down there. Seeing it delayed a little bit, I think it shows the mentality of both these teams, where you see this more when you have the hard forcing junglers like the Vi or Xin Sao or something like that. You're looking for the kills and you're looking for the fights more than that. The Herald has now been started by FPX. They are going to go towards one of those objectives. LGD, they're not angling for a fight themselves as it currently stands. They're instead pushing in the mid lane. They haven't even looked towards the Dragon just yet. I want to see if they're angling towards a fight. Use this lane priority to get themselves a little bit of vision and then see if they can get into FPX's face.
feels like we've sort of stalled out a little bit here, doesn't it? We had such an aggressive first few minutes of the game, and then suddenly both teams are going, okay, that was good fun, we enjoyed that, but let's just take a moment and recalibrate. And FPX feels like trying to get some control of the map on that top side, but Haichao easily able to, I was going to say trade, but actually the tower's still not gone down on that top side, so despite the presence there from Life and from Milky Way, with Jin Zhao moving up, we've still not quite been able to finish the job. Next wave could be the one though. Care can move on up. Birdall might be able to clear that wave as the Dragon taken. And there we go, it will be traded. Herald, remember, still in pocket for Milky Way, so could maybe move mid with that.
Birdall backs off from that turret. I think it's... Yeah, let's take this time to talk about Birdall a little bit. Because Birdall is such an interesting player to me. And has been in this last year for LGD, because he started off in Spring being an incredibly potent force for LGD, where he was the lethality Aatrox player who would flank the team fights, and when LGD were winning games, it was largely through Birdall and his team fight flanks in Spring. That was the case.
K'Sante too was fantastic.
Yeah, K'Sante as well was really big. But I feel like him getting those big team fight flanks was how LGD won games back. I think LGD had a rough start to summer because they had to reinvent their style. The Aatrox is out of the picture. That was one of their big tools that they used to do with that. And they were struggling to have Birdall play the Skarner in the front line. He did do a good job of kind of going over towards more the front line slash kind of utility kind of picks to be someone who could CC, someone that could tank in the front line. It's interesting to me now, particularly because they changed their style.
Cage in the jungle. Life might have overstepped his bounds here. Hook goes wide. Jin Zhao, the root is enough, and Life goes down. Pyroclasm across the team, and perhaps a chance for FPX as ZDZ blows the horn. Looks for a knock-up, but he's maybe overstepped as the rest of FPX just abandoned ship on the play.
Yeah.
ZDZ wanted more, no one else did.
My mistake for thinking we're going to a quiet phase again. What are we fighting over, folks? What are we fighting over? We're just randomly playing a fight around the enemy red buff, and what that ends up being a kill over. Care teleports towards that top side, and I was just saying that LGD, they changed their style back towards Birdall carrying. He wasn't necessarily the hugest part of that last part, but FPX just choosing to shut us up for a little bit. Up the tempo just a little bit more. Don't get the hugest amount for it, and Care does blow his teleport through that. Again, so LGD, they now have themselves both globals up on their solo laners. Maybe they can make a big play here. Life was hiding in this, so I don't really get why they would go towards that. Life, I think he thought that the W wouldn't come through for the Lilia, so the watch out he's going to carries him out of the solar flare back in towards the fight.
There's another fight going on. There's two are already gone down. Care now trying to get DPS out, but there's a bomb going up both sides as Birdall now gets a shock blast. I guess we're just going to trade support.
Yeah.
I guess every time we see each other now, we're just going to trade supports.
Folks, this is a window into how you do some casting, right? A lot of the time you try and judge whether anything is going to happen in the next 30 seconds to a minute. You try and think of a topic which fits that kind of time zone, and you then try to fill it up as best as possible. I thought we'd have nothing for a bit. We'd had a really active early game and then nothing for 5 minutes beyond that point. Forgive us for thinking that maybe things would quiet down a little bit. And suddenly, blam, blam, 2 fights right off the back of it. Come out and replay into another big fight. Starts off with a hook, and Meteor getting that swell seed on, applying that DOT so early, really does affect that first kill. Life already not as tanky as he maybe thinks he should be. He doesn't even have himself something like those Mercury threads yet. He thinks he's a sitting duck for that burn.
You can sort of see the logic there for Jin Zhao, thinking you'd be able to get the fast pick, but with the Ashe in there as well, the CC chain that is returned onto Jin Zhao ends up being a 1-for-1. Life having a tough game for himself at 0-5 so far.
Yeah.
I mean, that is inevitably, the support life of you are going to be the first one going in. However, I'm not sure that all of these go-ins were necessarily the best go-ins.
Yeah, there's a difference between... So there are some games where you have a really bad KDA on engaged support because you are experiencing losing League of Legends, where you are the person where you are the indicator for how badly these fights have gone. This one, because the game is still, or has been a lot of it, quite evenly fought between the two teams, this one feels a little bit different to that. So, Life being 0-5, he is going to have to choose his angles a lot more effectively. He does have a solar flare back up. There's a Herald in the mid lane. We could see another fight brewing very quickly because the Dragon is up in a minute. LGD, though, they should feel pretty strong.
Herald comes down and won't be able to finish this tower off. Drake coming up in 30 seconds time. And honestly, I have no idea if he takes it at this point. This has just been an absolute scrap. I will say, big gold lead for LGD, and TPing in is Birdall on the top side. He's just upgraded his Muramana. That's a big true shot barrage. Shock blast onto Care, potentially hits the shot. Care is sent packing with no TP. That should be Drake for LGD.
Yeah, and that is one of the big differences between these two teams. FPX have the engage, LGD have the range, and they have the poke. Now, I was wondering whether we'd seen that around the Dragon, but poke happened too quickly for us to even set up around the Dragon. Dragon has spawned, and already FPX have had to disengage. I think this is the right call from them. Look, I am a big hater of just turning up to a river and watching an objective get taken. That is one of the worst things you can do in Pro League of Legends. You can be doing better things with your time. You can be cross-mapping, as you can see right now. Milky Way can be farming. FPX didn't have to be there to watch that Dragon die, and they do end up peeling off after they take that poke. They realize, okay, we can't fight, let's go do something else. Beagle's going to get himself into the enemy jungle, see if he can steal blue.
Can't do it, but he can get a sleep onto Milky Way, and while he's dreaming, everything flies in his direction. It's turned into a nightmare for FPX, but JDG has managed to find one for himself, and the Brittle Ultimedia sets up for a solar flare execution. Talk about sunburn, and here comes Care on the bottom side. What a fight for FPX!
FPX have a plan A, a plan B, and apparently a plan ZDZ. The replacement top player coming in for Fun Plus Phoenix, making a huge impact in that fight. Now they're going to teleport towards the top side of the map. They get the kills. They're going to get the Baron off of this. This felt like LGD were in control. They were in the driver's seat. And suddenly FPX turned it on. Even without Milky Way at the plate, they're going to look to burn down the Baron.
What a swing from FPX. Birdall is here. He's got some poke, but he's in a 1v4. There's no smite right now, but it won't matter because Birdall just gets forced away by life. He's done enough though. Baron peeled away from, and Birdall has bought his team time.
Yeah, it's ended up being Dogdam tanking the Baron. That's what ends up making the difference there. ZDZ, you kind of need him on that Baron to make sure you don't take enough damage from that one. Meteor gets a really good swell seed at the start of this, and typically when you get a swell seed onto the Brand, you expect the fight to be over, but he gets the Pyroclasm onto the surrounding team. You can see that it procs 1 Brand passive, 2 Brand passive, 3 Brand... I'm going for Assessment Sword at this point. ZDZ ends up getting the CC after this point, and you know, that was in the last game.
Yeah.
Get themselves another one in this one. FPX get themselves a really good turnaround. ZDZ and Milky Way, they get the damage down.
Oh dear, the Count makes his entrance into the LPL. I mean, double MVP in the first series. It only makes sense. 10-10. What an absolute slobber knocker of a game here. It's a 2,000 gold lead for LGD. I just want to quickly point out, while I've got a split second to talk about it, Dogdam has a really weird Ashe build where he goes for Shiv.
Yes.
He's like the only one in the league that does this. I just double checked. He is literally the only one in the league that does this. It's like Shiv into Kraken Slate into Terminus was the build he did it last time. It's a weird one. It's not one you see often. It's not one you see in solo queue. It does give you a little bit more mid-prio. But aside from that, you kind of just do less damage.
Yeah, it's a weird one. That's going to be a combo onto Ninja, but not that much. I mean, we saw Ruler's build be, and the majority of builds being Kraken Slayer into Phantom Dancer. It gives you a lot of move speed, that build. This one gives you more priority to move first, so even though your individual mobility is slightly less, you should be moving a little bit earlier, which can help you get onto the map and help you make those bigger map plays and arrive to the play potentially first. Going to shove it towards that mid lane. That's not a great hook.
Oh no, Jinzhao, that was not the one. Not the one at all. Life has to tank it. He's got a Warmog, so he'll be back up to full HP, and FPX suddenly with the support down on LGD, maybe with a chance to just start a Baron. There's no Drake on the other side to threaten a trade. LGD now against the rock and a hard place.
Now that's going to be Swell Seed going wide. If Swell Seed hits the next one, everything is someone off the vision.
Life was on a flank. Birdall ended up spotting it out. Perhaps he's done enough to deny Baron once more, but this time he's caught. This time he goes down to CDC. Gets Kepler out of dodge as well. And FPX can just rinse and repeat.
I thought that maybe FPX had chosen the wrong targets. They used the Orn ult onto different targets than the Jace. Jace had the phase rush, but it's not enough. Where's this next Swell Seed going? If this hits, this could be huge.
Oh, it hit onto Milky Way. It hit onto Milky Way. The sleep on the back line, but in the meantime, they've already got one. FPX just pull the trigger, and LGD are blown to smithereens. Meteor trying to move forwards. The health bars are pretty low on the side of FPX. Milky Way, one auto away, but the Baron luckily for him, picks different targets. I mean, this couldn't be closer.
Yeah, that's 2 swell seeds from Meteor, which might have even saved the game at this point. If you end up losing that fight and losing another Baron, I think FPX probably just blow open the game. The first Baron got them back to near enough even. The second one would have got them hugely into the advantage. So those swell seeds from Meteor really, really saving LGD's bacon. FPX all the same though, they managed to get themselves some kills, but they just can't get that big objective. And now Dragon's up in 30 seconds. We are going to have Haicho with teleport. He can make it to the play with his 3 items. Those 3 items did save him, of course, around that Baron. We'll now see whether this objective can really be started up in earnest. Not soul point for either team, so Baron's still going to be the focus right now.
Meteor stunned and instantly a TP from Haicho on the top side of the play, looking for some kind of miracle, looking to jump in. Live has a bomb on his head and moves into the rest of his team, as that will not really do that much damage, to be honest. FPX now with a chance for a re-engage. Double knock comes up through, Meteor stunned up, but look at the depth charge from Jinjiao, sends everyone away. It's going to be 1 kill as Birdall falls. That's a second one, both to Milky Way. But LGD still threatening enough to deny any objective.
These fights are so close because the fights aren't won cleanly enough with enough HP bars remaining to take any of the big objectives either side of the map. Both of these teams have been struggling in the Ascension group. This series is important to show that they do belong up here with the top dogs of the LPL. LGD, they lose another couple of kills, but they go straight towards the objective. Meteor burning it down, and FPX, they're junglers on the blue buff.
LGD didn't hear no bell. They go again straight onto the Baron. Live trying to deny the escape as the rest of FPX move over. Care is attacking the Baron though, so he's kind of chunked as Jinjiao arrives. Hex Flash into the play as ZDZ is chunked. Care dodges the hook, it hits the wall instead, and Live walks away with his life as well. Birdall now on the bottom side of the fight. 3-man shock blast, but can LGD close the gap? Doctum is found! The sleep turns it into 2 as Birdall will burn to a crisp and maybe turns into more. Haicho flashes for a little bit of a victory lap, and that'll turn into finally a Baron.
Finally, LGD get themselves enough kills with enough HP bars remaining to go towards a big objective. They're going to claim the Baron, and they're going to get themselves maybe the accelerating play which they need. FPX, they've been giving them a really good fight. Milky Way does have flash, you can potentially them for a steal.
Pyroclasm is up as well. Pyroclasm is up, and they're all in the pit right now. That's going to be damage, but Milky Way goes down. ZDZ finds one, but that's all about. Wait, no! The Baron! Oh, the Pyroclasm and the Baron on top! The burns work it out for FPX!
What, we were wrong! LGD didn't get themselves a clean enough fight to get the Baron. Milky Way's ult chunks them out so much that Haicho dies to the objective they thought they had earned. Where are we starting this replay? Alright, what are these river fights where Jinjiao gets on to life and, you know, LGD, they've managed to get themselves really good successive fights without clean resets coming in from FPX because they're using these teleports to keep forcing over and over. ZDZ thinks that maybe he got himself a good enough knock up there. He does get straight onto Meteor, but Meteor immediately gets a swell seed onto the backline. I do think that Birdall has been focused out well by FPX. He struggled to get himself a team fight Jace value, and this is maybe one of the reasons why this pick has not been used as much. And the fights just keep going. It's just teleport after teleport to keep things going before the resets really clearly come through.
Tough for Birdall, he sees his angle on Doctum there, but Shock Blast goes wide, so doesn't have to kill it. Jinjiao hits that hook as well. That's a 1 fight right there. Then the chase down, Birdall hits that Shock Blast big time, but the sleep onto Doctum is what seals it.
You know, the more I watch these replays, the more I'm really appreciating what these junglers are doing against you. We knew this matchup was going to be important. Haicho gets a kill there at the end, but you know, Meteor, he has himself that ult again. He has himself the Zhonya's now.
Sleep on Milky Way once again. Shock Blast goes on through onto FPX superstar jungler, and he's got an upgraded Liandry's, by the way. That is, I don't know if it's still called Liandry's Anguish. I'm going to just assume that it is, or maybe that was the mythic version. I don't know. I've lost track at this point.
It's one of them.
It's upgraded.
Same.
Is the point. It's upgraded, and it'll do damage.
One of the saddest things is that they're just removing the unique names for the odd items. They're just calling them Masterwork instead. And like, I know that the Masterwork items, I liked having the weird names. It was a nice little extra bit. Like, when else would you have heard the word Syzygy with the Eclipse upgrade before? Yeah, small things. especially in the context of this game, probably more important things to be talking about rather than that, but still, you got yourselves a couple of extra item upgrades, which means that you have yourself an extra basically 3,000 stats with the 3 items upgraded. FPX, that is going to put them, in fact, in terms of active gold, slightly ahead of LGD.
I can't believe FPX have so much frontline, and yet it's Doctor and Milky Way that keep getting chunked by all this poke that's coming out. I mean, this composition from LGD feels so difficult to stay in any contention with when there's so much damage flying towards you, and this is finally going to be a Baron Milky Way. I think wants to try and move over, but he's too late. Realizes it at the last possible second. Now ZDZ pulls the trigger for a fight. Flashes to find the knockup. Double knockup, in fact, is Jinjiao the target. FPX get one as Meteor on the front line now. But Birdle takes care out on the backside. It means life is left alone for Kepler to finish off. Meteor grabs the kill as Hightower looks to threaten once again. Bomb onto ZDZ's head, and he's got some damage as well. ZDZ forced away as Hightower looks for more rockets from FPX. And LGD 1-for-1 with the Baron. You'll take that every day of the week.
You know, FPX see the Baron go down, they look for a snap engage to remove those Baron buffs, and they only get one. That's a problem now, because they're not going to be able to reset quicker than LGD, they're not going to be able to cross-map. They look for that fight after the Baron, they don't really find it. Now LGD, they get to reset, they get themselves more items. Third item just hit by Birdle, and he's been doing a lot of poke damage in the last few fights as well. That's only going to get worse beyond this point. Milky Way chooses not to flash over for a steal. He puts the W in instead. ZDZ gets a decent CC combo. Where's the follow-up? You know, you get the Ash Arrow, but realistically, if your only killers on this and the team fight ensues after that point, you are happy as LGD because the Nautilus isn't giving the extended value in the team fights. Birdle, Haichao, they are giving that extended value. Kepler as well with his own CDs. Really feels like LGD are getting the better of FPX finally in consistent team fights. It has been close. It's been a really good scrap between these two teams, but FPX have not been able to put the nails in the coffin when asked.
I will say, we're still in touching distance gold-wise, and with all items in as well. It really does feel like this one's even. It really does feel like these fights could go either way with a good Pyroclasm, with a good Ornal. Still very possible for FPX. Baron Siege in this bottom side. Could lead to, hang on, we've got maybe a solo kill. Birdle forced to flash on the top side of the map as well. True shot. Barrage is nowhere near. It's nowhere near. It's not going to hit that one. And so both solo laners back away. That was top tower taken by FPX, and the tier 2 was not taken despite the Baron for LGD.
Which means that it's only a slight gold advantage for LGD. They do get themselves the Dragon off the back of it, and now with a minute remaining on the Dragon timer, you'll be able to make the use of this last 40 seconds of the Baron, and use that as priority to get yourself towards that Dragon, potentially get yourself Cloud Soul. But is that going to be enough to really seal the game? These Ornn items are really making this very, very close. This gold is not it's not the be-all and end-all, and I think that gold, after a while, gold becomes a bit decorative. It's about how easy your damage it goes down, how easy you get the targets which you want to, how strong your front line is on the other side too. FPX, definitely the stronger front line, but LGD have the bigger range. If they can weave their skill shots around that front line, get onto the back line, I don't think it particularly matters how tanky ZDZ potentially life can be as well. Birdle hits one.
Oh, Life finds his angle onto Birdle, though the Solar Flare is down, and Birdle removed from the play, but now the counterpunch from LGD as they move in, but they've dropped ZDZ by so much time and space. It's only a 2-for-1. With Birdle and Jinjiao gone and Life surviving with Warmogs in pocket, that should be a trade for FPX.
FPX have the engage, LGD have the range. The range doesn't end up surviving for long enough for so FPX managed to get themselves onto the targets they need. Meteor doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. How much can he do?
Straight onto the backside, Meteor caught here by Life. Great engage there, but a lot of damage taken by Life. Meteor still going strong. Drake secured. LGD, I think they wanted a little bit more, but they just can't close the gap.
I'm loving this game. Both these teams have been so close to the team fight execution. It's been LGD favored, it's been FPX favored, it's been going back and forth. And now we're at the point where Soul hasn't been claimed by either team. FPX delayed that for another Dragon spawn, and FPX, they've been giving us as good as they've taken at this point. For a couple of the fights before this, it's felt like the range has ended up winning out. This time it's the engage which does. Birdle walks up a little too close to the fog of war. The Hex Flash comes out of nowhere. The Life has had a difficult game so far, finds a huge crucial pick onto a damage source at the start of the fight. Meteor very nearly gets himself a game-changing ult. It does burn down Care with his double burn items, but it's you can see how dangerous it is for LGD to walk too close to the engage. It really is a battle of range on one side, engage on the other.
And I tell you what, we talked about this just after champ selects. The fact that you really can't face check with this composition from LGD. Like, who on earth is willing to walk forwards? Jin Zhao survives all of 0.2 seconds if he's the one face checking, and he's the tankiest on the team. It does become difficult if LGD lose control of the map. They haven't done that just yet. They have been the ones in control. But Life doing a good job of just finding a pocket of shadow to work with, and Birdall steps a little too close. Now, 17-21 on the scoreboard, by the way. This is my kind of series. As a play-by-play, these are my dream games. I just want 3 games of this, please.
Yeah, and as a color caster, look, there are 2 kinds of League of Legends. You have your bespoke, low kills, but high rotational ability, and lots of towers and objectives being traded out in intricate map movement. That is your gourmet. This kind of game here has bits of that, but this realistically is just your burger. This is your fast food League of Legends, which sometimes is exactly what you need. It's comfort food. It's enjoyable for the soul. You need one of these every so often, where both these teams are just throwing each other at the enemy team, just trying to outplay in the big team fights.
It's going to be down to who can make that hero move, who can have their big moment. I feel like Birdall has had an interesting game, hasn't he? Because he's had a couple of really big moments. He's also been caught out a couple of times, and ultimately ended up 1 and 5, not been able to sweep up many kills, but he is sweeping up towers right now. And Ash Arrow gonna fly across the map. Birdall gets stunned for 5 seconds, but Merc treads me.
Oh, no.
Wait, the minions finish the turn before the TP can come on through. That's TP on cooldown for Care. ZDZ has his, but the rest of LGD are just gonna buy time. That's gonna be an inhib, surely. What, he backs away?
I mean,
he doesn't take it?
I mean, he just sat there trying to pull FPX across the map. FPX look for a prayer. They look to pray towards that arrow, but all it ends up being is a Sims prayer. He's on the Nexus tower. FPX, you can't trade mid lane prayer for a Nexus.
Oh my days, Birdall finding the value on this Jace pick, and that's asleep. Is True Shot Barrage available? No. Solar Flare comes into the fight. Jin Zhao flashes to safety. Life with a bomb on his head, and he's burning. Care next to go down as Life finally falls, and Haichao gets himself some resets. Milky Way falls. Doctum falls. Haichao knocking them all down as Kepler looks to snipe. Birdall escapes to the bottom side, and LGD stamp their mark on this series.
Bomb plus Phoenix look for the arrow, they look for the teleport, they find neither and are left wanting. LGD have bled for this win, but it will be theirs all the same. In this matchup with 2 teams trying to find their place within the Ascension group, LGD strike first.
Care will go down to the bomb. ZDZ, last man standing, but he's not standing any longer. LGD with an absolute banger of a game 1. Show that they deserve to be in Group Ascent.
That late game macro movement, trying to use the arrow teleport onto it, but the grub buff DOTing down the turret, the minions taking down the turret, and this helped too. Leaves FPX in just the worst situation where they don't have that arrow, they don't have that teleport to bring someone across the map beyond that point. FPX slaps in that late game. It was a back and forth game. FPX had some moments where their engage determined the fight rather than the poke and the range on the other side. LGD walk away with a bloody game 1 victory.
Yeah, those Baron fights, man. Just the back-to-back-to-back-to-back Baron fights with barely any Barons actually taken. Absolute quality here. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll be back with game number 2, and I hope it is exactly the same as that.
fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to own. For our kingdom echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we live on. Those that die aren't forgotten. Just remember. Gone is our home now. It's only memory.
Welcome back to Barn Burner Central here. It's LGD versus FPX. Game number 1 was an absolute banger. Pure action the entire time and some incredible team fights from a spectator perspective. LGD managing to take game number 1. I'm joined by Nymira as we head to what I'm hoping will be a repeat of game number 1 and just another absolute stormer.
Yeah, just another one of those, please. You know what? I'd even take 2 games of that as well if FPS can bounce back. This was a really good showing from LGD. It was back and forth, though, and the fact that we got to see some of the best of both these junglers in key moments is everything I wanted from this match. I think Meteor and Milky Way have both been excellent for their own teams. I think they've been their respective MVPs. You can see that both of them did an awful lot of damage. However, an awful lot of LGD did an awful lot more damage than the respective members on FPX. They indexed into more damage. They wanted to play around range. They wanted to play around higher damage members. Whereas on the side of FPX, they were playing for the big engage and they were looking to shut down these fights before the poke and the range really became game ending, and they couldn't quite manage to do that. It did get very close, though.
I love the 2 supports on 8 and 10 deaths between them. That's 18 deaths just in supports alone. Meteor grabs himself an MVP, and I think rightly so. Really great game from him. On the Lilia, able to get a lot of damage out in those fights. The Swirl Seeds consistently finding targets for LGD to then engage upon.
I think there is a conversation to be had about who is the best Lilia in the LPL right now. And I think Meteor is on the short list. There is definitely a list of a couple of players in there. I think Tarzan's been looking good. I think there are a lot of players out there which you kind of look at the lips and saying, okay, how much can I really show off in this? Now we go into our second draft between these 2 teams. Let's see if that Lilia is snapped up early. Both these junglers very, very potent on that pick.
Remember, Pyke was banned by LGD last time around. It worked for them, denying that from life. It meant Tristana made it through, Leona made it through, Ezreal made it through, Ashe made it through. We'll see what makes it through this time with Leona and Tristana gone and the Ashe gone, which does mean Ezreal is still there. But FPX, like many teams in the LPL, seem to like a B1 Renekton. I don't know anyone in the Western community watching that likes a B1 Renekton, but a lot of LPL teams do, and they always have, you know?
Man, we need to bring this back to the conversation of which players should be allowed to do this, because you need to not just win lane on this pick, you then have to win the mid-game team fights as well, and that is a different beast entirely. Earlier in the day, we saw Solo Kill get 1,000 gold lead on the Renekton and do nothing with it in team fights. That is just not acceptable for this kind of champion. ZDZ, he had a fairly decent performance on the Ornn in that first game. Of course, he's coming in, stepping into the shoes of Shallow as well in that top lane, but I'm surprised that this has been such a consistent pick for teams which are not necessarily leveraging it to the potential you need to, as we now get ourselves that Kai'Sa Lucian lock-in, and of course with the Ezreal Corki, we have 4 very mobile reposition AD carries locked in.
Very powerful rotation there from FPX, and LGD now have to respond, and maybe top lane counter pick could be the answer. But you could also go for your jungler potentially as well. That would be an option. But no, Birdol goes back to that Jace once again. Range top laner against the Renekton.
I always had a heart attack because I thought the Aurelia had been locked in. I was like, wow, I haven't seen this champion played in yonks. But going to be that Birdol Jace coming through. Birdol, the last game, he did get a lot of damage out, but he was also hard focused by the enemy team. I think part of that was on Birdol and his positioning, and a lot of it was just Jace as a champion, and one thing that we've seen from... No, even 369's been having better and worse games on that champion, and, you know, if top esports are having moments where their top lane is getting exposed, then you know it's not necessarily just a player thing, it can sometimes be a champion thing too. FPX, if they lock in themselves some heavy engage, they should be able to get onto Birdol. Again, they don't have that engage from the top side of the Ornn, which is going to be a little bit lacking. They'll probably look towards something like a Nautilus themselves. They do need some big engage yet to be locked in.
Lilia still up and available as well, as LGD are on track to just get the exact same composition, pretty much, right?
I think they need to. I think FPX needs to take away the Lilia. I think FPX should take away the Lilia at this point. I think that LGD, they're playing from longer range. You want to take away that Lilia, and you need to get yourself an engaged support as well. They would have loved themselves the Nautilus, of course, that's taken away by Jinja. They'll need to get themselves an engaged support. You could potentially go for the Rakan if you want a safer champion in that support role. The problem with Alistar is that it's very easy to catch him out. Also, he's not great versus Poke because you don't want to use your ult on Poke. You want to use your ult on big burst damage. Yes, there is that on LGD, but what happens if you're half HP before you use that? That can be a big problem.
Oh, Kindred being hovered here from FPX. That's a lot of AD within your composition, with only the Kai'Sa really bringing any magic damage to the table, but it's locked in. Milky Way wants a big carry. It's a signature for him. Let's see if he can step up here against LGD. On the other side, that Lilia still up and available. It could just be an exact same repeat of the previous composition with that Lilia, but Brand also a potent power pick, something Meteor's very happy to lock in himself.
Yeah, FPX have a lower range composition this time in terms of their engage, so Meteor could have gone towards that Brand, and he goes towards the Nidalee instead. So two junglers which want to get into the enemy jungle. So Nidalee doesn't have the most setup in this game. You have the Nautilus, and that's kind of it in terms of the CC available from his teammates. Both these junglers want to be stealing camps. You've got Kindred for the purpose of your marks, Nidalee for the sake of being Nidalee and taking stuff away from the enemy jungler. FPX, I feel like they have a much easier to execute composition this time. They have much better repositioning. They have 3 repositioning at AD carries with the Kindred jumping around the place too. LGD, they have themselves a lot of poke. They have so many skill shots. So even if a Nidalee Spear lands, maybe the Shock Blast lands, maybe an Ezreal Q lands, they'll be looking to buy enough time for the extra cooldowns to come through and for them to continue playing a high range composition. On the other side, it feels like you're playing towards the big engage once again. I feel like compared to that first game though, it is harder to land that engage.
It certainly will be harder. LGD though, again, pure damage in this roster, similar to the previous game, not quite the same in terms of composition, but that Nidalee, if you can land the spears, will certainly be able to chunk people out later on. Let's see how this one's going to go for FPX. They need to prove themselves. They need to show that they belong here in Group Ascent. The Kindred comes through for Milky Way. He has been the hero, the carry for this organization all year long, and they've given him a big carry once more. Questions of compositional damage types coming through here, with only the Kai'Sa for AP, but we'll see if it's going to be enough. LGD though, they got their first game win of the group stage in game number 1. Let's see if they can repeat it for game 2.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。上到这了，敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Now looks for life in the top side. Nothing going to happen on this level 1 though, I don't think. And I think it's worth bringing up the topic of LGD's first group stage win here, because they're 0-3 right now. Before this series, they were 0-6 in games, and that sounds terrible. But it is worth remembering that the matchups they've had so far are AL, JDG, and BLG. Those are big-ticket teams. Those are contenders for the top spot in the league. So LGD, they've had a really tough schedule to start the league off. And a strong win here today maybe would recalibrate people's view of this team.
To an extent, you can't avoid hard strength of scheduling the Ascension group because that's exactly
True.
what it's designed to give. It's meant to be top teams versus top teams. However, there are different stratas within there as well, and I think the fact that LGD played against a lot of teams which we had very high expectations coming out of groups for, maybe has dampened our expectations below what they are currently at. The fact that FPX were taken down in that first game and were really pushed in both early game and in team fighting maybe gives us some extra room to see LGD show some upper level potential. We'll see whether they can close out this series. You know what? I'm just happy that if we get similar games to that first one where both these teams are really just trying to outplay each other in the team fights, I don't even care if it goes to 3 at that point. Sometimes it's just nice to see that good League of Legends on display. It's always nice to see that. FPX on the other side, they lose here. Maybe that means we have to recalibrate them as well because they've been down towards the bottom of the Ascension group so far. They kind of got gifted that win versus NIP as well, where Care had a quadra kill to save that game. It is going to be a very difficult game for FPX if they do end up losing this one. It is going to very much, again, change our expectations of them.
It was an interesting series, wasn't it? That FPX versus NIP series where realistically it was almost 2-0. Did not end up going that way in the end. Ended up going the full distance. It was a messy series for both teams, to be quite honest. Then FPX, I feel like this first game was pretty messy still. I feel like it was a fairly messy game from both teams, which I'm personally really okay with. I feel like there's a sentiment in the community these days that messy is not okay. The reason I love the LPL is because it's messy. Like, that's why I enjoy watching in League of Legends most of the time. So I've been reveling in Group Nirvana, but I like it when our top teams get messy as well, because then you get that perfect combination of really high level mechanical play and shenanigans. It's the perfect mix for me. It's Meteor sent back in. Milky Way has a Scuttle Crab. ZDZ going for a fight here. I don't think he realized Milky Way doesn't want to fight this. He wants the crab.
Milky Way does get himself that mark, but this is something that we saw in the first game too. Bertle had a very poor KDA coming out of game 1. I don't necessarily think all of that was his fault. One thing which he did very, very well though was keep ZDZ out of river for these topside skirmishes. Even though Milky Way had himself, 2 teammates heading up towards that river, even with just the 1 teammate coming in, the support of Meteor, it gets more value because Bertle takes a really heavy trade at the right point. So that's going to be a flash out of ZDZ and potential for Meteor to return to that lane as well with the accuracy equals to the setup in top lane, but he didn't need it to force that flash the first time. These junglers in their early pathing, it is the core of what should happen in this early game. Of course, it does tend to be, particularly with Kindred and Nidalee, though. It's all about getting value in the enemy jungle. It's going to be warded out there, Meteor here. He will be spotted taking the place.
I think he'll be able to at very least finish that first big Krug, and hopefully for him, should be able to finish off more of the camp as well. Hops back over that wall, gets 1 bonus mini Krug before trying to reset. Milky Way will spot him, and I think that's the moment for Meteor to realize he's got to back away from this one, get out of dodge. Get consistently trading with Haichao in the mid lane here, but the wave in a really, really good spot for Haichao to just match the recall. However, Care doesn't have his TP available.
And Care, worth mentioning as well, I think
there actually. Care just crashes this wave now. That's a huge wave loss for Haichao.
And I think this is something to mention because Care has had poor games in summer. He has been one of the reasons why FPX have struggled to team fight at some points because Care has struggled to put out good damage. He has found comfort on the Lucian. This is a pick which I really like seeing him on. I think that he's found good value on this. The fact that he's getting some control of this early lane, which you expect with the Lucian, especially against that Corki, is a good sign for FPX. If he can get himself onto the board in a significant way with that Lucian, that'll be something for FPX to leverage on in a way that you can't do with other mid lane picks for Care currently.
Really nice start there from Care. Haichao's hit level 6 first off of that wave. Care just hits it now as Life gets a free entry onto the enemy mid laner, but it's a good chunk of his own, ironically, life. This Jinjaku is one of the hook, so nothing going to come of that one. Grubs have just spawned on the map. That's why both supports are up in this top side.
And also, both these AD carries happy to farm in the 1v1. You don't have the level 6 yet from the Kai'Sa, which is when you can get some significant kill threat onto the Ezreal. Kai'Sa always was kind of introduced as a bit of an Ezreal counter in regards to that. We do have ourselves a lot of people entering River in this top side.
Oh, ZDG. He's going to be okay. I wasn't sure if Birdall would just look for the knockback towards the rest of the team. Great hook from Jin Zhao. And that's that spear setup you were talking about. First blood there for LGD. And potentially Grubs as well.
Yeah, that was masterfully stepped by Birdall. Just managed to get himself the right spacing to make sure that ZDZ couldn't get a big turnaround play with his empowered W. Just managed to stick out of auto range, and then, of course, the rest of the teammates come in from LGD. ZDZ has been given this Renekton as a first pick. He does not have the Renekton pass so far in this early game. He is behind in gold. He has not been given... he's not been getting opportunities to really influence this game, and now being 0-1 and significantly far behind for the timestamp in the game, this is a worry. This Renekton is not easy to play when it's behind, especially against a very high range composition from LGD. You need very good angles to get into the backline later into things, so I'm getting a bit worried for ZDZ already.
It could become pretty challenging, couldn't it, on that top side? As Birdall got to choose his matchup for this chase, right? Remember, Birdall picked his top laner second. Whether or not it's a Renekton counter, I don't feel qualified to comment, but certainly you'd expect with the range in the laning phase, you can find your advantages, and later on in the game, that poke is going to be devastating. Once again, all 4 carries on the side of LGD have plenty of poke to bring to the table. FPX trying to set something up on the bottom side. They won't find themselves a dive. Instead, looking towards this Drake potentially as Meteor continues to clear his jungle. The ward comes through from Milky Way, but doesn't quite get there in time for the blue buff.
You know, earlier in the day, first series, briefly mentioned that one of those games was one of the lower amount of 80 carries we've seen in quite a while. There was only 3 80 carries in one game because there was a Ziggs picked in place of the other one. We have 5 in this game. And Jace is not far off being an 80 carry in his own right when he's got the hypercharger running. So you've got 5 and a little bit of an 80 carry in this game as well. Again, this feels like right now, 80 carries are just being played absolutely everywhere. Even you can just see how much value these Tabby's going to get. These Ninja Tabby over at the Steel Caps are going to get ridiculous value on both sides with the amount of auto attack.
Yeah, we've already got 4 on the scoreboard. We'll be keeping Steel Caps count across the course of this cast. I will say, the game pace dramatically changing, and I think it's always really noticeable in series like this when the first game was so action-packed. It's like a drop in adrenaline from the previous game when it was just so explosive, so much action, far more than a kill a minute across the course of that one. So many team fights. But it did kick off more once these neutral objectives start to get into play. ZDZ does get caught by the spear. A chance for Meteor to jump in, but Milky Way is there and Lamb's Respite is up. And that's enough to dissuade LGD, but honestly, just the health trade is enough.
That was a really close spear there from Meteor too. That spear lands and maybe you've got yourself crocodile skin boots. That's a flash in the bot lane.
Kepler, he's got Arcade Shift, but even that won't save you now. Doctor will grab himself FPX's first kill of the game.
Kepler subbing in for Shaya and immediately getting shown the back, just the exit door there at that point in that bot lane. Doesn't blow the flash, doesn't blow the barrier, knows he's dead to right. Really good engage and a good pick off from Life. Maybe he thought he was in a 1v1 between the 80 carries again with the support roaming. That is not the case. So something on the board for FPX. Kill going over to Life. He now gets himself a ship for the extra wave clear. Is going to be very, very powerful now for him to push in roam, much in the way that he was trying to do with the Ashe in that last game with the Shiv Ashe build as well. LG need to make sure that Dogdam doesn't get assassination threats. This is a very squishy team from LGD, and as opposed to the Ashe in the last game, this Kai'Sa has the ability to dive into those 80 carries, and if you're out of position, this Kai'Sa will very much pick you off with single target Qs. That can be a big difference between the first game and this one.
Kepler off to a tough start in a matchup, like you say, that could get tougher for him as well. And I want to mention Kepler's history, because some newer viewers may not know the name Kepler, may not know that this guy has played in LPL a few times over the years. And unfortunately, one of those times was back in 2021 summer. He was on B5, which was the worst LPL team in history. Managing to go on a 0-16 split for themselves and was consequently subbed out of the LPL. Then rejoined in 2022. Summer was on TT, but again, very lackluster roster. He's been a player that often has been criticized for mispositions in team fights, in map maneuvers as well. He wants to try and prove himself as he stepped into this roster over Xiaoya, a very new player. Perhaps that legacy can step up as Life goes in for a fight here. Kepler's just getting so much poke damage down. Lamp Respite used just to keep the support alive. Milky Way chunked as well. And look at this max range ZDZ finds the engage though, and Kepler has to blink away, but Doctor finds him on the back line. 1 for 1 as now Doctor will be taken down, and LGD, they keep their distance.
It is a trade of dives as half of LGD are looking to keep distance, and Bernal manages to get into the backline himself to take down an extra kill. So what's that, a 2 for 1 overall in a messy fight? This should be a bit of a microcosm of how these fights happen later into the game. You're going to have someone flashing forward from FPX, whether that's ZDC or whether that's Life, to try and get themselves a big engage. Then that unlocks Knockdown, and then they try and get themselves split fights. Whereas on the other side from LGD, they try and absorb that initial engage, keep their distance, but then they try and find themselves those range advantages, which we saw being so impactful in that first game. ZDZ goes into Kepler, but he does have that barrier, and that saves him enough. The flash, not awesome, and it just brings him into a range where Knockdown can get a single target keep, but then Knockdown flashes as well, so both AD carries not having the best use of the summoners there. Wouldn't quite like them for the next Dragon coming up, the Herald coming up. You're not going to have them now.
No, you certainly are not. Meteor wants to grab a crab, but that is not going to happen. He's on that fateful crab champion as well, I think. I remember right, that was in Italy. Doesn't go for it though, does not commit.
So I have very fond memories of that game. So that was MSI 2021, and it was the first game of C9 and Detonation Focus Me. So that was the first time that an LGL team had faced a #1 seed from another region, and Blabber went and did that, and flashed from one side of a new deer to the other side of a new deer, and was in melee range the entire time, and died for it. And it was, lives to this day in infamy. Shellfish allergies aside, that one's a little bit different in how a crab can kill you.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's anything to do with an allergy on that one. I feel like it was more of, I don't know, perhaps in judgment, let's say. But Fort Blabber still gets mentioned. It's
oh, Guy's a great juggler, but he's always going to remember for that one. That's the case of it. There's not many times when a player is known for like a negative connotation to a move being named after. Because you know you've got like the insect, right? The flash kick. You've got the Captain Jack, the instant cleanse. You have the Blabber dying for a crab.
Yeah. Me and back when Orcs was casting on, hang on, I'm going to have to hold this thought as Life finds himself a double knockup to engage, and Milky Way's no damage onto Jinjao. Great spear from Meteor, chunks out Milky Way, but it won't be enough to save the LGD support. He drops as Kepler will at least find Sour Doctor with the all-in. No flash for Kepler, remember?
Kepler.
And he's found in a 1v1 against Doctor.
Kepler uses his E after the W's landed, so he just gets assassinated, and now suddenly Dogdam 3-1 after LGD also overextended that bot jungle. Gives a lot over to FPX. It was just 2 straight kills, very, very clean in terms of the execution. And though LGD have 6 grubs, they can play around side lanes. If you are dying, it doesn't help you defend your own turrets in the same way. So FPX given a lot of freebies there, even though they're behind quite significantly for this timestamp in the game. FPX trading back well, maybe looking for an engage.
Oh, Jinjao just walked straight into them there. He's going to drop again 2 times in a row there. And I feel like the bottom lane for LGD is falling apart a little bit. The rest of the map looking good, but this bot lane needs to sort their stuff out. ZDZ trying to move in and threaten for more, and it will secure the tier 1 in the mid lane for FPX. It wants a little bit more, but does need to be cautious not to overstep for this one.
A good spear from Meteor opens up a potential kill option onto Cab, but it's not to be. You know, we were talking about LGD. They've had some struggles in their early games. I think their early games have been much better, but this is still quite worrying here, the fact that they had that good early game now, and then they randomly throw a load of kills over to FPX. That's not really what you want to see from a team, which does have that Nidalee, that does have you know, that's somewhat of a timer in that jungle matchup, where you know, Nidalee very, very good in that early game. Still rolling over that quite well right now, still in 15 minutes, and Nidalee very, very much right. And I think that Meteor's skill shot accuracy on their spears has also been quite impactful. They get themselves that Herald, they have themselves 6 grubs, and they'd already taken both that top and mid lane inner turrets. With the 6 grubs and the Herald, they should still be able to blow up this game even more, and FX need to be very wary of where the next big macro power play is going to come through from LGD.
Worth quickly noting as well, Milky Way, only 2 stacks so far on that Kindred, still a long way away from getting the 4 stacks that we all know and want to see. LGD, despite those few kills going over, it's still 3,000 gold up right now, and TPing Haichao down to this bottom side to try and threaten more, try and guarantee that tier 1. All things considered, even with Kepler and Jin Zhao having a couple of awkward deaths, it's still very positive right now for LGD across the board.
It is, and they need to be careful still. They have the 6 grubs, they have themselves a lot of squishy members though, and we've already seen Dokdam assassinate Kepler the once. This lead is good. If they get themselves another dragon, which was taken quite late in this game, it's going to be spawning in the next 2 minutes, which means it was taken quite a long time after it spawned. If they get themselves to a Soul Wind Con, if they can get themselves these good macro player players who can force FX between choosing a dragon or defending their towers, that can be powerful for them. But if they halfway house it, Dokdam hits a W, someone is dying. I don't care if this Chase has an Eclipse, yes, Birdall's very strong right now. I would still take Kai'Sa in the 1v1 most of the time throughout most of this game, particularly once that second item is hit. He has himself that Q upgrade, he has himself the Shiv, he's very, very powerful as Dokdam, and LGD needs to be aware that Dokdam is the person who can ruin your game for you.
He really is, and he's on maybe the pick of the month, honestly. This Kai'Sa has been in every single game in the LPL. JDG wants a fight with Birdall here. Starts the trade off pretty rough and losing over half his HP. ZDZ finally gets the stun as Birdall just walks away. And that ZDZ essentially just bodied the trade. I mean,
yeah, go for that trade while your Kai'Sa is in ult distance. If that happens, then he dies. 100%. What did we just say? The Kai'Sa is very, very powerful. Now gets himself towards that second item, but you know, even with the second rank of that ultimate, you're not flying from mid lane straight up towards top lane. Yes, your third rank is very, very long distance, but your second one is still got a little bit of a distance to walk with your own 2 feet. ZDZ can very much set up for that Kai'Sa, but that is not the situation you want to be in, and that's a good damage check from Birdall to say, yes, he is very much going to be a problem in that 1v1. Already 1.3k up, and see whether he can continue that as the Herald is dropped down towards bot side, away from those hotspots.
6 grubs as well, so this should be some good damage, and the mites will tank. That's going to be a tower, tier 2, in favor of LGD. And nothing else really gained elsewhere from FPX. Trying to move up to this top side, trying to get something onto Birdall, but he respects it, he backs away, and this will also be a second Drake for LGD. They've got 6 grubs, they're looking at 2 Drakes, they've got more towers than FPX. I mean, we said this is a composition that you kind of need to be ahead, you kind of need to be in control of the game for this sort of poke composition, pure damage composition to work. But they're very much ahead, and they're very much in control.
Absolutely, and the fact that they managed to keep Dokdam tracked as well, so they don't have to be scrambling to defend one side of the map. When we were seeing that cross map, you can see Dokdam kind of hovering in mid lane, clearing that out, walking towards top side, see if you can combo off of a Renekton stun. It's not happening because of that ward right there, and the ward that was just in the top side river brush as well. They're spotting out Dokdam as he wants to move across the map. If Dokdam is not present at the plays, I'm pretty sure that LG win everything? Question mark. I feel like right now, Dokdam, this guy on your stream, the spectators have hovering them for a reason. If they get themselves onto an isolated target, things are still winnable for FPX, but as it stands, LGD, great gold lead, getting themselves some good item breakpoints too. 2 of their 3 Muramanas transformed already. They are almost ready to fire all poke cylinders.
I didn't even know there were such things as poke cylinders.
Yeah, you know, they're a new thing. You get like the so they've got like
Instead
3.
of a
they have
V8,
4 right
it's
now.
a P8.
6, yeah. I did learn that there are W cylinders the other day. Well, not the other. I've known that for a while. They're not common, but there are W cylinders. That's a pull from in.
Yeah, his Valkyrie was denied, but Lamb's just gonna die. Oh no! Lamb's respite comes out a little bit late, and Haichao managed to make his way into a Milky Way, dies to the frost bomb. Oh god, it's a disaster. And Haichao, the winner of it all, with a double kill.
Why are they taking that fight when their Kai'Sa is in base? Dokdam was trying to run down the mid lane, trying to get towards that play, but once again, they just don't get themselves in the position at the right time. And LGD, they're quite a squishy composition. They can't tank this for long, but they can definitely head towards it. Life is heading back out towards the map, but I think this might just be gone. There's no slight around here.
Pretty quick.
Baron gone.
They might have to flash over the back wall. I don't know. Doctor potentially a chance to pop off here. 2K on the Baron. Smite should come down here, but the health bars are low for LGD. That's Baron. Jinjiao just dips immediately. Kepler over the wall, but Doctor chases for more. 2 kills for him, 1 for Care, but a Baron for LGD.
Finally, FPX realize, hang on, why don't we get this Kai'Sa involved in the game? The spectator's been hovering over them the entire time. We've been sat there saying, hey, you know, this Kai'Sa's probably really strong if you get them into a fight, right? Gets away with a lot of gold from that play, and LGD is now suddenly going to have only two Baron buffs to play with. Which replay we're going back towards? We're going back towards this top lane. Okay, right. So this one's a little earlier. Get to see HiChow's point of view as he gets flashed on, not flashed on, this is just straight up comboed by the Alistar. He has so much damage at this point. He has his Muramana, and because of the turnaround down, Sean Meteor getting right onto Milky Way and allows HiChow to live a little longer because he can go run into effectively the shared ultimate at that point. This is where FPX look a lot better though, because they do have the Kai'Sa here. Doesn't use that ultimate to get into the play. Instead runs around the back of the pit and then uses the ultimate to continue to have that DPS. Typically, that is how Kai'Sas look their best. You don't start with the ult, you follow up with that ult. And that's exactly what happens there. Now he comes back almost at those 3 items.
I've never seen Static Shiv get much team fight value before, but I feel like Doctor really getting some big Shiv value there with everyone grouped up in the pit. Fantastic little fight from him. And FPX show some life for once. Not for once, for the first time
showed
pretty much
every
in this
game.
game. Yeah, well, that's
they
true.
have life.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, FPX kind of back in this game a little bit, fighting hard. I feel like if LGD just pulled the trigger on the Baron a little bit sooner, that was probably a Baron and they'd maybe get away with it. Hesitated a bit, and FPX with a good punish. But now Drake going to be coming up in a minute's time. LGD have to. Does feel like FPX have control for now.
Yeah, they do for now, and they have themselves some big item power points coming through. Talked about Dogdam, most gold in the game, very, very powerful. You also have 4 marks being claimed by Milky Way somewhere over the last fight or two. Managed to pick them up, so he's going to have himself that range increase. Also has himself the Kraken Collector bonus. So LGD, despite the fact that they have led throughout the entirety of this game, the gold lead is not that out of proportion, and there are still item breakpoints on the other side. 3 items now in for Dogdam. He is so ready to start poking down and returning fire a little bit of his own with that W. Does he have that shot blast, but at least it is competitive now between him and the skill shots coming out from LGD. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. FPX, if they can find a split target for Dogdam to get an easy first kill, or for ZDZ to get involved as well, that changes an awful lot. LGD, they want to make sure that their poke is hitting.
Just want to mention as well, Milky Way, I'm not sure quite when, did manage to find his 4th stack. So the Kindred did more of a champion in these team fights. Kepler actually dashes forwards to find some damage. Jinjiao blocks the culling from Care, and a little shock blast on the back of it as well. Look at the health bars from FPX as they move into the mid lane. Honeyfruit there for Kepler as well to remove the poke that's been returned. Kepler right at the front of the fight here, potentially needs to back away, but finds one. Never mind, stay exactly where you are, Kepler. On off. Doctor into the back line, but Birdle flashes away from him. Doctor low on HP, but finds one anyway. ZDZ, one of the last members remaining, and Doctor on the wrong side of the map. Meteor searches for more. HiChow gets a chunk from Doctor, who's desperately trying to recall.
Another
Meteor
W.
knows. Meteor knows, surely. Oh, the spear just meters away as Doctor finally found the solo for Meteor and LGD, kings of the chaos.
LGD managed to walk away with that fight. They walk away with everything they want from that, and they do just about stop Dogtown from taking over. I thought that maybe the Kai'Sa could be once again the team fight determining factor. If he has a flash, I think he gets himself maybe 1 or 2 more kills, but FPX, they try to get themselves to be engaged. Life pops his ult early, you kind of have to against this kind of comp, but even with the ult, immediately made into mincemeat. Dogtown, look at how he plays it through. He's trying to again get that split fight while the Milky Way ultimate is trying to get himself onto the board too, but they just can't deal with all of the range. Dogtown can close the gap once, but not after that point. Even with successive Ws, can't bring out the same amount of value that Birdall did right there. A much better KDA than the first game, much better team fights from Birdall as well. 3-1 and 4, really impactful fight in the chase.
I feel like FPX need a rel or something here just to try and pull LGD together a little bit, because the way that they are spreading out in these fights makes it so difficult to deal with. It was a negative Baron power play at the end of things, but they are still ultimately about 6,000 gold up, so I don't think they're going to be too worried about trading fairly even across the course of Baron, because they got so many towers now. Just the tier 2s remaining in mid and top lane, and also sole point for LGD. It really has been a fantastic series for the team, and again, I want to remind people that this is their 4th series. They're 0-3 in that upper group. They hadn't won a game before this series, but maybe it is a matter of strength of schedule. Maybe this is a team that could still qualify for playoffs without having to go through those grueling best of 5s.
Yeah, you know, FPX, they are a team which people have a lot of expectations of after spring. They have found themselves a bit of a roadblock here in LGD. LGD, they were the sore thumb in the Ascension group. People are asking, did they deserve to be here? Flash in onto Burnell, that's a kill.
Huge pick here for FPX, massive. Unfortunately, there's nothing up right now, but in 20 seconds, Baron will come up onto the map. Birdle has TP, but he'll be dead for another 20 seconds when that Baron spawns. Perhaps a chance for FPX.
Yeah, that's still a flash out of ZDZ. That's a powerful tool to be using. The fact that you get that kill onto Burnell, it's nice. Is that going to net yourself a game-changing play, though? The kill onto Burnell definitely helps. We talked how much value he had in that team fight. He's not here for the poke now as well. See if FPX look for a turn. ZDZ doesn't have that flash now.
Big jump onto Dogdom. Remember, Dogdom, no ult. That is such a big tool for FPX. I think FPX realized they don't really want to fight without it. Zhao moving forwards. That ward survives and will be cleared at the end by a pink ward. LGD, I don't think... Oh, they're going to go for it. They're going to pull the trigger. Oh, God.
He can teleport in. Birdle can come back in. And now suddenly, you use your Renekton flash. Dogdam's not there. FPX, they have been completely round about the map by LGD, who are looking for a turn. They don't manage to land it. You know, FPX, they commit the Renekton flash. They try and get themselves a game-changing play. Can't quite manage it.
They just start Baron again. Dogdam trying to move on in. Tag onto Haichao, tag onto Birdle. LGD, this is not what you want to do right now. They back away, they realize this isn't it. They force the TP out from ZDZ though, and again, really tense around the Baron. This might be my favorite series of the split so far. I mean, TES BLG was pretty damn good, I'm not gonna lie, but this has been a kind of a bang.
It has, and you know, considering that these two teams are ones which we've had kind of ambiguous expectations of, you know, have FPX really fallen off that much from spring? Are they going to turn up again to the level which we know they can? What's happening with LGD, their strength of schedule? I feel like they've performed better than I thought they would do today, and they've been closer matched than I thought they would be today as well. It has been really back and forth, bloody team fights, which of course we both love in terms of the entertainment value. And now coming through into the late game here, we're starting to crest into that point where we've got Soul on the table, Baron on the table. We are very much into the late game now. It feels like it's going to be on that execution. Can Dogdam find himself enough W's on target? Can they find themselves a split fight? Dogdam's trying to shadow that Renekton. He's been trying to combo up with ZDZ this entire game. It's been really hard to lock down onto those targets though. LGD playing a lot of respect to the value that Kai'Sa can have off that CC.
Meteor now tries to move into the jungle. This is the issue with the LGD comp, is if you don't have vision control, it's quite hard to move forward unless one of those skill shots lands and shows you that someone's there, and suddenly out of the shadows, FPX appear. I think LGD were suspicious that the whole team might be in that rush, and so don't face check. Now, the battle for mid-prio continues. Both teams will just eradicate the wave. Mid-prio does not exist.
Yeah. You've heard for the battle for Middle Earth, now get ready for the battle for mid-prio. It's a little bit different. We don't exactly have ourselves any orcs right now, but we have a lot of firepower and so many skill shots from LGD. Even if one misses, there's a dozen other which is going to follow it. If they can land enough poke, that might be it. Milky Way
goes in and Life finds a knock-up to start it off. Jin Zhao alone as LGD forced to retreat to start it off with the health bars alone. And Dogdam down to the backline looking for Meteor. He survives, and instead Dogdam falls. Birdle trying to carry on the bottom side of the fight as LGD stay as a 3. Jumping forwards, the Lamb's respite will keep Kepler alive. The spears coming in, shot blast from the side, potentially from Birdle as it goes wide. Haichao looking for rockets too, but they're on cooldown. Life sidestepping everything. 3 men alive each.
There are just so many particles on our screen at every given moment. These skill shots tearing across the battlefield. And it's LGD that vaguely come out with a win, question mark. I think definitely after this point, they are going to be able to stick around in the bottom river. Dragon has spawned. FPX, they're trying to get their jungler healed up off of these camps, but can they contest? Milky Way can hop over the back of the pit. He can look for the steal. No Lamb's Respite though.
This is Soul, and it's Soul for LGD as Birdle dances to the backline though, tries to trade it. That's 2. How did they find 2? 3 there as Hai Chao carries the fight. Life alone in the back of the pit, and he will fall for another in favor of LGD.
Incredible burst coming out of Birdle with multi-man to the skies, the hammer form Q, and Hai Chao followed up with boss bombs and Gatling guns galore. LGD have been made to fight for it, but FPX are coming out second best in the grand majority of these team fights. They're almost finding the split fight, so Milky Way and Lockdown to dance their way through to team fight victories, but it hasn't quite been enough. I think particularly in this game, Birdle and Hai Chao have absolutely murdered their way through the grand majority of these team fights. With the Ocean Soul, they're going to look to take the Baron.
ZDZ tries to make some kind of contest happen, but there's nothing he can do on that one. Now Doctor, I mean, Killer Instinct is up. If you can find a Void Seeker, maybe there's an angle for an exit kill. What?
What? He steals the Baron!
The Void Seeker finds the Void Beast. Doctor keeps FPX in it.
Well, he finds himself the exit kill. It's just not onto a champion, it's onto the Baron. And just as we are saying, FPX have been second best. Dogtown puts himself into first place on that podium. He is in the spotlight now. He is the main character, and he puts FPX back on the map.
My goodness, Doctor is not going to let this one go without a fight, is he? We're going to take another look at this fight. It looked good to start for FPX with a 3-man pulverize.
Yeah, Milky Way gets himself into a great position to start closing that gap, hop over the wall. Dogtown gets a split fight too. But just look how much damage Birdle does. Assassinates one, takes down ZDZ at the end of this. Hai Chao doing similar things in the groups that fight on the other side. There is just so much damage on the side of LGD. Even if Kepler is the one to go down, I don't think Kepler's had the best team fights. The rest of the team have done. This is a snipe from the gods.
Oh my
W to steal that Baron. That keeps things maybe in contention, but they're still losing their base.
He had a Pixel's whip to hit it, and he hit it, but it will not save the base by the looks of things. Mid lane in him goes down, bot lane in trouble, and ZDZ falls. This is a window wide open for LGD to find their first series win here in the Ascend group. People said they didn't belong, and they are here to prove everybody wrong. Need to wait for another minion wave to finish the job. But CDC not up for another 35 seconds.
And with the Bloodthirst is here on LGD as well, the poke is meaningless. With that Nidalee, the poke is meaningless. It's going to be a siege. Can FPX hold on to their walls?
Good spear. I mean, Meteor has hit so many spears across the course of this game. Like, we talked about how little setup there is for this Nidalee, but with a full poke composition like this, there's so much to dodge, there's so many projectiles. Yet inevitably, Nidalee is going to find a few, and Meteor, every time they hit, it's half a health bar.
It's, most of the time when we see Nidalee, it has been part of a setup combination throughout League history. It has been about the Renekton Nidalees and the Northless Nidalees, which can kind of set up for these big spears across the map. It makes your job that much easier. There have been teams in the past, though, which have just said, look, the spears are easier to hit if everyone's already dodging other stuff. If you go towards the Jace and the Ezreal and the Corki Rockets and then also the Nidalee as well, you have to dodge so much stuff that one of these things is going to hit. It doesn't always even matter if it is the Nidalee spear.
Do you know,
at that point, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to say, it reminds me of top esports, like 4 years ago. You know, the Karsa iteration of the team, they loved playing these kinds of comps with the Jace top, with the Nidalee in the jungle, Jackie loves Ezreal. I don't know if Corki mid was necessarily a thing at the time. I can't really remember, but it was all about these kinds of compositions.
Oh, I'm sure there was an Azir Corki meta
was
at
a big thing back at the time. This was like Ezreal Yumi kind of era as well. Like these full poke compositions, they were one of the only teams in the league that were willing to do them. Kind of feels good to see a similar comp come back again.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen this that much even worldwide. Jinchao may be looking for a hook. He has that flash. He's going to hold my breath. Potentially could be the game-ending fight. The hook goes wide. ZDZ has that flash back. He's found Birdle on the side. He doesn't know he's here. He's not going to go onto him just yet. He's going to flank potentially.
Mega flank coming through. Life finds the engage. Just Hai Chao gets away. Doctor dives onto the backline. Look at the enemy mid laner. He has to turn golden. ZDZ looks to finish Hai Chao. The health bar low, and he will be taken down in the meantime. Care has fallen as Meteor Meteor found an assassination, but FPX are winning the fight right here. Birdle has to carry. He has to be the one to take the mantle. But with Jin Chao falling, and Meteor can't get into the fight, Birdle surely will die too. FPX are doing it against all odds. FPX find it off of ZDZ's miracle flank.
ZDZ gets himself into the game. It does cost him his flash, his ult, and his life, but he'll take that for the base standing for the game, continuing to go on. LGD, even with the Ocean Soul, cannot close the game out at this time of asking. It is getting to the point where it is all about these intricate angles. It's about the smoke and mirrors, and ZDZ somehow finds himself on that fog of war. Birdle doesn't spot him out there. I think ZDZ makes the right choice to not go on to Birdle. Charges up his rage through his ultimate. Life goes in, catches Haichao as he Valkyries. There's no way he can get out of this, so one of the damage sources is immediately obliterated from LGD. Kepler as well, he's been zeroed out in so many of these fights. We talked about, you know, he's kind of playing for a spot against Shaya in this series. These team fights have not been a great look in for him. Whereas on the other side, Docdam is really starting to take over once the opening has been presented. Picture in picture, we might be seeing a kill.
Oh, Meteor's dead! Oh my god, Meteor's dead as Elder Dragon spawns! LGD, two mistakes, two back-to-back mistakes, and suddenly this game looks like it's FPX's with Elder Dragon. Surely they can turn that into a Baron as well.
Oh, you might have to see what will happen around these inhibs. That's going to be a big problem here for LGD. Double teleports from Haichao and Birdle. If they leave themselves out of position to go towards that Baron, there is every chance that we'll be seeing a teleport onto him, wave that's pushed in into the Nexus as well. So LGD, they lose their jungler, they lose that Elder, and now this is a really dangerous point. Full build Docdam has Banshees and Zhonya's, double the defensive items. He feels he has the damage. What happens here? How did Meteor get caught out? He's just looking for a play into the enemy jungle, gets hit by the culling. Milky Way jumps over the wall. He just pushed it way too far.
Just disrespected the enemy team. You can't be doing that for chickens at this point in the game. He's almost at full build. As Birdle realizes he's in trouble, just TPs to the bottom lane, does not want to be there anymore. The tower won't quite go down as FPX will claim their Baron. And I've got to say, FPX's team fighting in this late game has been fantastic. Obviously, Docdam really, really great in the play around the inhib, right, to dive in alongside ZDZ. The flank from ZDZ was great, but also the follow-up there, like Milky Way dives in, Life dives in, everybody jumps on board to make sure that Docdam can carry these fights. Milky Way now on 7 stacks on the Kindred, so that's another power spike for him. 20 and 20 on the scoreboard. We asked for a repeat of game 1. We've absolutely got it today.
And you know what? When it comes to these late game scenarios, need I remind people of Spring? This was FPX's comfort zone. They backdoored top esports. They took huge late game wins against many top teams in the LPL on their journey to us considering to be the top team. Every time those W's land, you have to be so afraid. Kepler dodged that on that one.
The Ocean Soul is so valuable.
The Ocean Soul, the Nidalee getting those heals is so valuable to stop the insta-kill.
Oh, Meteor is so low! Haichao saves him as Onya's comes up through, and Meteor will walk away with his life. Barely, but he is alive. 20 seconds on Elder. The wave now arriving. Kepler's going to ult him, but with Baron in play as well, this should be enough to break open the mid lane inhibitor. 10 seconds on Elder. FPX can't just keep brute forcing, at least with Elder. Maybe they can just brute force manually. In fact, the top lane tower's not there anymore, so that'll be 2 inhibs. FPX have gone from a deficit of 2 inhibs to an advantage of 2 inhibs.
Now, the Elder's fallen off. I don't think they're going to be able to use the rest of the Baron. The fact is that FPX won the last couple of team fights by getting onto the carries in the backline. It's very hard to do that when you push LGD so far into their own side of the map. You can see that, you know, LGD, they get to play around huge amounts of damage if they can keep FPX at range. It is getting harder and harder to do so because FPX, and particularly Docdam on this full build, can isolate someone if you do get that W on target. Haichao has teleport, Birdle doesn't. There's still every chance that LGD could teleport into the base, take an inhib, and force some problems for FPX to worry about those smoke and mirrors. So FPX still needs to be very, very careful. No Elder this time to auto when you're those fights.
We have a moment of quiet, a moment of LGD just catching their breath, trying to find a way to get back in this game. Remember, this is a position that will struggle when you've lost control, and it does feel like they have lost control of the map. Kepler's got to be careful. Remember, this is a player that historically has had issues getting caught out at the wrong time. This would definitely be the wrong time. Caught by a Void Seeker, but Doctum won't go for that one just now.
Doctum has a Zephyr. That's a thing. Zephyr is a thing that built out of his. We rarely get to see these things, but he's so strong. Kepler has the Bloodthirst, wants to wave play. Oh, that's a double teleport!
Kepler's gone a little bit too deep on this one. Flashes over the wall. Doctum gets onto the backside. High Chow manages to survive. ZDZ goes over the wall, but Doctum might have gone too deep himself. Care now has to carry his ZDZ's in the middle of everything. Doctum gets away with his life. Meteor tries to carry so many Zonyas as Birdle hunts for Doctum, but the Shock Blast is wide. Birdle doesn't have the damage! And FPX come out on top. The Acathian Rain is a hailstorm on the heads of LGD. We're going to 3.
Off of a W snipe, Baron Steel, FPX claw their way back into the series against all odds. Fun plus Phoenix take it back to 1-1.
Just a 1-kill advantage for FPX as the game will end. Milky Way, the one to finish it by his lonesome. As you can see, Life and Meteor chasing around the other side of the map. Milky Way will finish the job, and FPX keep this series alive.
What a great series. I could definitely forgive some people for thinking that, oh, you know what, this won't be as good as the other Ascension series. There's two teams that are struggling up here. They are fighting tooth and nail here. It has been about the team fight execution. It's been about the inspiration when it matters. A Kai'Sa W Baron Steel, a couple of flanks to FPX to keep them in the game, somehow bring this to 1-1. LGD left starstruck. We were ready to call this series in regards to like the early games and then getting that advantage later on. We were talking about how LGD, maybe it's their strength of schedule which has ended up making them maybe look like they're a worse team in this group. FPX, got to start talking about them now, because once they hit that late game, their inspiration really starts to show.
I'm just saying, FPX versus NIP. NIP looked good in game number 1. They win game number 2 up until the late game. Then FPX suddenly managed to make a miracle win happen and then win game 3. Are we seeing the same thing again? FPX lose game number 1, miracle survival in game number 2. We're going to game number 3. We'll find out if history will repeat itself right after the break.
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you
Welcome back, everybody, to this ridiculous series between LGD and FPX. This has gone the distance, and FPX, once again, they lost game 1 against NIB, they came back in game 2, and then they won game 3. Maybe they can repeat history now against LGD as well. It's not a consistent strategy, but I guess it's a strategy. I think Nymera may have muted his mic.
Yes, no, that's right. Sorry, I was actually just about to say, my voice is really quite ropey after that first one, so that Baron steal, so forgiveness if it feels a little bit smoky on that point, as Dogdam smoked some fools on the Rift. This dude had such a great Kai'Sa game. And honestly, he was the main character for FPX. It took him a while to determine the game, but he kept them in it long enough for him to be the deciding factor.
I mean, that Baron steal was just obscene. Literally a pixel's width available for him to hit onto the Baron, and he still managed to find it. And there it is. Look, just slides past Jin Zhao there. And Jin Zhao was in position to try and block. You didn't realize that there was a big gap on the side. And then so many great engages from Life, so many clutch fights from Dogdam.
The fact that we have to start these highlights like 35 minutes into the game should say enough. There were so many, again, bloody fights, much like the first game in the series, coming through from these two teams. I think Bertel had a great game too. It's just that Dogdam ended up being just the better difference maker in regards to it. If he ended up getting that shock blast on target, maybe you get that kill onto him easier.
I never saw that death.
Okay, he ended up dying to Nidalee Trap. I was like, oh yeah, huh. How was he not at the Nexus? Well, he did enough damage. 208% damage efficiency. He ends up, that's pretty good. And honestly, this dude just kept finding the good plays in those team fights. He was the only reason they were in it as long as they were.
Yeah, he certainly was. Fantastic stuff from Dogdam. Another great late game Kai'Sa coming out from Dogdam. I feel like this is becoming a bit of a signature for him. And we're going into game number 3. We're going to find out how this one ends. The Pike, once again banned by LGD. While they're on the blue side, they banned the Corki this time, as well as that Tristana being taken off the board. Last time around, FPX, was it this series where they went the Ashe and the Leona? I can't remember if that was even... Yeah, that was the series. Yeah, ZDZ went on. Yeah, that was the series.
Yeah.
That feels like a long time ago now. We're only in game 3.
It does. And also just Ashe Leona is really... The thing is, the Braum is available. If you go for the Ashe Leona, there is the chance that the Braum comes on the other side, and it's not awesome. You could go for the Ashe Braum if you like yourself, go towards the Zeri. So that'll be a Zeri mid lane, question mark. It tends to be towards there. We have occasionally seen a top lane as well, but double AD carries locked in for FPX. Also the chance that Ashe is in support, but most likely Zeri mid, Ashe support.
Most likely, Zeri just go to the mid lane and probably dock them rather than live take Ashe. But Ezreal available for Kepler here. Leona would also be available, which is just a really good bottom lane. You would be up potentially against Ashe Braum, which another really, really good 2v2. So could be a bit of a scrap down in that bottom lane, honestly.
And this is what we've seen in the last week or so of LPL, is that Leona was first picked, Leona was the priority pick for most teams. The thing is, once you get the Ashe Braum on the other side, Leona struggles an awful lot. We've seen teams like Top Esports utilize that to great effect. So now that Leona's in, I'm expecting a Braum here on 3, because this is the game that you play. Do you want the Leona, and are you willing to potentially get countered by that Ashe Braum? It is what FPX has locked in. You have the Braum versus multiple AD carries, which can be very impactful with his shield blocking out their projectiles as well, forcing them to damage the damage reduction of Braum. You can't reach people behind it. I think FPX right now are ahead in the draft in what they've already locked in. Now to match it out with some magic damage on both of these teams and maybe another frontliner on engage.
I'd say I think Zeri alone in any lane in this draft, with how long these games have been going between the two teams, seems like a good pick, right? When you're nearly guaranteed 6 items with how this series has been. But the Jace and the Ken banned away from Birdor, trying to remove some carries from that top side. The Rumble's already gone, the Renekton's already gone. Top lane pools may be pushed a little bit, but K'Sante still open and available. Would be a safe blind for ZDZ.
You know, it only just occurred to me as well. FPX won with the first pick Renekton. They actually won with that last game.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, man, it wasn't
really
the reason
anything
they
to
won.
do with it, but...
it wasn't the reason they won, but hey, they won with the first pick Renekton. So, on 4, you need some extra engage from somewhere, probably. Now, the bonus of having the Ashe Braum is into the Leona. Leona doesn't build Mikhails, which does mean the only thing to disengage from that Ashe ult is going to be Cleanse on Kepler. So that will be powerful. So what that does mean is FPX maybe they don't have to lock in as heavy engage, because the Ashe arrow is still going to be relevant. It doesn't require Docdam to hit his skill shots, which can be pretty difficult sometimes. I think Milky Way, given the fact that there is less amount of engage, would love that Lilia, and that's why it's taken away by Meteor.
And the K'Sante opens up for a Camille angle. We've seen Camille be an absolute terror recently in the LPL. Like, the AD carries just can't survive it. Especially things like a Zeri that like to be able to move a lot. Camille really can answer that. However, options still available. Could go tanky in that top side. They will. Birdor goes for the Poppy instead.
Birdor special. He really likes his Poppy. He's played it for years. It's decent into the K'Sante because your E and your W you can stop them out with the Steadfast Presence. And Milky Way goes towards the Brand. So once again, LGD have a range advantage. They have Swirl Seeds, they have the Culling, and they have Ezreal skill shots as well. FPX have competitive frontline. I think both teams have strong frontline. It's not like one necessarily outvalues the other. I will say, if Meteor has as good Swirl Seeds as he had in that first game, though, I think that FPX could be in for a bit of a wild ride. Milky Way's position needs to be great. He's the only immobile carry, realistically, in this game. Even the Lilia with the Q movement speed and more likelihood to get towards an earlier Zhonya's is going to be safer than Milky Way. So Milky Way, his positioning has to be on point against that Soul Flare and against those Swirl Seeds as well. This looks to be, again, very, very good frontline kind of competitions from both teams, playing around range and engage and trying to play out these bloody team fights.
Just on vibes alone, I have to say I'm leaning to LGD with how this series has been going. It feels like the early and mid games have been favoring LGD. That is how they get you. But FPX, a miracle win in game number 2. Docdam keeping his team in the running of Meteor. Back on the Lilia, a pick he absolutely dominated on in game number 1. Milky Way on an immobile carry. Docdam on an immobile carry. We'll see if those Swirl Seeds can land, if the poke from this Ezreal can land, and if the engagers can land from LGD. It's time to get into number 3. It's time to finish this absolute banger out. And honestly, it's almost impossible to call between these two teams, and that is just the way I like it here in the LPL. We've had more than a kill a minute every single game in this series, and I fully expect to go on the way we've been proceeding. It's time for Game 3 between LGD and FPX.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
So, the early ward from Jin Zhao spots out the invade. I wasn't sure if the ward was going to be just early enough that FBX didn't spot it before it turned stealth, but they did manage to get that ping in just in time. Sweep came through from life.
出击！
That means that the vision will be cleared, but no invade comes on it.
Worth mentioning that FPX multiple times throughout summer have picked very early game compositions and hinged off of stuff like the Braum. I don't think this composition is, just to clarify in regards to that, but they've played through early game very heavily with Pyke and with Braum. This Braum has been something they've utilized very aggressively early, so they were looking for that level 1 again. They're not going to go towards late invade to double up on that one, so it will be Meteor very safely starting on those Raptors. Of course, they're one of the fastest takers of that in the game. We'll wait to see whether FPX can come up with any early game plans of their own, especially around that Braum's passive.
Curious to see this Seri mid as well. It's something that has been rising in priority, not just in the LPL, but around the world. Something that they're happy to pick into mid lane matchup. That Lucian. We'll see how it's going to pan out for Care. He's a player that has had highs and lows this split, but it's a pick that definitely when we're talking about these late game fights. We all know how devastating this area can be in the late game. Level 2 hit first for LGD, but Doctum and Light hitting it simultaneously. Not a fight that they want to take. Damage onto Jin Zhao there for FPX.
Yeah, Doctam also missing 2 minions while he's on screen. Have to mention that. Care, looking at these HP bars here, surprised he didn't take the barrier into this matchup. We sometimes see that from this. Yukal, a big proponent of that one. Castle going to be stunned, put onto Jin Zhao. Good amount of damage. After all, is such a nasty Joe because even hitting a single skill shot between the two of them can lead to kill combos. It is absolutely disgusting. And the problem with champions like Leona particularly, Nautilus to a lesser extent, because at least he can hook out of the play and press W, they can't really get out of plays like that. So as soon as you get hit by one thing, it can literally be a kill trade for one skill shot landing. So be very, very careful. Doctam having a fantastic game 2. Considering that Doctam and Life were probably 2 of the more criticized players in the league, definitely within this team anyway, from spring, they've had a fantastic glow up in summer.
They really have. Care training aggressively, but Chow gives it back just as good. Very tense mid lane matchup here. Both players 200 or less HP. This looks like Care will fully back away, hoping that the wave will push into him. Not wanting to recall and TP just yet. Meteor. Good look for a Swirl Seed here. This gets a little dicey if Care's not cautious. Swirl Seed goes in, but Care able to do his mathematics, figure out the angles, and dodge everything.
So hugs the wall so we can have that wall right away as well. Worth noting that, of course, both these AD carries, they're AD carry champions which use their dashes aggressively to get extra damage. Milky Way now going towards this bot side. Remember that Ash Braum, really good early game damage.
Milky Way trying to move his way into this bottom side now. Hawkshot used to spot out Meteor, so they know Meteor's on the way, but they also know he's not here just yet. Jin Zhao, the target, is Life. Happy to tank the tower. Pillar of Flame comes in. The passive, I don't think it's quite enough. Jin Zhao will survive. Is Milky Way now, gets to aggress onto Meteor. They may not get the actual dive itself, but the damage on Jin Zhao means there's no support from LGD in this bottom side, and Milky Way gets to try and go for Crux instead. Jin Zhao so low on HP, and the burn will finish the job, but Life now in trouble. Dashes and flashes to safety as Meteor gets stunned himself, and the Braum passive stacking up as well. This is going to be 2 as Milky Way looks for the burn. A couple more autos will do the job. Meteor will fall. No, Meteor survives, and now Kepler gets low, but he finishes off on Milky Way first. Doctum suddenly alone, and nobody's going down. Chow to try and finish this kill onto Doctum as they move through the jungle. He's body blocking, he's trying to buy space and time for Jin Zhao, but he'll just finish the kill by himself. Beautifully done by LGD.
How do they walk away with a winning trade there? The patience from FPX on the first time, I thought it would win out for them because they could go through to a second round of cooldowns and get an easy kill. onto Jinjiang. The Braum in the early game has so often been the deciding factor for FPX, but it's not here in Game 3. They had themselves a series against NIP where they walked away with a Game 2 somehow, and then walked away with a massive Game 3. It's not to be the case, at least here in this early game. Jinjiang burns down to the Comet and the passive coming through from Milky Way. And at this point, you had to assume that they'd have the HP advantages. The Braum passive early does so much damage. Like, look how much that extra auto attack damage does on top of that. Meteor misses the Q onto lane, and it doesn't matter somehow. I'm so surprised that Milky Way didn't walk away with that kill, and the Unbreakable saves him for a bit, not for the entirety of it. Haichao manages to pick up, what, 2 kills from that mess of an early game fight, which I thought FPX was going to run away with, but obviously I was mistaken.
It was so close to being glorious for FPX, but Milky Way couldn't get his passive off onto, I think it was Meteor that he was trying to get it on. He was like a split second away from getting that passive burning, and had that kicked off, I think that fight probably goes the way of FPX, but then great roam from Haichao, and it means that he's now 2-0, and suddenly this Zeri matchup into Lucian doesn't feel quite as good as it did.
Yeah. So, FPX somehow clutch out that Game 2, but it feels like FPX have been toying a little bit with fate. The last series they had versus NIP, very similar to this one. Back and forth, then second game, being blown out for like 90% of it. Somehow clutched it out with late game team fights, walk away with a great Game 3 after that point. But it feels like this Cat's lives have been taken down to a significantly lower number. They're not on 9 lives anymore, and they might have just found themselves in their last one here versus LGD. That early game, giving over that much gold when you should have won that early fight, given how much damage you did in that first dive, that is a tough pill to swallow.
Perhaps a Cat with the 9 lives, but then Kepler actually is going to field a claws on this one. Stun comes in, True Shot Barrage will be buffered, but it won't really make much difference. Doctor, I mean, we keep on seeing this Ashe just chase people down. Once you're caught, there's nowhere to go.
And I mean, yeah, Kepler's positioning again has been really suspect even in this early game now. So FPX, they laugh in the face of death, and their multiple lives seems like they are gonna work through them once again, and it feels like
Phoenix?
FPX.
Huh?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
The whole brand.
Yeah, no, I was
option.
halfway through that system, halfway through the sentence, like, I probably should have made this about coming from the ashes or something, but I don't know why I just have that. Did you watch that last Puss in Boots movie, the one where like he's facing literally death as well? I've just got that little whistle in the background. I felt like FPX were feeling that in the early game, so maybe that just got into my head a little bit too much, but yes, maybe slightly further towards the Phoenix is this one as they find a new life from death.
The one thing about the Phoenix puns, they're a little played out. We have been doing that since the organization entered the LPL, so they are, to some extent, they've been done. But then again, in esports, memories are short, so you can probably just get away with doing them again at this point. It's been a while since FPX has been at the top.
Yeah, there's definitely that skill set of saying, okay, how long has it been since I've made this joke? There are only so many times I can do this before people remember I've done it in recent memory.
I'm just waiting for a Gala Pentakill. I'll just scream his name 3 times and just take credit for that one as well. Like, it's just, you just got to wait. When's Faker going to get another shockwave?
When it becomes that iconic, it gets a little bit more difficult. Yeah, that one gets a little bit harder. FPX, they have managed to get themselves that gold lead back in that bot lane despite the fact that the early skirmishes went to the side of LGD in that massive bot lane dive. This early game hasn't been determined by that. I felt like it should have been, but Kepler now without Flash, part of it's his own fault. I think that last play going into the Ashe Braum, that probably was his own fault, eating up those ultimates at that level 6 mark. Now I think it's kind of his team just leaving him alone when he's not able to farm under this turret as safely. He doesn't quite have himself the ability to wave those. We have 3 plates going over to Docdam and Life. That is going to become an increasing problem, but we have not stopped him at lane by Cap.
Haichao managed to get back to base there, and he will spend some of that gold. He's 400 up in the mid lane. However, it's 1,000 gold lead in that bottom side. Most of that on Life, thankfully for LGD's perspective. Docdam, no slouch either, he's got those boots. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of Docdam's Ashe across this split. It has very much been a favourite, and part of the reason for that is Ashe Pyke is just such an incredibly strong duo that, like, when when your support is playing a lot of Pyke, you're going to play a lot of Ashe. That's just, that's just how it is. But when Brom's strong as well, that works too. And we've seen Doctor very comfortable on this pick, and his ults are very good as well.
And also, I mean, we saw it with the Ashe Rumble even back in spring. So this has been, by and large, Dogdam's best pick in the LPL. Even when he was struggling on other picks, this one was consistent. So the fact that he gets himself the early kill, he has the early gold lead, that's something for FPX to very consistently play around. Even though they did lose to that in the first game, it wasn't as if that was like a blowout game. It was very competitive. The series has been incredibly entertaining, and I've been enjoying watching the execution of both these teams. We've got our players moving into the mid lane, these bot laners trying to get some priority there to go towards this second grub spawn. LGD already on 3. They might just try and smite away the first one, get themselves that 4 grub buff for the Knights.
So Meteor does get that first one, as you say. Milky Way will be able to grab at least one of these, gets the double XP for it. As that is just going to be Jin Zhao kind of abandoned. No, does flash away to safety. The burn ticking, but I don't think it's quite enough. And now a TP in as FPX look for their prize. It will be Birdle dropping and Care grabbing a kill.
Jin Zhao is very lucky to get away with his life. FPX, they showcase again the power of the Ashe Braum. If you are the first person into the fight and you don't get to disrupt the backline's damage, you're going to be stunned there for about 3 to 4 seconds, and you have to just kind of sit there and eat all of that damage. So FPX, they walk away with that kill. They walk away with at least 2 of those grubs. LGD kind of got what they came for with that 4th grub, but it's still not great to walk into the Ashe Braum like that. You'd already gotten that grub. You should have probably just got the hell out of dodge. And missed the memo on that one. FPX get a little bit more.
Let's take another look as Jin Zhao trying to contest to start with, and it looked like he was going to go down, but somehow actually survived it.
I think a big part of it is the pop ult. The pop ult gets rid of that brand. That means that some of that damage goes with it. He still gets a small combo down on Jin Zhao, so maybe less of a factor in that one. Gets down Trusty. Throw in a solar flare on the other side, but that's going to be the power of that Ashe Braum, so keep an eye on that one. We see it a lot, just keeping tabs on that. If you get hit by either the Braum passive or the Ashe ult, the other one follows up very, very quickly, and it is very, very hard to stop the follow-up CC coming through. So you need to be very, very tanky. The problem with that is that you have 3 very high damage members in the Ashe, the Brand, and then the Zeri as well, gunning you down while you are eating all of that CC in the front.
See Birdle already pretty tanky. He's taking literally negative damage from Care as Milky Way smites his Grob. Does mean his blue could be under threat, but it looks like Meteor will back away from this one. Jin Zhao might not get the option of backing away from this one. Great little rotation there, and a great punish. And now Live wants a little bit more as well. Meteor does get knocked up, gets caught, and gets stunned. That's a bonus, both into Doctum's pocket as well. Fantastic series of plays here from FPX.
FPX have been great at using this Braum for their early game plans. The fact that they have the Ashe besides it too, really, really helping them. So FPX, once again, finding themselves an early advantage. And despite all of the praise we have heaped on LGD throughout this series, it feels like it's getting towards that point again where FPX clutch out a game 2 and they run away with a game 3. Doctam forced to blow in that cleanse, but should be safe.
Keeps himself alive. You're quite happy to trade that cleanse for your life any day of the week. Nice stuff here from FPX. Jin Zhao just really overstepped. There's just no way out. And then Meteor sort of stuck around a little bit too long. Great arrow. And once you're caught by this Ashe Braum, you're just going nowhere. There's no way out.
And Dogtam could have flashed for the passive. It just ends up being Milky Way that flashes in for his own combo as well. Whatever, it's fine. He's walking away with a fair amount of gold himself now. So FPX, great play around this combo. And LGD, they're going to have to probably find themselves teamfight victories through Birdle's ultimate. I think you need to get a huge poppy ultimate to win things through. He's currently eating a not great 1v1 versus JDG. Should be able to get out alive as it stands, and indeed he will do there. But his ults need to be pixel perfect in the incoming fights. If you can get rid of even just that Braum, it could be a huge difference maker and whether LGD had live or die.
Lane instead best presence from Birdle in the previous trade. As Herald started up, FPX definitely feel like a stronger team based on the previous fights we've seen so far. Jin Zhao steps up once more. TP immediately comes through from ZDZ, but Jin Zhao might be gone before the fight begins. Does survive for now. ZDZ gets into that front line. Meteor on the target. He's slowed, but walks away with his life. Pyroclasm bouncing around his Birdle's on the front line. Burns to a crisp and Care. Dives straight onto Kepler and eviscerates him. High Chowson back in, and FPX will grab a Herald.
They can't keep getting away with it. increasing this lead in Game 3 after what is such a close series. LGD are falling flat against this big front-to-back combo from FPX with a huge amount of CC in the front line. They're going to get themselves that Herald. That Herald will help them blow open this map. They still, while this is happening, get themselves onto a side lane turret as well, so Kerr will be able to take that and get some gold for himself. LGD are not winning these team fights. They are falling behind and they can't afford to do that. The items are only going to get that much easier at killing the tanks from FPX. This is while their front line is probably at its strongest for some ways. Jinzhao, he's had some poor positioning so far. I think walking up like this after the plays that you've already had is really not what you want to see from this. And sadly, you know, Meteor, as he tries to back up his teammates, gets a good ultimate, but there's no follow-up on that either. So that was a bit of a mistake in its own right. Kepler, he gets taken down, and FPX are just running away with these fights.
You know, we've been talking about the synergies between Ashe and Braum. Just looking at that replay, it's made me realize that Kerr is so good with the Braum as well. Like Q auto Q, that's 3 stacks instantly. And should anyone overstep on the side of LGD, so many AD carries to work with, those passives are going to be absolutely monstrous to deal with. It's a 3,000 gold lead for FPX, and it's Drake spawning in a minute's time.
And one thing that we mentioned before is you need to see these Birdall Poppy ults be big. He wasn't there at the start of the fight to have an ultimate to break up that combo. If you're going to fight for this dragon in a minute's time, I need to see that. I think that's probably what LGD are banking on, a good enough Poppy ult to break up in that combo, either get rid of the backline or part of this front line to allow LGD into the game. That is the one X factor they have in these fights, besides that it is so tough for them to play this out. Maybe Meteor can get himself a big play too, but it is a hard ask.
Herald actually protected here as the tower goes down for the charge, which should mean it can get a charge onto this second tower. Birdall not here, so no steadfast presence to worry about, but a solar flare might be a problem. True Shot Barrage eaten up by life for breakfast. And that's going to be FPX grabbing themselves a charge onto a tier 2. They'll be quite happy with that one as an arrow goes in. It lands onto Meteor. He's forced to flash away, but Kerr won't let him out of the play. Look at the chase down from FPX. LGD cannot escape. ZDZ looks for more as Doctum dives as well. Birdall tries to answer, but he falls instead as the tier 2 drops, and ZDZ just keeps this threat going.
What a team fight from FPX. They use that Herald to give themselves the threat in the mid lane. They bring LGD together and they find themselves another great pick off of a Doctam ultimate. Birdall's ult misses. He doesn't break open that combo, and LGD do not have a way to fight back. We're at the point now where objective bounties are up and available for LGD. Ult comes out of Fog of War from Doctam, hits straight onto Meteor. Birdall tries to use his ultimate, but it goes into the Cassante W. ZDZ, credit to him, he knows his job, blocked that Poppy ultimate. It's one of the few things which can win things through. It doesn't end up getting rid of any of the damage, and LGD, they are just left to get ran down.
Milky Way, fortunately, just walks into the tower again at the end there. Little mistake from him. The dots being his downfall, but it doesn't really matter because just look at their 2 carries on FPX. Kerr and Doctum are just loving this game. They are stacking gold. ZDZ, not shy of a gold lead himself. All 3 lanes now, over 1,000 gold up individually. This is a monster performance from FPX, and we asked if history will repeat itself from that NIP series. It looks like it will. It looks like FPX, they just need a game and 3/4 to warm up each series, that's all.
They are best of 3 merchants, that's what they are. Jinzhao going into the Ash Storm again, and it is just caught again.
Solar Flare's good, True Shot Barrage is good. Kepler has an angle here onto Milky Way, and suddenly LGD are back into things. I'll never compliment a team ever again, or never mind ZDZ! Look at this! Nearly gets 3 for himself and saves the fight.
Saves the fight, and I have to say, FPX must be very, very thankful of the fact this fight doesn't happen 30 seconds later. That would have been the Baron. LGD may have been able to go over towards that one, even with some of the health loss down. Carries over the wall. He's might be able to pop out of Fog of War. Instead he chooses not to. No one-man plays coming through from Kerr, but FPX, they overstep a little bit, and if they are not in that front to back, you can see there is still some threat from LGD, even though they've struggled to find it throughout most of this game so far. Objective bounty going to be claimed by Bird.
Jinzhao again on that front line to start it off. It's a great solar flex turn in though.
It is, and you can see that the Tree Shot Barrage comes through, the Sleep comes through. There's a lot of extra damage coming through onto the backline finally. If Braum can't hold the front line well enough to just make it about front line to front line, you can see that LGD do have the damage to turn some of these sides. It's just this is the one fight this game where that's been the case. We haven't had the chance to see that so far. So now LGD, that's the blueprint of how you win your fights. You make these fights not about that front line. Birdall, see if you can get that big ultimate to maybe punt Braum out of the play, as long as it doesn't go into a Cassante W while he's immovable. Baron has now spawned. FPX have a brand, and they have themselves more than enough ability to burn through that objective. They need to be very, very careful about their lack of vision around that objective.
And Brandon and Zerion and Ash, it's not exactly slow, is it, the Baron take from FPX? Root going to be there as LGD. Oh, it's so difficult to check into this one. It's got to be Birdall that goes first, but he's not that tanky just yet. And again, against that Braum, once you're in the plate, it's really difficult to leave again. Volley comes through, ZDZ hunts. Kepler forced the arcane shift away, and it will be mid-prio for FPX.
Very easy for them to grab that. They're trying to just push out mid lane, hover back into the fog of war, and force LGD to come into them. LGD, who don't have flank ranges right now. So that is very good for FPX if they can make it out the front line. Very powerful, and they catch Meteor.
Arrow lands, Meteor caught out here. ZDZ, can he get the all out in the right angle? Forced away, and now the Keeper's Verdict in play. ZDZ low, but he gets his all out in the end, and it's Birdall to fall. FPX start the fight strong. Asleep onto 2, and now a chance for the LGD carries to pop off. Double Swirl Seed to get the slow. Hightower trying to chase, but he's hit by a Pillar of Flame, and ZDZ looks to answer, but Kepler has his moment in the sun. No! He's in the shade after all. The shadow of ZDZ.
FPX lose 4, but they still stop LGD from getting that Baron because of the hero play from ZDZ. I think if Kepler lives there, LGD would have been walking away with the Baron, and this is really falling back to that first game where the fights were so messy. Neither of the teams were able to win clean fights there. LGD, they do get their jungler caught, but the follow-up is not quite there at the start of it. So Meteor manages to shrug off that solar flare, that's not there at the start of it. And even with a great shield from life, Meteor has survived long enough to get himself the Flash, Sonya's ult. That's not something which he'll be able to do very often. This gets a lot of value for the one time he's managed to get it, though. It's FPX, they are starting to fall to some of this damage coming through from LGD. Very lucky that they managed to get that last kill onto Kepler as he mispositions with the E.
ZDZ has been heroic in these last couple of fights for FPX. Without his efforts, I think maybe LGD would have taken control of this game. But he's managing to do Cassante things. I will say Drake is spawning FPX on Soul Point already. It's an Ocean Soul as well, which is just so valuable in these long, drawn-out fights. Care on a flank as LGD just try and burn the objective down. A Smite Steal would be enough from Milky Way as he moves towards the pit himself. Pillar of Flame is there. Passive up on the Drake. It's not taken. No soul for FPX and LGD. Look for a fight as well. ZDZ is on the backline as Birdall gets low. ZDZ manages to set it all up once more. He even lives through it. Dodges the Swirl Seed, and FPX maintain their control. They maintain dominance in this game as Meteor trying to 1v1 against Care, but that's a Zeri, and I don't think Deers do well against miniguns.
He's gonna walk away with his life, but it is with his tail between his legs, all the same. FPX, they lose the Dragon, they'll get the Baron, they get themselves a load of kills onto LGD. It was almost the fight which LGD wanted again, but once again, stood in the way is that Cassante from the top lane. ZDZ has had an absolute monster performance as a frontline, as a backline diving assassin from the top lane. It was like a 4,000 damage team fight, or nearabouts in that last one. Making hero play after hero play. There has been such a difference in the ability to impact these fights as top lane to top lane. Yes, you do get that Smite Secure coming in from LGD, but the damage is realistically already done when ZDZ gets to go into that backline and start just shredding through member after member.
It's so beautiful to witness a good Cassante, isn't it? I know we've seen a lot of ridiculous Cassante plays across the last year or so, but I will say, I don't think the champion is as broken as he was, and I feel like a performance like this from ZDZ is worthy of note. These team fights have been fantastic from him.
So there aren't many champions, well, this is the only champion which can do it like this. But not every player can make this champion handle like this too. Whoever's behind the wheel of that champion can get a lot of value. Hijack jumps out. He's safe for now.
He's slowed. Hang on, that's a Braum pass.
no, he's
Hang
not.
on, that's a kill for Braum. Live finds the pick up from Dogdam's arrow. And now that's a tier 2 broken in the top side. That's FPX with Baron buff pushing on inhibs.
Yeah, so, no, he wasn't safe for now. He goes immediately down. There's an objective bounty claimed by Birdle, but he needs to get back to base. Likelihood is 2 inhibitors falling. Birdle teleporting back to base to try and be there as a last bastion before FPX break them.
No minions under the mid tower, so FPX can't just path towards that one instead. They'll just path towards the Nexus towers here, trying to threaten for more. Zeri is very fast at destroying these towers, and LGD forced back into their base, waiting for that mid-wave arrival FPX, but they're looking to take one Nexus tower, maybe more if LGD aren't careful, but with the mid-wave arriving, they'll take a mid-tower on the exit. Birdle takes a Pyroclasm to the face, and that's going to be Jinzhao falling. FPX are snowballing for a victory in 26 minutes here. It's been such a slow, delicate series, and yet FPX in game number 3, they show up when it matters the most. Keeper's verdict keeps everyone in the game here. Birdle stepping up, but Meteor is solo, and FPX have the damage to finish the job, to find another comeback. CDZ with a masterclass on the Cassante. The FPX players stand up as the Phoenix once again rises from the ashes in a best of 3.
FPX laugh in the face of death. You take a Nexus from them, who cares? You take up 90% of another game, they still do not care. They walk back with another clutch game 2 and a dominant game 3. This seems to be the blueprint from them now. Best of 3 merchants. And FPX starting to gain some traction here in the Ascension group. They get themselves 2 series wins after a difficult summer. I think it's fair to say this team has not necessarily lived up from the hype from spring, but they are still gaining momentum and they are still in the picture. I love the way that they played around Dogdam this series. I think that both his Kai'Sa and then his Ashe were absolutely phenomenal. And as a team, FPX, they are starting to look just that little bit more coherent. They're starting to find themselves these better team plays for themselves. It is yet to be shown whether they can show that towards the top of the table against some of the teams, the big sharks lurking in the LPL waters. But this is a good start, given how well LGD played in that first game and how well we thought they played for this series most of the time. FPX taking a win here means a little bit more.
It does mean a bit more, doesn't it, FPX? That's 2 in a row. That is 2 in a row. They are keeping themselves good. They are keeping themselves on now a tiny little win streak. It is just the very start of a win streak, but a win streak nonetheless. And actually, they pushed themselves above top esports in the standings and are just below Billy. Like they, FPX, it was not clean. It was quite a messy series. The third game, though, looking really good, and I feel like they really warmed into things across the course of today.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see more and more of these combos that they're happy playing around. We've seen the Ashe Pike, the Ashe Braum. We've seen them multiple times now. Adding on to the Ashe Rumble from Spring, which we're never going to see again because Rumble's permanently banned. But
Kai'Sa as well is something that they're very happy to lean on too.
Absolutely. So they're showing just more variety. FPX, I had some criticism, but also some praise for them for being very bold about the way that they drafted towards at least the start of the group stage, and then also here even into the Rumble stage too. But they draft very bold compositions, where it's sometimes hard to play around a win condition, but they were still showing mastery of those compositions, playing towards a narrow win condition, which even, that's a very difficult thing to do. Now they're starting to draft broader win conditions, but still with those niches they can play around. The Ashe Braum, of course, very powerful globally, but showing that mastery and showing some variety, it is something to keep an eye on, and if they can bring that in then into a best of 5 setting later into the LPL, I want to see exactly how far this goes.
I mean, we'll have to see. I definitely think this is a better way to approach it, is like play harder compositions earlier so that you know, you've got the mechanical talent on this roster. I don't think that's in question. People know that this FPX roster has some talent on it. Now, if you can pilot these kinds of compositions, then that's a fantastic stepping stone. Going back to the easier compositions is, believe it or not, easier than starting with the easy stuff and trying to go into more difficult compositions if the meta does shift. So I like it from FPX. I think LGD, like, fair shout out to them in this series. Like, both them and NIP now 0-4 in the standings. Both of them, ironically, the teams that's not ironic, coincidentally, the teams that FPX has just had big comeback wins against. FPX, I guess, are the gatekeepers of the bottom of the table at this point, as they just put those two to 0-4. But LGD definitely showing some good stuff today. Honestly, maybe should have won the series, dare I say. Game number 2 got away from them a little bit. FPX lucky to have survived long enough to win this series. But LGD, I think, still a good day from them. Just some really awkward moments in that game number 3.
Yeah, I thought they'd be able to walk away with that game after the early game dive went awry from FPX. They managed to walk away with a 3-for-1 over that trade. I've got some worries about Kepler. I think that Xiaoya and Kepler both had different issues. I think that Kepler had a pretty poor series today, even though LGD looked okay on the whole. So that's going to be a worry for them. I still think that Meteor's been on great form. I think that Haichao had some very impressive team fights on the Lucian, even a losing game here. But I think LGD, they have been shown that they have lacked in some areas of the game, sometimes mechanically, sometimes in just roll-for-roll raw power. And I think that they just weren't prepared for this big combo. They were quite disrespectful, honestly, of how FPX were playing out the game in Game 3, which is quite sad, considering how well they executed largely their Game 1 and the Game 2.
I like ZDZ, just such a great game from him. And so many of these fights did feel like see champion, kill champion from both teams. Like FPX finding these snap engages, but then LGD very happy to extend these fights and keep going. I feel like we needed to see a little bit more from the keeper's verdicts from Verdol.
Yes.
Like very rarely did we see anyone excluded from these fights.
Yeah, those keeper's verdicts were not consistent enough. There were times where he was not there at the start of the fight, you can't really judge them, but there were definitely other times where he could have potentially punted someone away and changed the fate of his team. Didn't quite end up happening that way. I will say this fight looked pretty good when you saw that blueprint for success from LGD, where they could get away from that front line. This happened too late into the game. They'd already lost a couple of big team fights by that point. This one was another good look in as well, and sadly for them, ZDZ manages to bail out his team even again after this one. Tries to start things off at the end of it as well. He ends up getting that assassination onto Kepler. And it just felt like FPX, they had more of that ability to determine the end of team fights, even if the beginning worked out well for LGD at this point. LGD just disrespected Kasante somehow at the end of it, even though it's a champion we've seen a million times. Manages to walk forward here, gets himself another W cooldown, and Kepler didn't know what hit him.
I felt like Kepler had a couple of awkward fights where he was getting the damage down and that, but perhaps underestimating quite what ZDZ was bringing to the table. Another fight here where ZDZ manages to get onto Kepler individually, then turns around, kills the rest of the team, and then gets the flash Q3 onto Kepler once again. Like ZDZ in that backline just completely outplaying LGD.
Ridiculous. Of course, when you go into the all-out, you get some Omnivamp from the damage that you do. The fact that he managed to hit like 2-3 people at the back end of that fight for a million damage definitely helped him stay alive and kick into that one. And, you know, FPX, tenacious, we will call them. We will call them tenacious. They hang on until the very last moment. They end up walking away. I don't even know if they were the better team for the majority of this series, but they walk away with being the better team in the times where it matters. And that's, at the end of the day, what counts.
And honestly, I've seen so many, like, quote, miracle runs happen off of the back of a couple of quite dicey series that turn into series wins. That momentum starts going, the wind ends up in the team sails, and then they go from strength to strength. That confidence and that, just the morale boost of a couple of wins can make such a big difference. And especially from a team like FPX that we have seen be at the top of the table. We have seen this team take down big teams, and we've seen ZDZ be a part of some of these other big teams. Like, he was on Weibo previously. This is a player that you do expect big things from for ZDZ. He's been a player that wants to put his name among the top players in the LPL. He's been close, but never quite there for me. And I feel like this is a roster that there's a lot of players like that. There's a lot of players with the potential to be among that big number. Maybe this is the split. Maybe this is the start of something. I don't want to get too excited too early, but 2 wins in a row is very good for FPX. We've seen this roster perform before. Maybe it can happen again.
Yeah, there are a lot of players here which have a lot to prove, particularly in regards to consistency. You have some games where Dogdam, well, in spring it was the case where Dogdam and Life were fantastic in 1 or 2 games, and then they were falling apart in others. I think in summer they've been more consistent. Now for ZDZ, need to see if he can have as consistently good games as well as this one as we take a look at our MVP from this one. I'm going to put my bet on ZDZ. I think he had some great team fight dives in the back of this. It better be him. It's Dogdam.
To be fair,
look,
yeah, Dogdam did have a good game, yeah.
You know what? I was thinking, oh, I'm going to be so sad if it's not ZDZ. No, Dogdam had a great game. I think this was a closely contested one. I think that ZDC has some of the really good backline dives. I think he did save the game in multiple team fights, but the reason that they were ahead in the first place was Dogdam with his huge accuracy and his huge damage.
Yep, and winning down in the bottom side as well, although kind of going a little bit too far on some of the plays in the bottom side, but overall winning in that bottom side. Arrows were fantastic, and realistically, Arrows were the only way fights were starting for the team too, so I can definitely see the MVP angle. Personally, for me, I'm still saying ZDZ, but I can appreciate the angle for Dogdam.
Yeah, ZDZ he was the guy that improvised their way to the win. Dogdam was the guy that followed the plan and largely executed on it.
Yeah, Dogdam was the orchestrated MVP for FPX, and that concludes our second series. 2-1 to FPX in the end, which means it is time for us to jump into a break, and then we'll head into our third and final series of the day. This one should be yet another banger. We have been blessed today with great series. NIP versus JDG coming up right after the break.
Clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head to Beijing for our final series today, I believe. As we go into NIP versus JDG, this should be a pretty good series, honestly. I'm excited for this one. NIP have been struggling. JDG, though, very much a top team, Alex.
Absolutely. JDG, they've had some stumbles here and there, but I still absolutely love what currently, particularly Kanavi and Yagao are bringing to the roster. Ruler's looked like he's had some fantastic games recently too, particularly his last Ezreal performance was absolutely absurd. So we're going to jump straight into it to catch up to the action here between NIP and JDG. It's fair to say NIP probably coming in as underdogs, but it is going to be a fun one all the same. See if they can punch up the table.
Oh, we got some very happy music to enter the ring with. I'm suddenly jolly as we get on to Summoner's Room for game one between NIP and JDG here.
I feel like we should be watching an episode of Scrubs or something at this point.
It's the LPL fan meet music. That's the music that they play when after a series, the players walk onto the stage and get to meet some fans and all of that good stuff. So let's look at the draft for NIP JDG. Game number one here. Some real power picks on the side of NIP. Honestly, I feel like they've got the more S tier picks from the patch. However, JDG certainly got a good combo going with a Gnar and a Rel and a Lilia. That's a lot of circles.
And it does feel like JDG have a good amount of laning strength too. Sheer should be winning out against Shanji in regards to the Gnar versus the Cassante. This is a bit of an issue when it comes to NIP. We'll see if JDG do anything fun at this level 1. Looks like it's just a ward dropped and out. But NIP, my big issue with NIP is the fact that their players need specific champions, and right now those champions are quite abusable, and they're not always the best in meta. And typically, I don't like to see Aki on the AP junglers. We'll hold our breath, see if there's a level 1. Not quite, just about. Photic typically wants non-traditional AD carries. I don't know whether the Kai'Sa falls onto that. And Shanji needs his comfort champions realistically, like the Cassante and the Rumble too. Drafting something around these specific moments, these specific picks, can be quite difficult for the team. So even though I don't mind the team composition, is it an NIP team composition? That's yet to be seen.
We'll have to find out. Ruler are missing though. And Ruler especially here. On a signature pick of the split, he has had some obscene Ezreal performances over the last, literally over the last week, to be honest. I feel like he, Viper was having some crazy Ezreal moments over in the LCK, and we saw Jackie Love and Ruler really take that to heart and start to pop off themselves. Missing takes a huge chunk there. Shield will save his life, and the flash actually from Dwell, perhaps a little over the top.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Trying to get some presence back in this laning phase, of course. Yeah, talking about Ruler and the Ezreal, quick little anecdote about that. So there is an Ezreal skin for the year that he won Worlds. It's not his skin. His is the Xayah, obviously. The Ezreal skin, which came with the Samsung Galaxy, was Haru playing Ezreal jungle. For those of you that missed that era, it was a whole thing. Ezreal would go further a battle and he just hit camps and stack it up with that. He was a really annoying gank champion at that point. But yeah, that was the kind of era where Ezreal was just eponymous with Pro League of Legends and was one of the best at it.
Some big damage onto Photic. Another Q lands as well. And they dive on in. Flashes from JDG's bot lane. Sets up for a solo, duo kill? Do we have a term
duo
for that?
kill. We'll call it that one. 2v2 kill. We'll call it that one. Ruler ends up getting that one, and that's after the cleanse was used from Photic. Photic already being exposed here. As someone who's not had the best split here for NIP, particularly on stuff like the Kai'Sa, you do want to be ahead of the game, and despite that, Rookie getting jumps on.
Yagao trading heavily with Rookie. Flash for flash between Aki and Yagao. Everyone walks away with their lives, but Rookie now flash advantage in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Rookie getting himself something there in the individual matchups. Typically, the Lucian does better in that one, but Ruler jumps forward, gets his E on target, because the W allows you to redirect that one, gets another Q. The Ignite goes down, but it's cleansed and it still kills with the auto. Anyway, Ruler already had to press the attack, had the extra damage down. I don't know whether Photic thought that the last auto wouldn't kill, but it obviously did. Ruler gets himself ahead of the game.
Ruler with the W flash auto as well to instantly proc that W as it hits. Fantastic bit of play coming out from him. And would have had a follow-up Q available. shortly to try and finish the job. Really, really nice 2v2 down in the bottom side from JDG. Great start to the game, and we talked about Ruler Ezreal. He's already got a kill.
For a second, I thought he said he would have had a follow-up auto too if it weren't for you meddling kids. Of course, he gets the kill anyway, but that doesn't really apply to. Scrappy D ruined that show. Anyway, on to better things. Ruler gets himself that tier spike very, very early, or not tier spike, the tier back in very early. And this is great. If you're as Ezreal, buying the tier where the enemy AD carry doesn't get to abuse that trough in power, you feel so much better about life. Photic goes for the Cull. He's also looking to, I guess, scale up a little bit with that one. He's going down towards bot side as well now, but Ruler very happy with his combat stats as it stands.
So far, so good for JDG. And I will say, Lilia versus Brand, you expect once those level 6s are hit, some big fights are potentially on the cards. First Drake going to be coming up is a Hextech Drake. Chemtech Drake. I don't know. Do you know, it's been quite a long day. We've had some crazy games. My brain has apparently just turned to a puddle of mush at this point as Yagao, his brain hasn't, and Rookie's going to go down. No! Flashes at the last second. That flash advantage from the earlier gank saves Rookie's life.
Yagao very nearly gets himself that solo kill. The Lucian mid, in particular, into the Corki is utterly destructive. And Rookie, even though you know, he's one of the best mid laners in the LPL, is not immune to the matchup in regards to at least that kind of power spike at the level 6 coming through from the Lucian. NIP, they put a lot of resources in to try and keep Rookie afloat there in the mid lane by bringing Aki over and investing Aki's flash into the mid lane. It's not paying off right now. Kanavi instead gets to go towards these grubs, and NIP in this early game losing out through that bot lane, not getting a huge advantage through mid lane even with the resources put in, and giving over the grubs is not a great sign for them. JDG getting ahead of the game, also being able to go down towards bot side river now as well and contest for both the early game objectives, not just the grubs. They can potentially get the dragon too.
A wave missed in the mid lane for Rookie as well. There was no cannon there. Aki caught by the swirl seed, and Kanavi has level 6. The lilting lullaby lands on down, and everybody dives into the mix. Aki burning on the ignite with the dot on top, missing to finish the job, and now the chase can continue. Is missing, takes a chunk from Photic, but Ruler was ready to jump on into the mix.
Yeah, that's just wait, folks, we have like ourselves two of the riders of the apocalypse here. We've got the Rel and the Lily. I was about to say that's not just any pony down there in the bot lane. That's a warhorse. It's missing us a huge amount of damage in the combo and is still going forwards.
Oh, Jewel takes a massive chunk from the True Shot Barrage. A 2-level advantage for Ruler over Dwarf. Swirl Seed. If that had hit onto Photic, could have been dangerous. But Rookie is moving down and wants to influence the map elsewhere. Missing, low on HP. One more auto gets Photic a kill, but Ruler gets his chance to turn things around. Rookie still going strong here and has a level lead. Ruler forced away.
Is Rookie going to lose anything in mid lane though? There's going to be a wave pushed in there. Can Yagao get himself a wave that could even things up to an extent? Rookie's still hanging around bot side. He has a big one.
That's going to be Ruler under tower, 200 HP. The Void Seeker lands, and Dwarf will be able to stun this up. Ruler goes down. Rookie takes a kill there. Photic got one in the fight as well, and NIP even this game up.
Okay, Rookie comes to save the day. We've seen that so many times from NIP. I think Rookie's had some weaker series recently, but here on the early roams on the Corki, he plays in the way that we know NIP need him to. He plays like a second jungler. He's the one that goes to even out lanes. Even if Aki isn't there, he goes to a side of the map through Fog of War in a way that you don't expect him to. Right here, gets himself out of mid lane very early. He's not spotted on the way down towards mid lane and gets himself a huge AoE combo with all of his abilities coming through. Managed to stick around for his last big one coming through as well. And considering how much Ruler have been doing in this early laning phase alongside missing, this was very, very needed. If this laning phase had gone on much longer in bot lane, you have to feel that Photic and Draw would have been blown out, especially with the amount of gold being picked up by Ruler.
Really nice from Rookie, and it evens up the CS deficit in that mid lane. Obviously missed another wave as Yagao was in the mid lane, crashing minions, and 2 plates went the way of Yagao as well. All out, doesn't quite find the gap onto the wall, so Shanji cannot find his opportunity onto Sheer.
Sheer should be able to get away. There's a ghost pop by Shanji Q3.
Oh, hang on, Sheer's in big trouble here. Flash available for him, does not need to use it, will keep himself alive. No TP though, so maybe we'll lose some minions for this one, but overall, Lucky that he was, well, I guess skillful, that he wasn't that close to the wall, so the all-out doesn't come through.
Yeah.
Or does it pull him?
Champions like Cassante and Poppy, they do challenge your accepted vision of the game. You don't want to stand next to that wall, even if it means getting further away from the enemy champion. Sometimes you run into them, just to make sure you don't get carried over the wall by Cassante or wall stunned by Poppy or something like that. So Sheer walks away, doesn't have to blow that flash, does lose himself a wave towards the turret. He can't teleport up to that lane. Sheer, of course, starting over Flandre in the majority of games recently. His individual laning prowess, one of the big reasons why JDG have been going towards this younger player in the top lane on a decent amount of their series. And I have to say, I wasn't convinced when they picked up Sheer when they had Flandre in the back pocket, considering Flandre is still one of the most veteran top laners in the LPL and has a good level of skill even after all these years, and a year away as well. He took a little bit of break after that Worlds winning year on EDG. Yagao jumping into draw.
A bold trade from Yagao and flashes into the wall. Oh, you don't want to see that, do you? Yagao just completely fumbles it, let's be honest. NIP now will grab those grubs, basically uncontested, missing. Wants to call me a liar. I don't really see the angle that he's looking for right now. I'm not sure that's something anyone else is going to follow up on. But just wanting to contest enough as Shanji gets a bit of time with a tower in the bottom lane.
Not really sure what Yagao was doing there, but that's okay. It is far beyond me to try and peer into the mind of the Yagoat himself. JDG, they lose themselves those grubs, they lose themselves some gold over to Shanji as well, which is important. We know exactly what Cassante can do, courtesy of that last game which came through from ZDC just before this. If you missed that series just before this, absolutely go back and watch it. It was an incredible one. See if this one can match it between these two teams, and a hell of a lot of pedigree on them. Shanji is now on the weak side of the map. Not easy to do anything against it. Cassante is full HP on the turret though, so it's just going to be a camp steal by Kanavi and just a little bit of harass, maybe trying to force Shanji to drop some minions to tower.
Nice bit of play from Kanavi to grab the Krugs and the Raptors there off the back of all of that was happening. And Ruler actually gets another plate in the mid lane. Ruler is picking up quite a lot of gold, but actually still even with Photic, surprisingly. I guess Photic must have grabbed some plates somewhere, as he does grab one on that top side. Yeah. And honestly, very, very even game state right now. Remember, NIP, a team that they are 0-4 in the standings at the start of this series. JDG have been contending with top teams right now. They have been proving themselves as one of the top teams of the LPL. JDG should be a big favorite coming into this series, with recency included. We'll see if NIP can upset that story. And right now in this early game, it does feel like they're going toe-to-toe.
Going toe-to-toe, but is that going to last towards the first big fight of this game? That's the answer, because when you look at the people that need to do damage from NIP, yes, of course, there's Rookie. There's also Aki, who has not necessarily been a connoisseur of the AP junglers like the rest of the LPL has, so that is a point of concern. And then also Photic, who does have the most gold in the game as it stands, but he's not always been the best at the more traditional low-range AD carry positioning. He's been better on stuff like the Ezreal, better on stuff like the Ziggs, and stuff like that. So can these two go against what we've kind of come to accept of these players in Summer so far? They have the position to do so. They will have to prove their own track record recently wrong.
See if it can be the moment for these players on NIP. NIP so far this year, I think the biggest question I have for them is not necessarily just individuals' performances. It's more like, when it comes to the mid-game, is the entire map just going to fall to pieces from one daft play? I feel like some of the macro decisions we have seen from NIP this split have really been head-scratchers. There's a lot to be desired when it comes to how NIP plays the map out, and a lot of the positive plays we've seen them are more like them reacting to a mistake from their opponent as opposed to them initiating a really positive play. JDG, on the other hand, a little bit more trustworthy with their macro, so could be a difficult matchup in that regard when it does get into the mid-game. We are getting rapidly closer to that mid-game point where these big neutrals will be potential targets for a fight. I'm a little bit nervous here because Shanji has found Yagao from behind here. Perhaps a chance onto the Lucian. No flash available for Yagao, and the reinforcements are on their way for NIP. Shanji chunked a bit for Yagao, even with fancy footwork, can't survive a 1v3, and Aki will grab that kill.
That's a nice amount of gold going over towards your brand. Is there a cross map from JDG? They have Sheer and bot lane, but there's a teleport back out onto the map from either solo lane from NIP, so that's unlikely to lead towards anything. The Herald's going over to NIP, so the answer is no. Nothing that JDG have got to answer on the map right now. They're farming up lanes, but that's about it. NIP get themselves a clean kill, and you know, kind of harking back to that point you were saying just before that, NIP, what's going to happen? Are they just going to make that one silly play where the map falls apart? Feels like NIP sometimes stands for ninjas in puzzles. Maybe make a Professor Layton game out of that or something as they try and puzzle out their macro. It has often been a sticking point.
Honestly, it feels like ninjas in pieces after a lot of these macro plays, but so far so good. I feel a bit mean now that we are slating NIP so much off of the back of them actually making some positive plays, being 2k up. Maybe we'll return to this one later on once they throw. But I mean, I joke, but honestly, that has been the way it feels for this team, and it's disappointing to see because we've seen fantastic stuff from the players on this roster. We've seen fantastic stuff from Shanji, from Aki back on OMG. You know, Rookie, we all know. Photo control, especially in spring, looked a lot better, but unfortunately, they're not been able to make it stick. Great play from Shanji, just lets Yagao walk straight past him, and then Aki and Troll move in.
Yeah, basically plays a mind game with JDG where JDG think that Shanji is backed at the same time as Sheer, because Sheer is switching towards the bot lane, and he just stays there. So good mind game from him to kind of like play on JDG's better instincts. So we'll say JDG, they're pretty happy to play out slower, more structured mid-games unless Kanavi is exploding the early game. Now, he has exploded a lot of early games, so that's not always like the killer blow for JDG, but if you manage to upset them before they get into that rhythm in mid-game, there are some things you can do against JDG. Of course, they lost to Weibo, I believe, in the Ascension group already. They are not an infallible team. They have some things to prove themselves, to prove that they can go beyond just a top 3 finish. They were the 3-peat champions. They failed to make that into a 4-peat. They'd love to go beyond that again. Then if you look for the engage, can't quite find it. Herald in the mid lane, trying to blow open the map.
See if they can blow things up. Herald goes in. It's just going to be half a tower here. 2 Drakes to start off with JDG. 3 grubs apiece. We're fairly even in this one. Minor gold lead for NIP. The Sheer, pressed upon by Rookie, but now a TP comes through from Yagao. Culling, but the minion wave blocks it. That's awkward. That is awkward, isn't it? And the minion wave blocks the Q from Sheer as well. Oh no! They've been hard countered by 6 minions and a whole load of determination.
Yeah, you know, it's not quite the Nirvana group anymore, but there is something in the way, all the same. That's a song by Nirvana, by the way, for those of you who don't know Nirvana songs.
See, the joke stops being funny when you immediately explain it.
Look, I have this, like, insecurity that I'm going to say something about a band which I really love, because Nirvana are one of my favorite bands of all time. I'm going to be sat there and just be like, what are you talking about? I need to be understood, Bunch, occasionally. I know, it's sad, but I need to be.
See, I didn't know that that was a Nirvana song, but I guess that was a Nirvana song based on the pun, right? Like, based on the way that you said it, it was clear it was a joke. I think you got to have more confidence in yourself. And also,
I'll work
it's
on
one
that,
of those
boss.
things. It's one of those things where, like, when you make a niche joke about like a song name or something like that, you've got to just leave it, and then one random guy on Twitter will say like, "Oh, great little reference to that," and that's all you need from that. You know,
that's what we live for.
You're not going
yeah,
for the wide appeal with that kind of joke.
Folks, doesn't matter if it's us or someone else. Send that, that tweet, which will only be seen by 2 people, which is yourself and the person you're tagging. Send that to the casters like, that was a good reference. It means a lot to us on some days, folks, when it's like, we're 9 games. Sometimes we get 9 games in here at the LPL, just that like, I'm just going to throw out references because my brain's struggling to do anything else right now. The amount of action that we've had here in the LPL, of course, it's always very, very high, but when we have these 3 series days, particularly with like the series we had just beforehand, it does start to really tax you as you go forwards in the day. And this one's been a slower one. That doesn't mean we're not going to get those big team fights later. Both of these teams, I think, are pretty well geared up to go towards the big 5v5s later on. Looking at Kanavi with Flash and that ult, he can very much be a game changer. Similar kind of things for, the huge engage plus follow-up from NIP. If they get a good solar flare with Pyroclasm and then the Corki and the Kai'Sa following up.
I'm certainly excited for the prospect of big turbo fights. I'm not seeing the opportunity.
Is that what they're called now?
Right?
Turbo fights?
Yeah. All of the cool kids are calling them turbo fights.
Right. Oh yeah, you and your young soul as opposed to my...
Exactly.
My old dad
it's
rock.
it's all about the hip apparently. That's the bone of choice when it comes to being cool. 1 minute until Drake comes up. 2 so far for JDG, and missing is just disallowed entry into the jungle, but Rookie might have overstepped for it. He's put to sleep with a lilting lullaby culling over the wall from Yagao. As the tower goes down, Photic steps forward. Aggression from the side of NIP. They fight for river control just as the Drake is coming up, but still 35 seconds. I don't know if they can stick around.
Rookie is really trying to be the game-determining factor, but he blows his flash. That's not going to help him to make a play in the next few minutes. Does force JDG back away from the river. That potentially does stop JDG getting a good angle towards that soul, as you were saying just before this point. There's also some decent vision from NIP into the enemy jungle of JDG. I don't really think they want to be flank teleporting with the Cassante. He wants to be kind of stood there in the middle of the play. Now, JDG, as they go back towards this bottom river now, are they going to go for a mid lane push, or are they going to look towards contesting this dragon? The mid lanes are already being down, means that it's less valuable for JDG. They're trying to get this pro as it stands right now.
NIP maintain their control at the bottom side of the map with Drake spawning. This is important to deny soul point from JDG, and it looks like JDG are just going to respect the control that NIP have on that bottom side. Not going to try and contest with the Drake. Maybe Ruler pops out a True Shot Barrage. We'll go for it. Just a hair too early.
So, Baron has spawned. JDG do get themselves some topside vision control. NIP don't have that much in that area of the map, so NIP do need to be a little afraid of that one. NIP slightly ahead in gold, but none of that matters if you give up good positioning on that Baron. JDG, they still have that flash. Ruler's caught out in mid lane, but he'll eat to safety. Takes off his HP before that, though.
Will still survive and just blast it underneath this tower here. I think Photic can finish the job, so a tier 2 taken by NIP. Nice little punish from them. After I've been criticizing their mid-game macro, they grabbed themselves a Drake, they grabbed themselves a tier 2 in the mid lane as well. Very nice little sequence.
Yeah, there's still time for that one oopsie to happen at some point. We'll hang on away for that. But as it stands, you know, NIP, they haven't looked like their usual selves for a little while at this point. What we knew from Spring is that Rookie would play around Fog of War, he'd be a second jungler, and he'd try and make some jump scare plays onto the enemy team with some big bursts. In Spring, he was doing that on stuff like the Talia and the Ahri, which could either combo you from out of Fog of War or be very mobile on the map. On stuff like the Corki, he has had some moments like that. They've been less consistent. With this Corki now at the 2-item spike, need to see if he can get himself onto the board in a meaningful way. He did that in the bot lane earlier on into the game. I think that you need to do that another 1 or 2 times to maybe open up a Baron opportunity, and then I think NIP will be all rolling. So JDG, on the other side of that, need to be prepared for that. Don't go too close to the dark and dangerous Fog of War. There might be a Rookie in there.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? The stark contrast between the previous series and this one.
Yes.
This is much more controlled, sort of standard gameplay coming out from either team. And I think, especially for NIP, this is such an important series. Remember, they only get 7 series in this group. If they, oh, sorry, no, I think they get 8 series in this
they
group.
get 8. There are 9 teams in this group, yeah.
However, they are looking towards a negative scoreline. They're already 0-4.
Yeah.
If they don't win all 4 of their remaining series, they're looking towards being negative. However, they only need to be top 7 to still make it to playoffs. It's still like seeding. It's still like to look good going into playoffs. It's still like to feel like you've got a chance when we get to those best of 5s. Now an invade from NIP is True Shot Barrage just going to tag onto Aki. Cullen comes through as well. It's quite a lot invested for JDG, as Missing just strolls forward. Fancy's taking a bit of damage, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even have Warmogs from either support yet, so it's not like you can do that for free. So things are really slowing down. Now, for those of you who are more familiar with JDG of previous years, as Drawn might look for the ult, will cancel that. Shanji coming in with the Ghost.
Captain Jack cleanse from Ruler there, forced to flash into the Wolf Pit. And this is an all-out engage coming out from NIP, but it's a trade. 1-for-1, both supports down. Kanavi finds the triple sleep, and here comes the follow-up from JDG. He turns golden, buys himself time. Sheer has entered the play, but he's only a mini Nar. Shanji gets onto the backside, as Sheer, stacking that rage bar, doesn't even need it. That's the killer. Shanji on the backside finds 2, evens things up, but Sheer looks for his opposite man. A rock hits, but a TP out to safety from Shanji.
Kashanji, peace out. He teleports away from the play 2-0 and 2 after assassinating the AD carry. His specialist pick getting good value in that fight, but it was a lot closer than NIP would have liked, considering that they were the ones who opted into that. They started trying to chase down Ruler. They committed with Shanji, going in with the Ghost. He starts off with the Ghost take, gets straight onto Yagao, and he tries to get himself a big assassination with the flash away from Yagao, and with him blast coning away from the plate. That's part of the damage, not presence damage. He gets 2 flashes out of 2 AD carries. He gets a good value there. But it's not before Missing and Kanavi get their own impact in this fight. That's why it's even. I think that Shanji has a good fight, but the rest of the team doesn't get the damage down in the moments they need to. And they don't damage the carries importantly too. Aki flashes forwards, doesn't get himself that damage. I was a little bit worried about him going towards that brand. It's not his favorite pick. He did play it recently. But honestly, I feel like Aki didn't get the damage he wanted to down.
That is twice today that we've seen an Ezreal E forwards at a low health Cassante and immediately just get battered. Like, we saw it earlier with Kepler going forwards in the previous series. Now we see Ruler do it too. It happens to the very best of them. Cassante is never low on HP. Always remember that.
Yeah, it's been look, folks, when we had this like glorious golden era of Ezreal, where you had all of these Korean Ezreal AD carries, and then you also had like players like Uzi as well around the mix, and some of the real greats of all time, back in like season 5, 6, 7. There was no Cassante in the game. No one could do this back to you folks. It was not the same kind of situation. You were kind of like, if you were in a 1v1 as an Ezreal when you had your passive stacked up, you were very happy to do as much damage as possible. So maybe Ruler, that's a bit of a reality check for him. You're here in the here and now, and I think maybe looking for an engage.
Just takes a bit of a hit from Ruler. Missing walks away with his life as well. The support's just gonna tag each other up a little bit. But NIP once again vied for control of the river around this Drake that's just spawning. This would be 2 in a row for them as they group up in the brush. That's good damage onto Missing. The brand passive proccing. The shield comes through from Missing. Solar Flare flashed away from. And Missing will survive. Sheer, in the meantime, looking for a flank on the bottom side, but spotted on a ward halfway on the Rage Bar.
Aki hits a 3-man W, and that gives NIP the setup advantage for the Dragon. Sheer is still going to be here. We'll see whether JDG commit any harder to this. Kanavi could potentially look for a smite fight.
Sheer's getting close to Mega. True Shot Mirage goes in. Kanavi is in the pit looking for the Drake, and NIP have been pushed away. Kanavi is just going to finish the Drake. JDG don't even need to fight if they don't want to at this point. The objective has been secured. Now looking potentially for a re-engager NIP as Meganar starting to time out, but JDG, they've backed away. They've got away with things. They got the Drake.
Yeah, I think NIP, the geography just didn't work for them. They're on blue side, they're taking the Dragon, and you have no flash on a brand. There's no way for him to cross that wall of that pit. So as soon as the threat comes in of Sheer with that Meganar, he has to back out. At JDG, though they were poked out in the start of that Dragon, they end up getting themselves towards it all the same. That's now going to set themselves up for a sole point. NIP don't get themselves any kills off of that to force something like a Baron at the other side of that. Getting a little bit worried here for NIP because getting towards the point where Kanavi's going to have his flash back. He has that Zhonya's. We've seen a great number of players do pretty disgusting things to the enemy team when they have flash, Zhonya's, and ult on that Lilia. Feels like Kanavi is gearing up for another big team fight.
Doesn't it? I live in a perpetual state of a bit worried for NIP, to be honest, with this split. It's been a bit of a worrying split for them, especially with the talent on the roster. What would you say?
Do you remember that? Do you remember that one billboard in California somewhere? I think there was a billboard that someone hired out. No brand or anything. It just said, "I'm concerned about the blueberries." That's all it said on the billboard. You sat there like, what? What does that mean? I feel like we should just hire out a billboard somewhere. I'm concerned. I'm a little bit worried for NIP.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think we need to pay for a billboard because I'm pretty sure their play speaks for itself with this split so far. I don't know why, but I'm just feeling like I need to roast NIP today, apparently. They have been struggling. They have been really struggling, but they are going even right now with JDG. They're ever so slightly up in gold. Sole point for JDG, though. Does mean NIP could be in trouble. True Shot Mirage, just a bit of a whiff from Ruler. See, even the best can do it.
One of the greatest to ever do it. One of the greatest to ever miss it. But he'll get himself, you know, that 3-item spike already. Photic also has a 3-item spike. It's not the AP Kai'Sa that we saw before. I wonder whether that would have been nice to get. You do see a lot of magic resist on the other side, so I guess it means that your damage when you're actually getting into the meat of the fight is better from the Kai'Sa, but if you'd had that W upgrade, maybe you could try and get yourself some important Ws onto Kanavi, onto Sheer, or someone like that, before they look for their big team fight changing ultimates and stuff like that. So Fodek will have to see whether he can get himself into that kind of brawly, low-range Kai'Sa kind of status. They start up that Baron. JDG, they're the ones which will be forced to answer.
That's cleanse out from Ruler. TP immediately comes through as Kanavi looks to get into the mix. Juo will be chunked and finished off by the Baron in the end. As NIP, we were waiting for a mistake. They just start the Baron and instantly it's answered.
What was Juo doing there? There was no follow-up. He goes way too far. He's punished for it. Suddenly JDG going to get control of both mid lane and just everything around the Baron. They're not even going to bother starting towards that one. They push in the mid lane as fast as possible. And NIP, they don't have their engage now. There's no real way to close down the carries. JDG looking to siege.
Ruler's just throwing out so much damage on the Ezreal now. 3 items finished off, and with the Bloodthirster, he's happy to take a tower shot or two because he knows he'll be able to heal it up again. 1 minute and 30 seconds until the Mountain Soul comes up onto the map, and I think if JDG get that one, it might just be over. Ruler just steps forward to contest this by himself. Juo tries to punish with the cleanse, and then with the TP and missing moving in, it's just too much.
The Zenith Blade is fine. The Solar Flare is fine. Going forwards up into that brush when your team's not following you, that's not fine. So Juo, not great from him. He needs to do better at being able to coordinate with his follow-up. I think NIP, if he doesn't walk up like that, you just take the cleanse from Ruler. That's fine. That's a victory in itself because your big engage from that Leona is on a lower cooldown than that cleanse. Bit of a mistake there from NIP's support. Can't see him. Well, we need to see him not do that again. If that happens again, JDG once again will find that pocket, get some damage onto him, and then he can start controlling the map yet again. So, once again fighting over mid-prior. We've done most of this game fighting over mid-prior. Dragon now up in 40 seconds, and NIP a little bit quicker to the river, but JDG are happy to go maybe towards top side and force NIP out of that bot side river because they're afraid of Baron going over.
So JDG with a real chance here to find a fight that could turn the game as Ruler gets away from control. Solar Flare is there, but nobody's available to follow up. Shanji, though, finds the all-out. What a play from the Cassante in the top side. NIP find their moment, and Shanji hand delivers it as Photic wants his moment in the spotlight as well. Finds the kill onto Yagao, and NIP will break this base wide open. Juo falls to Sheer as he finds a double kill on the other side, and that should keep JDG in the game.
I think Sheer ends up saving the game, doing a bit of a Marin, killing the wave in mid lane to make sure the game doesn't end. But this time the follow-up was there from NIP, and the difference is very, very large. NIP get themselves a couple of crucial kills, and they're going to head towards this Dragon to potentially deny JDG's soul. Sheer is here, and he does have Mega, and he does have Flash.
What can he do, though? 1v3, Nari, not exactly a damage carry. Kanavi was moving over, but the Drake goes down. So NIP, they get themselves an objective. Now JDG, there are some pings towards the Baron area. I don't know if they're confident enough to just start this one off. It's 10 extra seconds on Shanji, and he doesn't have TP available. That's a TP into the play from Yagao. This could well be a Baron attempt from JDG.
Well, Kanavi's taking the Scuttle Crab first to take that one down with the bird. It's going to start going down, but because Kanavi didn't immediately go onto that Baron, it's going to be a little bit slower. Still might be fast enough.
It's gone. 3K. There's the smite. Juo going to try and punish missing. Looks to get over the wall with the crash down, and there we go. JDG. It's an absolute heist. They lose their mid-inhib, but they take a Baron through sheer tempo.
Yeah, NIP get themselves a good fight, but JDG get themselves the better response after the resets come through. NIP maybe switch off a little bit after that Dragon, and they give over a free angle. They all reset at the same time, there's no one left to contest. Back here in the mid lane, Shanji provides the follow-up. Ruler gets dragged back, even though his E goes through. He's dragged back by the all-out, and the damage comes through, so sadly he's kind of just zeroed out of that fight without having to be able to do that much. Sheer does get himself, though, a 1v2 on the backside of this. Gets himself that hop through for the extra attack speed and the damage, and just runs him down as a mini AD carry.
You kind of see in the positioning there that Juo is all in. He's there fighting alongside Shanji. Then Shanji dies, he's like, oh no, what have I done? Why am I here? He goes down as well. Sheer in a 1v2. Fantastic little double kill hit for him. Cuts off the wave, keeps his team in the game, and then JDG get themselves a Baron. So despite losing that fight, I think JDG actually kind of came ahead.
By getting the Baron, absolutely, because they have Sheer with a huge advantage. He can start pushing wherever he wants, and I don't think NIP can shut down Sheer if he's pushing alone. He's level 18. Like, he's very, very high level. We're getting towards late game where, of course, multiple people are level 18 now. Rookie's just hit that, but for now, Sheer is that level ahead of Shanji. Need to see if Sheer can push in one wave and kind of get that Baron buff some actual value. JDG earned it well. Let's see if they can use it well.
Remember, good amount of poke coming out from JDG's roster as well. And not gone for the AP Kai'Sa here for Photic. So not really going to have the same poke damage that you'd expect from a Kai'Sa. Missing, tanking up, uses that Celestial opposition just to soak a bit of damage. But all things considered, NIP are going to be able to deter the push. Still a minute on the Baron. Reset's going to come on through on the side of JDG. As the Drake will come up in 2 minutes as well.
We are diametrically opposed to our last series. It is complete opposites, as we had bloody high kill per minute games all across the series between LGD and FPX. This one has been much more measured, much more conserved, maybe overly conservative in some ways. JDG though, we got it. I actually got interrupted on this point a little bit earlier because there was a fight that so rudely happened. They finally decided to speed things up. If people were watching JDG last year, they were a faster team than this in some ways, but I feel like, and you'll be able to speak, I guess, from this more experience in this, before 2023, when Yagao was last on the roster before that year, this is similar to how they played then, where they were happy to chill until mid-game and then wait for the bigger team fights.
Oh, definitely the case. I mean, back in 2020, I feel like JDG versus Top Esports, we saw that matchup about 1,000 times across 2020.
Yeah.
It was constantly this game of Top Esports trying to win through lane advantages and leverage that into game wins, but almost always it ended up coming down to late game team fights, and JDG very, very comfortable in their macro play historically, and Kanavi and Yagao pretty much the proponents of that. I mean, especially when you consider the fact that, you know, it's a totally different roster aside from those two players. Kanavi and Yagao. I mean, Kanavi sticking around here. He's been here for all that time.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yagao went for a little holiday, returned home again. I think about that.
It's also
Teammates from 4 years ago. These guys,
yeah,
like, they're buds, you know. These guys have been through it together. Shared trauma of playing in the LPL for that long, like the amount of grief that you must have gone through, the amount of stress that pro players go through. Can you imagine how close friends Kanavi and Yagao are at this point?
Well, I mean, they've chosen to play with each other again and again. They're going to have to get good value out of this next team fight. Do you have, again, the flash on Kanavi? Dragon coming up in 20 would be sold for JDG. This is, if we're looking towards JDG, going back towards that late game team fighting style, this is the time to prove it. Again, you have yourself this Lilia, huge point in power. Sheer potentially looking for a flank as well. Dragon spawning.
Sheer spotted on a ward, but can use that ward to continue stacking Rage. This is perfect for Sheer. He's about to turn Mega just as Drake comes up. JDG are on Soul Point, and Kanavi knows it. Starts the Drake up immediately. Sheer has found Shanji off on this side. He's zoning, and Aki is nowhere near the plate. This is Soul taken. Missing just keeps them away. Sheer now gets an engage onto Shanji. Solar Flare comes down as Joel barely survives the play. In goes the Cassante. He's in 1v4 though. I don't know if he's got the damage. Ruler survived on the top side of the play. He does manage to get one because he is a Cassante. At the end of the day, Ruler goes down as well. Photic finding one for himself. Missing now, jumps back onto the other side of the play. The soul just isn't enough for the side of JDG. Or is it Kanavi? Looks for a little bit more. Flashes into the play, and Sheer is there to sweep up the kills. Aki goes down. Photic burning, missing, stuns him. A boomerang as a quadra kill comes through for Kanavi.
6,700 damage. And even more to give. Kanavi gets the soul, gets the team fight, and JDG, they were waiting for that late game team fight this team has so historically looked for. It could just be that. It could just be over. 38 minutes in, JDG walking towards the enemy nexus. It'll be at least be an inhibitor. I think it's going to be the game.
Absolutely miraculous fight for JDG. It looked like it was over. I was talking about Ruler's Ezreal. His Ezreal was nothing to do with these fights. It was all Kanavi, all Sheer, all missing. Managing to find their combos, this top side pair from JDG. Phenomenal stuff, as in the late game, it all comes off through, and JDG start the series 1-0.
Another team fight won by a Flash Lilia with the Zhonyas as well. This champion has risen up to priority. The switch around in priorities from your Brands and your Karthuses and the Zyras is switched over to the Lilia now for team fights just like that, and Kanavi piloting just like that too shows you exactly the kind of power you expect out of this jungle champion. And JDG walk away with, I'm not going to say a confident game one, but it's still an effective game one victory, particularly through that jungle.
Let's take a look at our MVP coming out from game number 1 then, who... I mean, honestly, I don't really know. It's got to be Kanavi, right? Got the quadra kill in the final fight. This Lilia, fantastic. So 5-1 and 6 at the end of it all. Him and Sheer, I think Sheer had a reasonable shout for it.
Yes.
Even though Sheer didn't have any big Gnar ultimates. Like, how rarely do you see a Gnar MVP candidate that doesn't get any big team fight ultimates? It's rare to see, but he did a fantastic job across the game.
Absolutely, and the fact that he was such a big point of pressure and being an extra AD carry in the back half of fights when he goes into mini-Gnar was really, really important. But it's just another game where Lilia, with all of her tools available, does incredible things in team fights. And we're seeing more and more priority on this pick because of things like this. And the conversation for best Lilia in LPL is massively open right now. You have Xiaohao, you have Meteor, you have Kanavi in there as well. You Tien, so many players putting their name up on that billboard.
Yeah, plenty of contention. When it comes to these AP jungles, there's a lot of back and forth, and part of that is because we have so many games and so many talented players. It's 1-0 to JDG as we finish the first game in the series, and we'll see if NIP can punch back in game number 2.
echoes of
Welcome back to the LPL, everybody. I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards our second game in our third series today. JDG, a single fight was all it took for them to finish the game out against NIP. NIP looking solid, looking like they maybe could have taken the game, but JDG find their moment and in incredibly tense team fights managed to squeeze a win out. We're ready to jump into game number 2. We are slightly behind the live feed, so we're going to be trying to catch up and jump straight into the game here. It's NIP desperate for their first win of this upper group.
So we get ourselves another Shanji Shyvana game. He played a game of it earlier.
So was that a cameraman? Like, there was one bloke that sounded way closer to the microphone. Is that just like the camera guy joining in?
Maybe they sit tactically to make sure they're close to the mic. Good to hear them all the same, though. We didn't get the gyros in that first game because we rushed right into that game. But yeah, we get that Shanji Shyvana. Classic for him. He played it in 2022. I played it 4 or 5 times there. He played it earlier this week this week as well, though. It's been the first time he's picked it up in 2 years. He's playing it as a tank. It does win out in the 1v1 versus the Cassante at 1-2 items. I kind of wish you'd go towards more damage because the champion can do a lot of work with the Shojin and the Leandries, but if you're doing it for the anti-Cassante matchup, it does make a lot of sense. He will need to show that this pick is worth picking, though, because if you're just picking it to just make sure that you can beat the Cassante, you just still don't stop the Cassante doing things in team fights. We know exactly what that champion can do. If he just escapes the laning phase, as long as he survives that lane, the champion keeps doing what we've seen him keep doing, especially in the hands of people like Sheer.
Yeah, I remember some criticism being levied towards Shanji on his build in that previous game as well. The Frozen Fist, not popular among Shyvana mains in the top lane. I'll mention no names, but people may know who I'm referring to be honest. I'm not going to pretend to be the expert of Shyvana top builds here, but we'll see if the build changes. I've got his build from the previous game up on my other screen, so we'll see as the game goes on how similar it is, whether he changes tact or whether he's confident and sticks to that previous build.
I do find it kind of quite entertaining. So I had a lot of complaints about Ari builds for a long time when she was meta. When someone finally gets their niche champion into meta and they get to talk about that stuff, I feel happy for them because I know the enjoyment of saying, yes, I know why you should build this and why this was meta, why this was good. It makes things so much more entertaining. That's a flash forward. Okay, missing.
Trade on to Chuo there. Just going to be both supports losing a lot of HP as Yagao, again, the early trades on this Lucian, so good. I mean, in game number 1, he nearly got that solo kill onto Rookie's Corki. It was just the rest of the game that Rookie's Corki seemed to have the edge. We'll see if that's going to be a similar story. Yeah, exactly. Early lane good, but then Rookie got out of lane, got into bot lane instead. Suddenly things went a little bit pear-shaped. This is a big minion wave about to be crashed by JDG, and Kanavi is behind the enemy tower. Missing is going to be the first one in to try and set up the play. Flash from Photic dodges away from the Dogger, but that's a first blood in split seconds. Whoa, just eradicated. And perhaps a redive as well. Kanavi happy to tank the tower for a second as Missing sets up for Ruler to grab a second.
Clean dive from JDG. Kanavi gets his clear speed of that ultra-fast Zyra down towards the bot lane. A kill in the mid lane, so we're safe to talk about this. Again, Photic will be able to teleport back towards bot lane, but the damage, for all intents and purposes, is done. There is a 1,000 gold lead to Ruler at 4 minutes. That is insane, especially when it's Ruler's Ash as well. He's got the player of the week in his role for this champion, for his play on this. The fact that the flash doesn't get over the stun is pretty awful there for Draw. He tries to get himself out of that stun, just ends up flashing into it, so he loses the summon and loses his life. Didn't even get himself double 2 before that play, and Photic is no safer after his support dies for the course.
Really nice stuff from JDG as well. Beautifully set up. And then Kanavi tanks the tower for the second one, so Ruler can finish the kill. I mean, the fact that Ruler gets both of those kills as well, it really... I'm not sure it could have been much worse for NIP, to be honest. I guess the only silver lining is that TP. But my goodness, great start here for JDG. And as NIP now, you've got to be nervous, haven't you? You've got to be wondering, oh no, where do we go from here? Because you're almost 2,000 gold down at 4.5 minutes. Like, that is a brutal lead to have to go up against. You've got to hope that this pocket pick of the Shyvana for Shanji can pull some miracles out of the top side.
I mean, the thing about the Shyvana is that you have the Ghost and you have your Burnout, which gives you a good amount of movement speed, but even then you can get kited. Might not even be relevant. If bot lane is going to be this far behind and getting dove again, it might not even be relevant. And that's the sad thing. They're going again. There's no flashes. It is so easy.
Oh, Photic is doomed. And it's another for Ruler as the TP is going to be cancelled from Shanji as well. Which means Dwo might just get redived. Missing can happily tank the tower up, and Ruler's got plenty of damage to finish these off. Kanavi gets one of his own. Missing will go down, but what does it matter when this many minions are dying to the tower?
That gold lead on the AD carries, it's got even larger. You've also given gold lead over to Kanavi now, even though he's not been farming not been permanently farming. He's been diving bot lane. JDG massacring through this bot side. As much as we were talking about, oh, we need to see value out of this Shyvana, it might not even be relevant. There is nothing that the top side could have done from NIP. I suppose the one criticism you got to have is, why was there no one to defend that bot side dive if it was so easy? They failed to defend themselves under that turret. Aki's trying to get towards Grubs, and now the pressure from bot side might be flooding towards top lane.
Missing is having none of it today. Every time he sees a player from NIP, he's going in. But damage is not quite there just yet. Yagao moving over, Sheer trying to get into the plate as well. The Grubs did go down to JDG, I believe, in the end, as now we're going forwards into the fight. Sheer pulls Aki over the wall. Chua is going to go down as well. Yagao solo. Shanji trying to chase for a kill, but Kanavi gets the damage down. Shanji doesn't have a flash. Ults over the wall. Looks for the E, and he finds Yagao. Shanji now has to try and get out of dodge. This is going to be a challenge. Sheer flashes over the wall to make sure he's tagged. No execute coming through for Shanji. It will be another kill for JDG.
Sheer takes this one, and JDG take that lead from the bot side of the map and all the dives they had there, and they put it onto the top side. They get themselves one of those Grubs, NIP take two, but at what cost? They get 2 kills onto Shanji. That's nice. Is it enough? Well, he's not even ahead in gold compared to Sheer, who's also got the 2 kills himself. We'll go back to a replay of the full topside play. Rookie uses his E early. He's delayed in getting to the play. That's the big thing. He's delayed in getting to the play, and he doesn't have his E for the extra damage. Yagao does a really good job of making sure that Rookie's impact is limited to just getting the final burst play onto Missing. Missing's had a fantastic entrance in this game too. It's just not been enough from NIP from kind of like getting toward these Grubs and getting this good skirmish. They are massively behind the game, and it feels like they're having to snatch and grab even for even-ish fights in the top side.
Still a positive fight for JDG at the end of it, and managing to get at least 1 Grub, which is good for Kanavi. Gets the double XP on that one, and then finally Shanji falls to the top side. Sheer grabbing that kill is important as well, because like you say, oh hang on, Arrow comes through in the mid lane, and it hits onto Aki. There's a freebie for JDG. Beautiful arrow from Ruler, beautiful follow up from Missing, beautiful kill into the pocket of Yagao.
Yeah, folks, it's been a while since we got to say this like more consistently. But in the LPL, we measure the bot diff with a Ruler. Fantastic arrow, 1.5k up for Ruler. Fantastic play for him to get Aki out of the picture. And what do NIP do? What do they do? They've given up such an advantage early into the game. It feels like most of the rest of this game could just be decorative. So much of an advantage onto a carry, which is so good. Once they start winning that lane, they get to freeze out the rest of the map in regards to vision control, in terms of the wave push. What do NIP do at this point? What are the plays that they have left? They're not going to have Dwo roaming across the map very freely. Photic's going to try and wave clear the best he can, but that's going to be really difficult. JDG are so comfortable at this point. A much more active early game from them than game 1.
So confident, so comfortable forcing these plays. Yagao dodges everything. Has to flash though, and the Lilting Lullaby should be enough. It was some nice footwork, but in the 2v1, he's taken down. A kill for Rookie. So crucial for NIP that Rookie is on the board.
Yeah, getting something back. It's just feels like it's coming in too late. The NIP, they are still behind 3,000 gold before 10 minutes. That's so hard to overcome. So NIP, they use the Lilia Flash, they use the Lilia ult. We talked about how important those tools are an awful lot today, so Aki won't have that. Using it to get a kill onto Rookie. A lot has now been invested in Rookie to say, right, you have the kill. You have, we've used the Jungler Flash for this. You need to get value out of this.
Yeah.
Time to see if Rookie can pay that back to his team.
I think the scary thing is that Rookie just got that kill. He's still 400, 500 gold down. Kanavi in the jungle, though, is monstrously ahead. Over 1,000 gold. He's almost as far ahead as Ruler is. Aki spotted on the top side there, so that'll be Drake for the side of JDG. No, actually, Kanavi going to recall, not choosing to go for the objective.
Grubs are up in 20 seconds. Maybe they want to contest around that. Because if NIP do get themselves that, maybe they can get themselves some reduction. Forwards and getting damage on the tower. He's going to get all out though.
Shanji pulled underneath the tower. Shear's looking for a solo kill in the top side. Shanji brings out his pocket pick and he wins the 1v1. Shear started it off, but Shanji takes him down.
It's a burnout. It is scorched earth in topside as the Twin Bite finishes off the kill. Shyvana with the Sheen and the press the attack has enough damage to win the 1v1, and I just don't think Shear is used to this pick. Not many people are. Where else are you going to see a Shyvana top lane? In this day and age, we see it occasionally in the jungle, but only Shanji is pulling it out in that top side right now. It is going to be Kanavi off the reset, going towards those grubs. He delayed going towards that dragon to make sure he could reset and go towards that top side and take these objectives off the board. But at least Shanji gets himself a lead. 3-1, gifted 2 kills from the earlier grubs fight. Can he continue with that into a game-changing advantage? It is going to be a hell of an uphill battle given the leads elsewhere on the map, but it is at least something.
Frozen Fist comes through once again. Iceborne Gauntlet on both sides of that top lane. JDG, though, off to just such a tremendous lead. Even with Shanji having these 3 kills, a 500 gold lead on that top side, it just doesn't match up to the leads in every other lane, does it? It's painful to see, but maybe he can get some side lane pressure. Maybe he can impact the game in other ways. Keeping our eyes on that pocket pick for Shanji. He's known for his solo kills on this pick. Let's not forget, when Shanji first came into the league, this, alongside the Rumble, were the picks that he just absolutely blew that top side apart on. So many solo kills in that split. So many big moments for Shanji. Back when he was on OMG, back when he was in his debut. And brings out the old classic here while 1-0 down for NIP, while 0-4 down in the standings, and has an opportunity to carry, but it has to be a monstrous performance.
He has his Iceborne Gauntlet, so he's going towards likely the same build that we saw from him in his previous game as well. Can he use that to influence this team fight? That first item spike is very powerful, of course, alongside those cooldown boots. If he can get onto a target and keep slowing them, that can be good enough with the Ghost and that burnout to stick to that target, but it is really hard for him to get onto that target in the first place, given the range of the Zyra, the Lucian, and the Ashe. Oh, that of Joe doesn't find his mark.
Flash from Kanavi. You see the damage that Kanavi's already doing. Like half of Joe's health, a quarter of Aki's health as well. Just from a couple of plants thrown into a brush there. This will be the first Drake of the game. We're almost 13 minutes in. And this will be Drake #1 for JDG. Looks like NIP are considering contesting this. Shanti was moving over, but no, it's not going to go through in the end. I'll be JDG taking their first Drake and continuing to build some minor advantages. As Ruler, Sash, I mean, he's been so good. He's gone for that shift build as well. We talked about this earlier. Doctum was the only one in the league that had gone for that shift build previously. But Ruler likes it.
I'm a little surprised we're seeing more of that shift, because one of the bonuses of having the Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer combo is that you get a ridiculous amount of movement speed. It's just very, very powerful at just kind of running forwards and having that single target down. The shift, what it does is it gives you better wave prior. It means that between a volley and the first kill, you effectively delete a wave within a 2-second margin, which means that there's no ability to leverage off of that at all. A lot of the time when you're in a mobile carry like a Varus or an Ashe or something like that, one of the best ways to get under their skin is to punish them while they have that 2, 3, 4 seconds on a minion wave. Of course, it ends up being a little bit more when you don't have that Shiv, which means it's a large window of opportunity to punish that. And when you have that Shiv, it allows you to move a little quicker. The arrow's coming straight into mid lane.
It's onto Aki once more. This time, no one to follow it up, but we'll just deny any kind of damage onto the mid tower. Sheer Get some time on the bot tower as well, and these grubs are starting to work away on the objective. Shanji has to move top to collect the wave there. Photic just launches himself to safety in the mid lane. Things quiet down once again. Remember, this is JDG pushing a lead for themselves. They have been a reasonably slow team across the course of this split. And like you say, they've previously played a little bit faster, but they've kind of gone back to their roots this split.
And JDG, by going back to those roots, they've allowed to activate some of their late game potential. I think that Kanavi has been really flourishing in the meta so far. Ruler's walking up, might be contesting this all the same. He is very, very powerful.
Photic's in trouble. Ruler was just chasing him. The Satchel Charge used. Draw goes wide on the Zenith Blade. Missing, happy to tank up for the time being as Yagao threatens in the top side. Sheer is on a flank. Dwell should go down. The Shanji tries to peel, tries to get onto Missing himself. Yagao getting damage down onto the Dragon as Rookie on the bottom side threatening. Ruler chasing Photic this whole time as Sheer brings down the Dragon. Ruler versus Photic. ADC 1v1 and the bombs come out. Trumps. Photic walks away with a kill.
Photic overkills. Ruler had the flash, had the cleanse, but you can't cleanse death. Ruler goes down after a fantastic start to that fight, opens up proceedings by outspacing an IP and getting some good damage using the approach velocity. JDG, they walk away from that with another good damage check onto NIP. Shanji goes down, I believe he gives over a shutdown after that too. NIP teleport in towards mid lane, maybe looking to get themselves positioning to retake that Herald. Didn't fall in that first time of fighting over it.
And remember, Shanji was the big lead for NIP, now basically even in that top side, just 200 gold up for Sheer. Doing so much on the Cassante. I feel like this pick is just so insane. It's just such a strong champion, and especially when you got a player like Sheer piloting it, it feels more OP, you know? I feel like there are certain players that manage to just squeeze more out of the champion. Another player is Shanji. We saw that in the previous game, how much he was getting done on the Cassante. Sheer moving into the top side again. Rookie just a hair away from that arrow. Volley's coming on through. Herald still the target is missing. Gets his Celestial opposition. He's a lot tankier than he has been. He's already been pretty tanky. Dwell trying to get in as Rookie looks for a knockup. Missing, finds Photic on the backline. Smite onto the Herald, comes on through. The plants are going to do some damage, but Missing found by Shanji. Dwell tanking up on the front line as Aki moves over. That's Sheer caught by Rookie's ultimate as well. They don't get the Herald, but a couple of kills is nice for NIP.
NIP showing that they can contend with JDG, at least in the mid game. It's a place where we've often ended up having concerns again about ninjas in pajamas, but JDG, they have been held to account in decent volumes here. Ruler missing the arrow for once makes it a much more approachable fight for NIP. Now they can return into these side lanes potentially too. The fact that they don't have to worry about that Herald for JDG because they didn't get picked up is definitely a sigh of relief. If they would have loved the Herald themselves, to get that Herald, they can use it up with that Ziggs, and that will be able to break open any turret on the map because of the power of Ziggs comping up after that Herald goes down. It's a great smite coming in for Konami to secure that one, and JDG, they just don't quite get themselves the position they want. Ruler and Konami and Yagao don't really get the damage onto the right targets. Yes, the smite comes through, but they put themselves out of position to look for this fight. NIP's positioning here, having multiple ways to retreat and spread out away from the damage of the carries, was really nice.
Rookie is having a game, isn't he? 3-0-2. And he's not really been the main character of a lot of these fights, but he's been able to pick up some of the kills, and that is enough. This Yone will become a massive problem later on in the game, and we all know that Rookie has the ability to be that menace, to pilot a champion like this and take over a game. That could be the ray of hope for NIP. They're still down in gold, but not quite as far down in gold now as they were earlier on, and contending in these fights gives a sigh of relief for any NIP fans at home.
Dragon has spawned. JDG, they have that arrow up from Ashe again. Aki doesn't have flash. That's a big tool not available for NIP. NIP, they are currently losing positioning on Dragon and that top lane turret. They get themselves in towards that river, stack up that Lilia Q a little bit more. That's the solar flare.
Was pretty chunked at this point. Dragon started. Photic has to flash away from the arrow. Shanji has a great flank though. What an angle from Shanji, and Rookie is ready to dive in alongside him. Rookie just takes a huge chunk. Where's Shanji? Finally jumps over, but Rookie's already gone. Ruler just kites the Dragon out. Shanji needed to go sooner. It's a disaster for NIP. It looked like it was going to be everything. but the discoordination just makes it fall apart. Shanji now being chased out by Kanavi. The dots ticking, missing, finds the knock-up. The roots are there, and Kanavi will grab another. No, Aftershock grabs it for missing.
Missing gets himself a kill. That I think deservedly so. Missing's had a super solid game. Photic teleported away from the fight into mid lane to try and save it. I don't even know if he'll be able to do that. Demolish comes through. Even Photic teleporting towards the lane will not save NIP from the worst possible scenario. Lose the dragon, lose the fight, lose your tower. Lost the top lane tower before even that happened too. So NIP, they failed in the setup, they failed in the execution. And this team fight is everything they were fearing. They didn't have themselves the best start to this. Missing has the lock-in too. Really high value. We've seen so many warm-ups coming through from supports. You can sometimes just go towards that lock-in. Be that more shield-oriented support for your team. He has a lot of value there to make sure that Ruler is on higher HP. Ruler has a point-blank flash away from the Flame Breath of Shanji. That helps him outplay. The rest of the team's just bluntly outplayed by themselves. Yagao gets a kill onto Rookie. Sheer gets into the backline, and everything turns up JDG.
I don't know if that's a mistake from Shanji for not going in, or if that's a mistake from Rookie for not making sure Shanji was ready to go as well. Like, I feel like Shanji maybe was slightly out of range to follow up on Rookie. I don't know. He waits for them to move in a little bit more.
Either way, it's a coordination issue, because if you have both solo laners going in at the same time, both of them end up benefiting from that.
Yeah,
Shanji maybe was waiting for someone to step closer to that wall, but it's after Rookie's gone back. So yeah, it's one or the other. It's coordination or it's a misplay from one of these two. Which is really not what you want to see from NIP. They had themselves a good amount of gold on Rookie and Shanji. Neither of them got the value they wanted. Picture-in-picture shows Photic not sweating at all there as the fletching just breezes past him for that Ash arrow.
I'd say Ruler not being able to hit too many of these arrows across this game. And Photic doing a very good job trying to keep himself shy of those. Sheer and Rookie just sparring in the bottom side of the map. Remember, even though that is a Cassante, Yone is one of the champions that can deal with him. He's from a similar period of time, but he also builds Blade of the Rune King first item, so it's not a matchup that Cassante can just walk through. Does depend on the players, obviously. There's always room for outplay, but Rookie definitely one of the players that could win that matchup for sure. JDG still very much in control right now as Rookie now starts the fight again. Sheer finds the ultimate, but the all-out pulls him back through, and Ruler's got the damage to finish the job. Now Shanji trying to be reinforcements, but he needs reinforcements himself. Missing is going to chase him down. It's a dragon versus a horse. Which one is faster? It looks like the horse wins it out, and the Q3 keeps Yagao safe as Shanji will be slain. Kanavi went down elsewhere in the map, though. That could be bad for JDG.
Yeah, NIP end up cross-mapping, but what's it realistically going to lead to? NIP, they can't start that Baron because I believe Kanavi managed to get some turnaround damage onto Aki. That's probably why he's below half HP. You know, JDG, they're going to walk towards the bot side. They have themselves the might buff with 4 grubs taken earlier in the game, and the solo laners from JDG outvalue the solo laners from NIP. The fate seal from Yone is going to seal the enemy's fate, not your own. The all-out comes out tops us. This is a really fun interaction where Rookie goes in for the big combo, and it's a lot of mobility, it's a lot of damage all the same. The Blade of the Rune King does a good job, but the displacement immunity from that all-out, and then also just bringing back the Yone a little bit after he'd landed from his own ult, ends up putting Rookie into the grey screen, and Sheer just bluntly outplays.
Yeah, beautiful from Sheer. Basically just says no. It's like, nope. Yeah. It's like playing Exploding Kittens, just slams his nope card on everything that Rookie was trying to do there. Kanavi caught by a solar flare, Pop comes in, and comes in. There's only so much you can do about that one as Photic finishes the job off the Lilting Lullaby. Nice little pick there. At least there's something for NIP.
Yeah, Kanavi getting the turnaround damage means that NIP can't take the Baron afterwards, but they still get the take kill on him. And of course he had a Medjay, so he loses the 3 stacks he had. So, oh no, there's lost some of his some of the pages in that book. He'll be looking to buy them up all the same. NIP, they are still down a lot of gold. They are still worried about the next Ash arrow. They're teleporting in. This is going to be Rookie.
Rookie's
what
behind.
can he do here?
Missing is pretty chunked already, and Yagao has a shutdown on him. Flashes the solar flare. Missing staying in the play. How tanky is this horse? The Sheer gets into the mix as well. Photic arriving, throws some bombs, but Missing's walked away. He's kept himself alive. And NIP committed a TP for this one. I don't think they'll get much more because JDG can just peel away and even move towards that Drake.
Yeah, Sheer ends up teleporting as well, so at least it's a trade of Global for Global, and of course NIP have the extra teleport on the Ziggs if they want to move someone quickly around the map. But NIP struggling to find the fight. They get themselves that one pick in mid lane, but it has felt like every single larger engagement has gone the way of JDG. They're going to get themselves a Dragon off of this too. NIP no response anywhere. And despite the fact that Rookie had himself a good amount of gold given into him, and Shanji, similar scenario, they are now behind in their individual matchups. And that's as good as it gets. Rookie's going again, and now they're teleporting in with the Ziggs.
Maybe Sheer can be found. Photic arrives. There's a good amount of MR on Sheer. All out available for him as Kanavi's moving up. Sheer is damn tanky. Okay, the bomb should be enough. There's one final auto to finish the job. A pick for NIP. Baron up on the map. Maybe a chance to turn this game in their favor. JDG have been in control the entire game. This is NIP's chance to change that fact.
Yeah, NIP finally take down the Kansai. The fact that it takes that long to kill him is a good damage check for NIP. If this guy is doing that in the back line or even the front line of the team fights, it'll be a problem. We don't manage to get that much off of it. Missing is going to get CC'd up a little bit, chunked out a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Cullen comes out.
Damage on Stroll won't lead to too much. NIP can't really find anything. Sheer will be back on the map in 5 seconds time. So all things considered, just a pick for NIP. The kill is all they will get. There's still 7,000 gold down. And you know, usually I'd look at the gold lead and then I'd talk about where that gold... Hang on a second! Forget everything I was just saying. I've just noticed there's a Medjay in Kanavi's pocket. He got picked earlier in the mid lane. I didn't realize he had a Medjay. All of his stacks are gone.
Joe!
Did you say that
Joe,
already?
Yes,
I was not listening to you.
Yeah, luckily he only had 3 stacks. It's fine. He'll look to stack that back. 1 kill will get him back to beyond where he was earlier. But you know, I'm glad you're so mortified because we're both part of the stack club. We love this. We're sad to see those poachers get torn out. Kanavi, if he can get himself a team fight with that flash, he will very much get himself the kill participation to get himself to be in that avid reading club again.
Kanavi thought he'd written it in pen, but NIP got one of them special pen rubbers that rubs that out anyway. Troll trying to move forwards here, chunked a little bit. It's JDG in a bit of an awkward spot. They are on the wrong side of the play here. Yagao on a flank, but Lucian flanks not exactly that exceptional in the history of the game. Troll just slowly getting chunked, and it doesn't feel like NIP really are confident enough to start a fight.
Yeah, NIP get themselves inside track on mid, but they have 1 minion, so they don't even get anything on that good route. Missing, and this is an arrow from Ruler.
Arrow on Aki, the big damage coming on through. Aki turns golden, but his team has abandoned him. Yagao on the Lucian flank finds the kill. He's ulted by Rookie, but Rookie might answer with his own life here. Shanji trying to close the gap. Ruler flashes and takes Rookie down. Space glide into victory as a triple comes through for Ruler, and Sheer gets a bonus. It's an ace for JDG.
The Summoner's Rift just became Ruler's throne room for a brief moment. Triple kill to the Ashe. 7, 1 and 7. Starts with the arrow onto the jungler. Aki goes down, spaces out the rest of the fight, and Ruler runs the game. This replay is going to be all about Ruler. Starts things off with a pinpoint arrow, gets himself onto the Lilia. The Lilia in the late game has done so much work in all of our games today, but not here. A hawk shot into the brush to give himself an extra bit of vision onto the members. And it does just become about Ruler spacing himself out. Gets himself a flash away from Rookie. Trying to go forwards with that last Q3. Can't get it. Turns around for another kill. And while all this is happening, Sheer cleans up business onto Pentakill.
Not a lot of Ziggs can do in that 1v1, is there? He just gets chased down and finished off poor old Photic. And I mean, this has been a tough series for NIP, hasn't it? They've done better in this second game to stay competitive, but it does just feel like, at the end of the day, JDG are just better. JDG are just across the board finding these advantages and across the board winning out these 1v1s, winning out these skill checks, which is really great to see from JDG, because this is a team that I think a lot of people have criticized players like Yagao over the years, missing earlier on in this split. I think was struggling a bit. He's had a pretty fantastic series. Kanavi, been off Sheer, I mean, has come out of nowhere as this talent that JDG picked up, and my god, does he look good now. He's getting more carry games, his Cassante games look fantastic. It feels like JDG are really starting to all come together as a team.
I think Shears is so much more well-rounded than he was when he debuted earlier this year too. He's beginning to believe, he's beginning to learn. all of those kung fu fighting styles being downloaded into his net brain a la the Matrix as JDG look to kick NIP one last time out of this game.
Is that an Italian dish, a la the Matrix? Sounds kind of tasty. I'd certainly download that one. One thing I won't download, a car, which is what JDG are trying to throw at the face of NIP right now. 2 inhibs taken, Rookie trying to trade for an inhib of his own. JDG not interested in recalling, they want to try and end the game. They force the TP out from Rookie to make sure that JDG can't end.
Yeah, NIP, they have objective bounties. Typically, when you're against that Baron buff, when you're this far behind, yes, you should send someone to a side lane. Not at the cost of the game ending. They will get themselves that objective bounty by the minions taking care of business. I don't know if they even get the local gold off of that, which is a bit of a hit. Would have been nice to get that onto Rookie, who's now even in gold with Yagao, but it is a long shot for NIP making their way back into this game. It's you have to get through multiple flashes on the carries of JDG. Kanavi and Yagao having them, you're going to have to get through the soul of JDG, which is going to be a problem, because one of the problems with champions like particularly the Lilia and the Shyvana, sometimes you can struggle to stick to your targets. Having a Cloud Soul makes that even more difficult. Yes, there's the Ghost and there's the Ice Spawn on Shanji. Getting onto that target and sticking on them long enough to kill them before they kill you with the amount of damage they have is going to be a task and a half. Ruler takes this one down. That's that one to his quarry of kills he's taken in this game. So many of them. And NIP, they're trying to scramble to defend their side lanes, but it is not going to be easy to mount any sort of defense.
Kanavi now doubled his stacks on the Medjais to 6. This is unprecedented amounts of stacks.
Unprecedented. Incredible.
As Yagao in mid lane, managing to get some damage done onto Photic. I guess from the mid lane rather than in it. Sheer tanking on the front line and is totally and completely invincible. 3rd inhib goes down for JDG. And this feels like they are just slowly but surely bleeding NIP out of the game. The supers come down in the mid lane. This is the only wave that they've got to work with. With a 6 on the enemy team, perhaps the wave clear will be there. Kanavi stunned by a solar flare, but he's a plant. He likes the sun. And Shanti forced away, missing with a 4-man Magnus Storm. And JD Gaming show us why they are considered a top team. They show us why they are in Group Ascend, and they send NIP maybe back down to Group Nirvana at this rate. 0-5 in the group, and JDG dominate.
The only thing that's missing in this game is NIP. They are missing in action. They were removed surgically in that second game from the Rift. The first one was a bit more back and forth. The second one was not nearly as close. A couple of really crucial early game dives set JDG so far ahead that anything NIP did had such an extra barrier of difficulty in it. Missing had a fantastic game on that Rel. He's been one of the players I've criticized the most from JDG recently, so to see him have a good series and a good game there will be something which a lot of JDG fans will be very fortunate to see get themselves a win in front of their home crowd.
And it feels like such a big win for JDG in terms of how they won this series as well. Because NIP, I think across the board there, it feels a bit like JDG were just better, right? And JDG having a comfortable win when so many of these fights were down to small mechanical outplays as well, really just it gives you a lot of confidence in like how JDG are playing right now, how informed these players are. Obviously JDG were winning on like the macro and stuff like that as well, but like so many of these fights felt like they were down to these tiny little outplays, and that feels good to see from JDG because they're a team that they, when they're on form, their map play is already great, all of that stuff's good. If they're on form as well, oh my god, this team's insane.
Well, I mean, it's still JDG. No, it's not the super roster from last year, but they're still a pretty damn good roster, and they should absolutely be putting their name in the hat for top team in the LPL. As we said at the very start of today, given the recent results that we've had, it feels like we don't just have top 2 teams in the LPL. It is an open conversation, particularly with BLG and Top Esports eating some losses, LNG stepping up to the plate, Weibo stepping up to the plate. JDG is still in the mix, and that is the best position to be as a fan of League of Legends and a fan of the LPL. Any of the top 6 teams right now could realistically walk away with that top berth from the Ascension group. It feels like this is a great time to be a fan of League of Legends in the LPL.
It really is, honestly. LPL has got so exciting recently with top esports and BLT faltering a little bit, other teams stepping up. Suddenly, we've got an absolute battle in the top side, and the new format means we just get banger matchups every day. Like, I'm actually loving the new format because even the Nevada series, our closer series, more competitive series, are more fun. I mean, our first series today, IG vs JDG, insane. Let's take a look at our breakdown of the post game here. I mean, Ruler, fantastic damage. Kanavi actually doing crazy damage as well.
You kind of expect that from Azira. Aki not really getting it done on the Lilia, though. Maybe we were sleeping a little bit on how little he was doing in a lot of these team fights. The Lilia, we've seen it do monstrous things today. Aki couldn't get that done. It's a little bit hard to judge him given how hard the early game was blown out. But we've had 2 games of the AP junglers again from Aki, and I had to say I wasn't really impressed by either of them. NIP, they'd previously said, okay, let's go towards the AD junglers again, get Rookie on something like that, Talia. I'm surprised they haven't stuck to that more. I just don't think this is comfort for a lot of what NIP are doing. And on the other side, JDG, they do look comfortable with this. Kanavi has been comfortable with all of this, and he's arguably one of the best, he's arguably top 2 jungler in the league right now, and he really showed that here today. Once again, really good damage from him, alongside the rest of his team, using that damage to set them up for team fight success.
Sheer having a fantastic day on the Cassante. Did get solo kill one time, but we'll forget. In fact, Shanji, I don't know if that one counted as a solo kill. If it did, that was 2 solo kills in this game on the Shyvana, even though it didn't, you know, win a game. Still, had in those stats, which is nice for Shanji. But overall, the team fight for JDG so good. Missing had a great day as well. Missing on this realm was so confident, always on the edge of danger, but never quite going down in these fights. Except that time right there.
Except that one time, which happened just on our screen. Yeah, I think that this game too particularly was awesome from Missing. His dives were great, his pickups were great, his team fights were great, and yeah, that was a huge part of why Photic couldn't play the team fights the way that he wanted to. Missing was constantly proving a problem into that backline, and you know, yes, he did die in a couple of these teams. Okay, we just said he did die most of the time. The times he died were largely quite valuable in the ways that he got that CC down, and he had a great day today. I'll absolutely echo that sentiment. It just made the job so much easier for the likes of Ruler, Yagao, and Kanavi to get good damage down because they knew that the CC was definitely in their hands, and NIP couldn't say the same. They didn't get their CC in the right place. I think that Aki and Draw had poor series today. I think that they struggled to get themselves the team fight impact they wanted. I think they struggled to get themselves into position safely too. They were often taken down for very limited value, and I love this. Anime protagonist battle. Yeah. You might have, while you were studying the blade, Cassante was studying the Untofo, and apparently that comes out tops.
Certainly did. Fantastic stuff. Honestly, I think Sheer is an MVP candidate despite being solo killed in lane. Yeah. I genuinely think he was perhaps the most valuable player of the match here on the side of JDG. Ruler also, this kiting, flash away from the knockup, gets the kill before the flick back, and then just kites it out, finishes the job. Nicely done there by Ruler. But overall, just a really, really solid series. This ult as well from Miss. I mean, there was just so many flashy moments, so many great plays coming out from JDG.
We've been spoiled today.
Yeah,
we've been spoiled today. I think particularly with the second and third series. Ruler walks away the MVP, 9-1-9. I'm completely fine with this. His arrows were largely very good. He had a couple of misses in mid-game, but his lead he was given and the way he played through it was absolutely disgusting. Only died the once, did a ton of damage, even when he got given a load of gold. So the damage efficiency looks a little bit lower, but it's still a hell of a lot of damage. 30% of his team only died the once. Very coherent carry performance, hard to get a hold of, but also doing a lot of damage.
Honestly, damage efficiency on Ashe is often low. I think 180% is pretty good as far as Ashe damage goes, because often you're
not building Leandris, you're not Brand or Lilia or something.
Yeah, so many of the big AD carries for damage are like Kai'Sa that can just poke from a million miles away, you know, getting that damage out. So really nice game from Ruler. Arrows in the early game not necessarily finding the targets, but later on really finding those crucial targets. I don't think it was about the arrows though, honestly. So often when you see an Ashe MVP, it's all about the ultimate. I feel like this was more about just his straight up season 1 AD carry play, you know, just kiting it out, hitting them autos and hitting the volleys. Like, great stuff to see.
And I'm just glad to see that Ruler's on really good form. His Azrael in the game one as well, very, very potent. JDG as a whole, very, very potent. Now, NIP find themselves at 0-4. JDG were not an easy team to take on, but the fact that they were, now at 0-5 after going 0-4 just before this point. NIP, they are on the brink right now. They're going to have to pick up some wins somewhere, and it is not going to be an easy ask.
It's not going to be easy for them at all. 0-5. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out today. We've had 3 series, and they've all been pretty close. IG winning out against EDG to start us off. Vampire getting a double MVP, his best day of LPL we've seen. Really, really good stuff from IG. LGD and FPX going the distance. If you missed that series, you want to go watch it. It was a banger through and through. FPX came out on top in the end. And then NIP, not to be outdone by LGD on 0-4, decided to get destroyed by JDG as our final series. 2-0 to JDG as NIP end up 0-5. With that said, we'll take a look at Friday's schedule. Tomorrow, plenty more games coming. Oh, in fact, Saturday's schedule.
Today's Friday,
can't count the days, okay? It's been a long one. WAOMG, TES LGD, and then JDG BLG, the banger of all bangers, to round out the day.
That was the classic match. I say classic matchup, the marquee matchup of the LPL from last year. JDG BLG to end things out on tomorrow's game. You do not want to miss that.
You certainly don't. And that is about it from us. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Nymera. Today has been absolutely ridiculous in terms of games, in terms of number of games, in terms of quality of games, in terms of length of games, in terms of amount of outplays as well. I feel like the mechanics on show today have been phenomenal, but that is all we have. We will join you tomorrow in chat, so make sure you're there. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select. Actually, we'll see you in Swarm.